Yorkshire tough it out on even day 2. This Roses clash is shaping up to be a classic. Keaton Jennings shone for Lancashire with his 4th century in as many innings in this famous old fixture, but George Hill was in irresistible form with the ball for Yorkshire, taking 6 for 26 to see the hosts slip from 231 for 2 to 272 for 8 at the close of play. Rain meant that they wouldn't get back underway until well after lunch, and when they did, Lancashire lost their 9th wicket just 10 balls into the day. Lavelle out for 18 via a delicate edge off Thompson, and Code finished them off. Lancashire all out for 276, the number 11 trapped in front for 3. A sorry end to an innings that had started with such promise. Jennings had top scored with 119, followed by Wells with 84. But from 231 for 2, Lancashire had added just 45 runs for the subsequent 8 wickets. George Hill's excellent day 1 performance made him the pick of the bowlers. Yorkshire tried to make a patient start, but Lancashire pounced. Adam Lyth out for 13, caught at short leg by Josh Bohannon off the bowling of Will Williams. George Hill joined Finley Bean in the middle, and the pair took their time, slowly accumulating and acclimatising to the conditions before bringing the 50 up after a little more than 20 overs. With 2 off the bat of George Hill, the pair had put on 50 runs off 106 balls for the 2nd wicket. Hill, though, would be unable to add a big total to his impressive bowling display, bowled by Parkinson for 32, smiles all round in the Lancashire ranks. Tea came soon after, Yorkshire trailing by 200 at the break, with 8 wickets in hand. Kohler Cadmore counter-attacks after the break, Matt Parkinson on the receiving end, as he was bludgeoned for 6 in an expensive over. Another 4 from the number 4 moved Yorkshire to 3 figures, but Lancashire soon picked up another wicket. Finley Bean out LBW for 42, when Tom Bailey found his Yorker length. Frayne lasted just 10 balls before Williams produced the perfect delivery that kissed the outside of the top of off and sent the number 5 on his way for just 3. Bad light would force them off with the score 130 for 4, and the dark clouds hung around, denying both sides any more play. This has been a tense affair. Yorkshire have avoided the follow-on, trailing now by 146, but it's tightly contested and will no doubt be right to the last ball. The visitors need someone to stick around, and for the moment the captain Johnny Tattersall has done that with Kohler Cadmore, but early wickets on day 3 could see the hosts take control.
Yes, good morning and a warm welcome to our coverage from Emirates Old Trafford. Day 3 of the Roses fixture on the BBC Sport website and app, and on Lancs TV for Lancashire, Yorkshire on the 3rd day. Thankfully, the weather forecast is good. Well, the conditions are good now. But then we look at that blue sky and some cloud above us. And I think, say it quietly, I think those shadows are from the sun. Shadows from the sun. We've got a bit of sunshine and we've got some clear blue skies and a bit of cloud. There's a nice breeze across the ground, and fingers crossed the bad weather of yesterday has been and gone, and there's plenty of smiles and sun hats required by the umpires and indeed supporters inside the ground. We have a slightly extended day today with 104 overs to be bowled. At lunch is at 20 to 1 and tea is at 3:30. So that's the equation today. We'll see how much of those we get in between now and whenever the close of play is, but fingers crossed the poor weather has disappeared. Jonathan Doidge is alongside me, and the game is, well, Graham Onions described it as being evenly balanced, which perhaps is a nice way to describe it.
Evenly balanced, yeah. Good morning to 5 Sports Extra listeners.
Oh, lovely.
Yes, I would say very much evenly balanced. 130 for 4, 2 or 3 quick wickets here. Yorkshire in peril. If they bat well, then they may be able to build a lead. Let's see how things go as this first delivery of the day to Jonathan Tattersall from the hand of Will Williams is dropped out into the offside. It's sunny. We had quite a bit of rain yesterday evening again, didn't we? And of course, play brought to an end prematurely due to that bad light last night. So just to reiterate for 5 Sports Extra listeners, 104 overs scheduled for today. Lunch at 12:40 is set, and tea is also set at 3:30. They're both immovable today, so extended sessions as Tattersall pushes just to the onside of straight. It is sunny at the moment. There is some cloud around, and looking at the flags on the pavilion opposite, then the breeze is probably a little stronger than it was yesterday, so that'll shift things along in the sky. I think there are forecasts for scattered showers, so whether or not any of those hit remains to be seen. But there could be a bit of hokey-cokey, bit of on and off, in out, shake it all about as Tattersall punches back into the path of the bowler, who stops that on his way through. They've started off with the 2 slips in place, point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, square leg, and he said, standing up to see what's down to our left, long leg as well. That is the makeup. On the periphery, we still have the crane, we still have the Meccano set, as Paul Arnott described it, going up away to our right. And people still coming in as well, spectator-wise, as Tattersall solidly behind this latest Williams delivery. And punching up into the onside, there's no run. He's 14 not out, as was the case overnight. Yorkshire yet to add a run the first 4 deliveries. Coley Cadmore 24 off 69, fancied using his feet against the spinners yesterday, and did manage at one stage to see the back of Matt Parkinson after a couple of lusty blows down towards us at the Brian Stay. The men now, they're having a look at the ball here straight away. We've had 4 deliveries in the day, and Russell Warren is taking it across to Alex Wharf to have a look whether they'll try the hoop again. They've got it out by the looks of things, and there you go, 4 balls gone in the day. They're going to change it. Russell Warren not happy with its shape, and Alex Wharf is just pointing and calling for the briefcase to come on. So already an early break in play. Yorkshire, well, the card so far: Adam Lyth caught Bohannon, bowled Williams for 13, was first man to go yesterday when the score was on 13. George Hill played pretty well for his 32 off 71 before Matt Parkinson really did rip one past his outside edge that took off stump. Cracking delivery. And Hill gone for 32 when the score was on 76. Finlay Bean on his debut, his first class innings, one he's not going to forget. Spoke to him last night. He was eventually LBW to Tom Bailey for 42, having batted patiently. 116 deliveries. That was 105 for 3. And Will Frayne didn't last so long. 10 deliveries for his 3. Will Williams taking his 2nd wicket, bowling Frayne. Thought at first actually might have got a nick on it, but yeah, the off bail dislodged, so just tickled the stumps. And that was 108 for 4. 130 for 4 by the close. Matt Parkinson is getting himself involved with the 2 umpires, who are changing the ball 4 balls into day 3.
Did it get wet?
If it did, then wouldn't you be questioning whether the pitch is fit to play? Where's the wet? It was covered up overnight. We've had no rain since. Why could the ball not have already been sorted before they went out there?
I don't know.
If they weren't happy with it before the first ball was bowled, get it sorted, get on with the game. If it needs changing at that point, what difference has 4 balls made? There's been 2 or 3 patted back. That's been about it. So we are going to get some play at some point, folks. Possibly the longest opening over in county championship history.
Is it still the first over?
Still the first over. We started slightly earlier than the 10:30 on my watch, so I reckon we've been playing 5 minutes already, and there's still 2 deliveries to go in this first over of the day. Here he is, the Kiwi. Williams on his way into Yorkshire captain Tattersall again, short of length. Well, Yorkshire won't mind the ball change in that respect, because it's the first runs of the day. Short and wide, and punched through the covers for a couple for the Yorkshire skip. So he's on to 16. And Yorkshire 132 for 4. So they're getting on for halfway towards that Lancashire first innings total, which they'd have been, you've got to say, a shade disappointed with. having at one stage been 231 for 1, failed to cash in on that particular opportunity, but they may still create themselves another one with ball in hand. Williams' final ball of the over to Tattersall. It's wide of off stump though, and he watches that one go through.
Who did you speak to last night, Jonathan?
Finley Bean.
Oh, excellent. I bet he enjoyed that.
He certainly did, yeah. He was good talker, actually, yeah.
Nice.
He has a long career because he's a good talker.
We wish him a very long and successful
very long
career.
Successful career. Finley Bean. We like good talkers, don't we? What a selfish attitude that is from a broadcaster.
It's good from you, is that?
No, it was good. It just seemed to have taken it all in his stride, although did admit, of course, to nerves, and particularly having had to wait as well for his first run. If you remember, it was what, 18, 19 deliveries. So he was out there quite a while because, of course, the deliveries faced by the batsman at the other end. Must have been 20, 25 minutes, I bet, probably something like that before he got off the mark.
Good little knock though, wasn't it? Obviously, I'm sure he would got to not to go on and get kind of a half 50 on his debut, but terrific start to his career. No wonder he was pretty happy last night. Yeah, obviously
just disappointed that he's not managed to tick off the half century at least. But yeah, you'd say you don't want to get too carried away, do you? Handy start.
Don't get too carried away.
Handy start.
No. Here's Bailey then to start the second over of the morning. That's run away down to backward point by Tom Corley-Cavmore. Stephen Croft with a stop, a tumbling stop to his left. Gets through for 1 though, so 133 for 4.
Now I did ask him because Ken Code, Ben's dad, keeps saying to me Studley Royal is a Studley Royal product. The Code's involved at that club.
Okay. I
said, tell us about, for those people who don't know much about you, Finley, tell us, you know, a bit about your development, where you played, club cricket, that sort of thing. And he never once mentioned Studley Royal, I'm afraid. He mentioned York several times. Sorry, Ken.
Johnny Tattersall taking guard from the umpire, so facing Bailey for the first time. 2 slips in place. Fine leg. Now, we did have a backward square leg, but in an exciting development, he's gone from backward square leg to gully. And there's a point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, and a mid-wicket. And that's left by Tattersall and taken by Lavelle, and there is no run.
We like exciting developments.
I like an exciting development. I don't know whether Kevin mentioned this when listeners first came to us here at Emirates Old Trafford, the breaking cricket news. Well, I say breaking. It's like within the last half an hour or so. But I'll do it anyway for listeners that...
Thomas Tuchel's been sacked. That.
Oh, is he? I've not seen that. Yeah. No, I didn't realise that.
Yeah, Warwickshire have got rid of him.
Bailey comes over the wicket and bowls again. Forward goes Tattersall. In defence is no run. Alex Hales has been called up by England for the first time since 2019 as a replacement for Johnny Bairstow in their T20 World Cup squad. The 33-year-old has not played for England since being dropped from the 50-over World Cup squad in March because of an off-field incident. Of course, Bairstow was ruled out of the squad after sustaining a possible broken left leg while playing golf last week. So Hales has been added to the T20 squad for September's tour of Pakistan. As Tattersall drives away into the offside, and Bohannon fields at extra cover, and there is no run. So yeah, that's the kind of one of the main sports stories of the morning. The other being Thomas Tuchel being sacked by Chelsea. But Alex Hales has been called up by England for the first time since 2019 for their T20 World Cup squad as a replacement for Johnny Bairstow. Scored 259 runs for the Trent Rockets in the 100 this summer. He's defended by Tattersall away into the offside, and there is no run.
You know, class player. We all know about his abilities on the field. Obviously, had his issues off it.
Yeah.
But it seems a while now since we saw him whacking the ball out of the park for England, doesn't it? But well, there you go. This is just the game, isn't it? You know, Johnny Bairstow, what a summer. smashing the ball to all parts in all formats sort of thing, and then this freak injury presents somebody else with an opportunity.
Bailey in to Tattersall, that's defender from the crease. Going up onto his toes and playing it away into the offside for no run. End of the over, the second, of the morning, 133 for 4. Yeah, well, he's been consistently brilliant, hasn't he, as an opening batter in all different franchises and playing in different conditions around the world. So he's Rob Key, England's director of men's cricket, says that Hales has, quote, done his time.
Yeah, and I think that was probably what I was alluding to just a minute ago. He's been out of the game a while. Yeah. He's been made to wait. He probably didn't expect to get that opportunity. Obviously, nobody did they? Because Johnny was fit and firing, but he's got that. Is he good enough to go back out and grab it? Time will tell. Meanwhile, Will Williams coming in towards us with Tom Kohler-Cadmore on strike here. Running it out towards Gully. There's no run. So Fred Boycott says, Lanky's at it again. Ball change after 4 deliveries. We've got them worried. Aye. Marvellous. Get in touch at Jonathan Doidge, at Scott Reed 16, at BBC Lancs Sport. Is that right?
That is definitely one of them, yeah. Okay. There's a few.
Just
stick to those.
BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com. Kohler Cadmore. Shouldering Arms. Had an email in from... yeah, I will find it in a moment. From David Flood. Good morning to you, David. I can't read it all out on air because there's a lot of it, but thank you for your comments. We take your point, or points, as Williams comes in. Kohler-Cadmore uses his feet. He's done this a few times. I mentioned it yesterday. There's just an odd delivery where he wants to try and put some pressure back on the bowler. Sometimes it works. Certainly did not then, because Williams beat him as he came almost charging down a couple of strides.
Seen a few batters use that, haven't we? Using their feet in this game, coming down the pitch. Jennings did that quite a bit in his innings. He made 119 in the first innings, but he's often taking a step or two down the pitch. Williams again.
Kohler-Cadmore opens the face, runs it to point. No run. Rupert Brown says, ball change. Watching Matt Parkinson choose the replacement ball just now, wouldn't it be better if the batting side chose a replacement ball if the fielding side aren't happy with the current one? Emmett Robinson's famous Roses quote of fair cheating all round comes to mind. Williams then in again towards us, and Kohler-Cadmore has gone at this one as well. Not quite as many strides down as last time, but he was positive, if you like, about his shot, and he's got a pretty thick top edge over the top of the cordon for 4 runs through third man. Now, if that's a white ball game, you go fair enough. If that's a red ball game, that's a bit risky.
He struggled yesterday, didn't he? He got really tied down yesterday. I think he scored 2 runs in 10 overs. And you could feel him getting a little bit itchy. There was a really nice, intense little passage of play yesterday afternoon. Williams actually and Bailey were bowling to him, and he was kind of really was tied down quite a bit. And I don't know, maybe he's coming out this morning with a slightly more positive attitude, trying to get some runs.
Here's Williams to Kohler-Cadmore, turns it to mid-wicket and will scamper through for another one. That was far more orthodox than the previous delivery. Finishes the over on 30 off 76, and Yorkshire 138 for 4 off 56. I reckon that's 50% of Lancashire's runs they have on the ball with a loss of 4. Tom will deny that, of course. He'll say, no, the shot was on, and I knew I could go at that. There's no third man in place as long as I get it over the top, and it might have been part of the plan, who knows, but it certainly looked a bit streaky.
Yeah, I guess so. But okay, you get calculated risks, don't you, as a batter? Might not be the worst approach for Yorkshire.
Have a quick look at what's going on early doors elsewhere.
Yeah, here's Tom Bailey while you do that, running in from the Statham end to call a cap more. He does get runs here, off the hip, down towards fine leg. He might get 4 of them. No, it's a good stop by Balderson. Diving forward in front of the pavilion. Down at fine leg, he saved a couple of runs for his team. So 140 for 4 now.
And the big one today, I suppose, as far as the championship's concerned, Hampshire supposedly in action, but they are not. They haven't started because of rain. They made, of course, 400 for 9. Northants were 77 for 1 overnight. So could be frustrated by the weather against the side they'll fancy the chances of beating there.
Bailey in, ball swatted down the ground by Corley Cadmore, and there's no run.
At Canterbury, Essex 573, Kent 79 for 4 in the early moments, make that 80 for 4 in the early moments on day 3. At Taunton, Gloucestershire, of course, were all out for 343. Somerset 213 for 9 in reply. There's a fair bit on that one as well. That's your first division action elsewhere.
Bailey comes over the wicket and balls. Colin Cadmore kind of backing across and just easing the ball away into the offside. No run.
At Trent Bridge, Nottinghamshire declared 390 for 7 second time around, leaving Leicestershire with a mammoth score to chase of a 500, I think, for victory. They're 26 without loss. Worcestershire 454 for 9 declared. Glamorgan 121 for 2 down at Cardiff and at Derby. The home side of 306 all out. Durham have been finished off for 223. Derbyshire yet to bat for the second time.
There's Bailey from the Statham end for Lancashire balls. A bit of a wide ball, and Colin Cadmore slashes at that. A play and a miss, and through to the keeper, George Lavelle. No run.
Sun gone in just for the moment. So, yeah, increasing amount of cloud, I think you'd say, around. Just feels like a peripheral construction site when you sit here. I love coming here, I've got to say, it's a great view from this box.
Bailey over the wicket, balls left and through to Lavelle, no run.
Facilities here are superb. When you look out though around and you think about that peripheral picture there just seems to be cranes everywhere every time you come.
I think it is
I think we should have the crane count, the daily crane count.
Crane count?
Yeah.
I think it's a crane cam.
Well, maybe that as well.
Bolt one on the top of that big grey crane. There's 3 cranes. 2 of them are kind of resting and sleeping. One looks quite alert, ready to tackle the new day. Bailey over the wicket, balls again, a fuller ball. That's a nice shot. That's a lovely shot. That's 4 runs for Colin Cadmore. Just kind of eased into it. Didn't force it, just beautiful timing. Went to the left of Villas at mid-off. Gets himself 4 runs, but a nice timed shot. Just pushed out through that wide mid-off position for 4. 144 for 4 at the end of the 57th over. So that enormous grey crane there is the one that appears to be in action today. And then just to the side of it, there are 2 smaller red cranes that are crouching down.
Oh, yeah.
Don't appear to be doing much work today.
So including the 2 that are crouching down, I've just counted 10, I think, in vision from where I'm sitting around the sort of area, the city.
So out towards the city centre, yeah. There's always cranes out there, aren't there? There's always building work in the city centre. Skyscrapers being built and apartment blocks and new hotels.
Plenty of scaffold around. And Williams going to continue. And yeah, Tom Cadmore with that boundary, 36 to him. He'll just be feeling a bit better about life that he's started with a few runs on the board. And don't get me wrong, he can play with patience, but you always feel that he wants to just keep the scoreboard ticking. And Jonathan Tattersall has just played a lovely shot off his legs. Williams over pitching round about leg stump and whipped away through mid-wicket for 4 on the first ball of the over. Tattersall got a big 100, 80 at Scarborough a little while ago. Easily his best first-class score. And I've got to say that, having watched him bat often, you never sort of had Johnny Tatt down as having a signature shot, if you know what I'm saying. Pusher, nudger, and sort of plays well around the wicket. You never have him down in the big hitter category, but he was so strong off his legs in particular in that innings, more so than I'd ever seen him before. Anything that was straight went, and there was a feeling of that about the shot that he's just played. So 148 for 4 runs starting to come this morning for Yorkshire. 18 added to that overnight 130 for 4, and he's just popping forward, the Yorkshire skipper, and shouldering arms.
How's he kind of taken to captaincy and that type of thing? Is he excited by the challenge of it all? And
absolutely, yeah. Got it till the end of the season, so he's had a go in the RL50. This is, of course, his first championship opportunity. But I think he's got a fair bit of captaincy experience, you know, in the game prior to this, just not at this level before. Williams in, Tattersall pushing into the covers this time, no run. I spoke to a few of the lads during the RL50, the younger lads, and you want to know, don't you, what's he like, what's he got? And they all said there's a calm about him. So when you got those couple of overs in an RL50 game where the opposition bangs a few sixes and it might change that feeling out there in the middle, never gets ruffled. Just that even keel. And I suppose you can deal with that, can't you? You're not feeling too bad when you're bowling and it's not coming out right, as he whips another one off his legs and will probably, possibly, maybe, no, not quite pick up 4. Gets 2 for it, but chased down, wasn't it? So there you go. Rain last night, outfield a little bit on the slow side. Oh, they didn't really zing that off the middle of the bat, did he, either this time? So 22 to him, 150 up for Yorkshire, 150 for 4. But you can, you know, as a player, if you know your skipper, he's not going to go, you know, mad and effusive in his praise if you do things fantastically well, but he's not going to go loopy either if you don't quite get it right. Yeah,
yeah. You want a nice level, calm approach, don't you?
So I think they've enjoyed that aspect of playing under him in his short tenure so far. He's just opened the face and run one wide of second slip. This is a deliberate shot, much more so, I think, than the TKC one a couple of overs ago, and he picks up 4 more. So runs really are starting to come this morning for Yorkshire. Interestingly, with a little bit of cloud cover around, but I think you've also got to say, looking at the way Will Williams has bowled it so far, not been on the money yet by comparison to how we saw him bowl yesterday when he picked up those couple of wickets.
No, he had pretty miserly figures, didn't he, yesterday?
He's gone for a few boundaries this morning. 154 for 4. Tattersall on 26 weights, and that's a better delivery. Has he got him? There you go. He's found it. He's got the range. He's got the line. He's got the length. Just a little bit of nip. And Tattersall has feathered one through to George Lavelle, and Yorkshire have now lost a 5th wicket. It was one of those that just slightly angled in towards Johnny Tatt. Just looking at the replay, didn't need to play at it really, but he's had a little interest, and he's gone for 26. Caught Lavelle, Bell Williams, 51 deliveries, including those couple of boundaries. Yorkshire 154 for 5.
Had you left last night when the thunderstorm happened? So I was in the middle of speaking to Graham Onions. And
yeah, it was raging outside the back. It was
belted it down.
The little outside area we've got behind us here, within the building, was just almost flooded in seconds. I was trying to record my end of day piece and send it back, but I had to stop for a few minutes until the rain, you know, slowed down a bit, because it was making so much noise you could actually hear it on the recording.
Yeah, we went off I was quite surprised we went off last night. There was 16 overs left. It wasn't didn't feel that dark. I think the floodlights had just come on. But then they kind of said that's it, close the play. And then there's still there's still potentially 16 overs left. That seems quite early. But then within a minute or two of that, the the rain was torrential. We had quite a few flashes of lightning as well. You could see that kind of developing up from out towards our left as we looked out towards the west. You could see the thunderstorms coming in, and it was an almighty clatter of lightning and thunder and rain last night. So it did absolutely belt it down. So you mentioned actually the outfield there for that previous shot looked a bit slow, but there was a lot of rain that fell last night in that thunderstorm. The drive back home was pretty dicey as well. On the I know Kevin was on the tram yesterday. I hope he didn't get drenched in the weather. As Bailey's in to start a fresh over, here's Colin Cadmore, and that's off the front foot. And that's played away into the offside where Bohannon fields at extra cover, and there's no run. 154 for 5. So the first breakthrough of the day, and it was I think you described it really well, Doige. You kind of teed it up because it was probably Williams' best ball of the morning that's got the wicket. It's kind of more what you expect to see from Williams. Yeah,
no doubt. It was the best ball we've seen this morning.
It's got the wicket of Johnny Tattersall. Colin Cadmore's on strike. Shapes to play the ball away to the leg side, just loops off the pad and deflects out towards the offside. Rehearses the shot. Tom Colin Cadmore, he's stuck at this. He's got 36 from 84. Hard fought runs. Frustrating the Lancashire captain, Dane Villas, who is on chief polishing duty, it would appear. Got Bailey running in. Short sleeves. Collar down. 3 slips in place. Just eased out again into the offside by Colin Cadmore, but can't get the ball past Stephen Croft. Fancy footwork from Croft to flick the ball up with his boots, and there's no run. Yeah,
TKC mentioned his record yesterday. Averages 31.5 in first-class cricket, 9 50s and 8 tons to his name. He's got a good conversion rate, 47.1%. By comparison to some, as you might expect, given the amount of right-arm seamers around, he's been dismissed more by that type of bowl than anybody else, any other.
Bailey to Colin Cadmore, edged but bouncing in front of Keaton Jennings. He takes it on the bounce. Didn't play at it too hard, Colin Cadmore. The edge went down into the ground, probably bounced a foot or two in front of Jennings.
Yep. Who claimed the crowd catch.
He did, didn't he? Yeah. And jumped up in mock celebration. Bailey to Colin Cadmore. Just comes back in a fraction and the ball deflects away into the offside. And there is no run.
Interesting that against right arm seam, TKC, he averages 28.8, which is his lowest against any type of bowling. Particularly enjoys facing leggies, actually, averaging over 43, and left arm seamers averaging over 44.
Final ball of the over. Played away into the offside for no run. It's a maiden that for Tom Bailey. So 16 overs, sorry, 17 overs now for Bailey. 5 maidens, 1 for 39. The Bean and Hill partnership, the best so far for Yorkshire in the innings. Colin Cadmore and Tattersall last night, putting on 46. Deficit of 122 between the two teams.
Now Matthew Waite came out after the dismissal in the previous Williams over of Yorkshire captain Jonathan Tattersall. He's just taking his guard here because that fell on the final ball of the 58th over, so he's going to face his first ball now. 3 slips in place. Williams steaming in from the James Anderson end, and Waite has lofted that one over mid-on, and it might just, again, it's going to pull up just inside the rope. Dane Villas has done well to haul it back in, and Waite's having to get the hurry up on actually for a 3rd run here. Gets through in the end. He's off the mark first ball with that 3, 157 for 5. He's hit just the one first-class 50. Matthew Waite so far, got that earlier in this campaign, but he has had an injury-interrupted career. We were talking about this with, I think, when Bumble was on the other day. He's got 3 years at Worcestershire to come. And I think he's got a bit of talent, Matthew Waite, so I think in the long term, if he can stay injury-free, he's definitely got something to offer the county game, can both bat and bowl. Kohler Cadmore, this pair, both leaving the county at the end of the season. He's, of course, going to Somerset. Tries to turn this delivery to leg. And gets a leading edge out into the offside where Stephen Croft fields in that faded cap. How long's he been around, Stephen Croft? When did he make his debut?
About 45 years ago, I think.
Yeah. You can kind of tell, can't you? It's like Adam Lythe's cap. You know, he's, even if you'd walked on the ground for the first time and didn't know who he was, you'd probably look at his cap and think he must have been playing a while. Williams in. Kohler Cadmore drops that into the leg side, and there's no run. On that front, by the way, Adam Lythe saw him this morning for the first time close up since that incident the other day.
Okay.
With, yeah, a bit of a gash down the, what would have been slightly to the left-hand side of the bridge of his nose. He'd had it glued.
Right.
Not stitched. And to be fair, he looked fine, and he said he was fine. So it was just one of those things. And it was a direct. It went through his hands.
Okay.
He lost it, he said, in the black seating, in the party stand, as you call it. As TKC on the front foot here has lofted Williams over the top. He's got a bit of backspin on that, and so Villas is able to reel it in again short of the boundary rope. So you're going to have to time this ball well or use a bit of force if you're going to clear the boundary today. It looks pretty slow at that outfield. That's now 3 strokes, one by Tattersall and one each by the 2 who are still out there that have pulled up short of the ropes. They got back for 2. Kohler Cadmore 38. 159 for 5.
That's quite lucky then, isn't it? Because I guess he could have broken his nose or anything.
Yeah, he said, yeah, just got my hands up to cat and I just completely lost it. Kohler Cadmore turning this one to leg. He did say it was a good job it wasn't, you know, really travelling, because it was kind of flicked, wasn't it, rather than hit.
Yeah, it was, yeah. Yeah, it's big that they said that temporary stand full of black empty seats, isn't it, there? So there's quite a bit of red around the ground with the point and the kind of the edges of the stairs to take you under the concourse. There's a bit there that could distract you.
TKC on strike then. Williams into bowl, short of length, and dropped just the leg side of straight to complete that over on this still grey looking pitch. It's sort of a grey sheen to the square here at Old Trafford, and that's because of the repairs to the wicket ends. So you've got 2 fuzzy sort of lines of grey, sort of clayey looking really from a distance. Tom Bailey going to continue at this Brian Statham end, hands his cap to umpire Alex Wharf. Matthew Waite is going to face him for the first time then. Regulation field set really. Pretty much just as you'd expect, 3 slips.
As Bailey's in. It's defended by Waite. Slightly angled bat, so the ball deflects away to the leg side where Parkinson fields and there is no run. Good
morning to Lily, who says TKC's been patient. Hope he gets a big score. Sorry if that's a curse. She's hoping that he and Matthew Waite can build a good partnership.
Dabbed away by Waite.
Thought you'd gone to sleep then for a moment. Do I need to set my alarm for you?
And there's no run.
Oh, he's in. The boss is in.
Yeah, just me and you and Kevin today. We've had some lovely extra help, haven't we, this week?
have.
Bumble and Phoebe and Allett. Grumpy old Allett, he was doing a bit, wasn't he, yesterday, upsetting Jordan Thompson's dad.
He was.
Bailey in and bowls. Forward goes Waite.
I thought handled that well. Handled it really well. That bit of banter anyway.
Yeah, I quite liked his response about the wet outfield at Yorkshire, even though it didn't rain for 2 days.
Yeah, that was a good effort, got to say.
Didn't take him long to bring that one up.
Mrs. Trellis says, on regard to the ball change, shouldn't copy Yorkshire, sink to their level, but sauce for the goose, etc.
Again, Waite gets forward. The ball deflects away up to Villas. And again, there's no run.
There's a few in down at the James Anderson end this morning. Smattering of spectators scattered around, and still that sort of head scratcher as to how do people decide where they're going to sit. Some people clearly want to be on their own. They're well away from others. One or two, there's somebody seated, then a spare seat, then somebody else, maybe a bit more leg room.
Oh, Waite edges, I think he does. Taken by the keeper. It was a loose-looking shot from Waite. Bailey celebrates his second wicket of the innings. Lancashire pick up their 6th Yorkshire wicket. We'll watch it back here. Just kind of followed the ball and tickled it behind to the keeper. As Bailey came in, just a little edge through. Lavelle went hopping to his right, both feet off the ground. Takes the catch. A double breakthrough inside the first 40 minutes of play for Lancashire. 159 for 6 now.
And it's not a good shot, is it, from Matthew Waite? He just doesn't need to play at that delivery, but has a bit of a flick of it at it. Just his 6th delivery, and suckered into playing at a ball that he could have left. So he's gone for 3, 159 for 6. I think you'd have to say they're in a spot of bother now, Yorkshire, and well, no panic. They've got 4 wickets remaining, and they now have Don Bess coming to the crease. Just the way this game feels with the run of wickets that Yorkshire took, those last 8 Lancashire wickets, and now the fact that Lancs are still chipping away at Yorkshire all the time. The sun's shining to all intents and purposes. You think pretty good batting conditions. I know there was moisture around last night, but you've got to bat well. These two are still very capable players, with Jordan Thompson, who can play, Stephen Patterson and Ben Code still to come, but they wouldn't want to be surrendering much of a lead at all.
No, it's 117 the difference at the minute.
You'd think the way things are here, 50 plus is going to look a pretty healthy lead. 75.
Yeah. Yeah.
You'd be very happy with, wouldn't you?
Oh, I mean, I was speaking to Graham Onions last night about, I mean, Lancashire need to win the match. They can't really afford to drop any opportunities. So how do you kind of win the match from this position when your plan originally was to try and get a big score first and then perhaps even bat once, and that was certainly well within the possibility when kind of halfway through day 1 until Yorkshire fought back really well. But he was just saying, just trying the options now is to try and get a decent lead on first innings, try and bowl Yorkshire out cheaply here, and then Yorkshire are batting last on a pitch that could still break up a bit, and the spinners come into the game. Final ball of the over. It's defended by Don Bess. No run, so a wicket maiden for Bailey. What's he bowled now? 18 overs, 6 maidens, and he's picked up 2 for 39. 61 overs gone of the Yorkshire first innings, 159 for 6.
Yeah, Bess then facing that first ball. He's putting quite a lot of work on his batting with Martin Spate. I mentioned he was on comms with us at Scarborough the other week. Scott's going to...
Your TV's gone off.
He's lost his wires.
Lost me marbles.
And Lancs, of course, know, don't they, all about the tenacious quality of Don Bess with the bat. He stuck around for a long time here on day 4 last year in that match that Yorkshire just couldn't win after about the first hour, 90 minutes, certainly first session on day one when they lost so many wickets. But he scrapped away towards the end to try and get him a draw. Ultimately failed to do so, but there'll be some respect out there for his abilities with the bat. He's at the non-striking end at the moment, and TKC, the pressure on him to come up with a big score here just continues to wind up, doesn't it? He plays this first Williams delivery of the over up to long on. And they're through for one, taking him on to 39, 160 for 6. A reminder, if you're not long since joined us, we started at 10:30. In the very first over of the day, the ball was changed. When we reflect on this match, whichever way it goes, there have been a couple of fairly significant ball changes, because since that moment, Yorkshire have lost a couple of wickets. Good delivery from Williams to see the back of Tattersall. You wouldn't say it was Tom Bailey's best delivery that's just claimed the wicket of Matthew Waite. If you're a Lancashire supporter, you say it's a good delivery, he's taking a wicket. But you know Matthew Waite didn't really need to play at that ball, as Don Best gets solidly behind this one, pushing back to the bowler.
It was a bit non-committal, wasn't it? He's kind of either going at it or leaving it.
Yeah, the sort of slight shape about it was as if he was trying to uppercut it over the top of the slips and then just ended up just hanging the bat rather than doing anything really with it. Here he comes again, Williams, and Bess flicking to mid-wicket along the deck. Fielded out there by George Balderson, number 10. Again, you can just tell how much rain there was last night, in the sense that we've now got those dark footmarks of Williams in his run-up coming through. So there is a bit of moisture coming to the surface after that last night, and that may be, even though of course the pitch is covered, maybe present, the pitch will probably be pretty cold. Just that ever such a little bit of juice in it, possibly. As Best turns that to Balderson once again in front of square on the leg side.
Looks a bit damp there, doesn't it? Because of the footmarks of Williams. I mean, it will be slightly soft, because I mentioned before the amount of rain that fell last night, so it might just be a little bit soft, but you can certainly quite visibly see the marks as Williams comes into ball.
And here he is, and Best driving back to him. And there is no run. Andy Walker says he's enjoying the call. Yorkshire batters have got to stop giving into temptation to play at a slightly wider ball. We need a good stand now to make this a match. It's going to be a low-scoring pot boiler, I hope, says Andy. Good to hear from you. At Jonathan Doidge, at Scott Reed 16, BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com. Just some of a range of points of contact as Best pushes this one out into the point region, and it is fielded. And it's a dot to complete the 62nd over. So Best yet to get off the mark from 6 deliveries to date. Coley Cadmore 39 off 94, 160 for 6. Yorkshire with work to do, and Lancashire tails up on this third morning.
Yeah, a couple of early wickets. Just what Lancashire were hoping for. Try and make a good start, try and secure a first innings lead if they can. 116 is the deficit so far. Good start. These two have been the absolute pick, haven't they, though? I mean, Williams and Bailey, they've set the tone superbly with the ball. I thought Hartley bowled quite well yesterday.
He did.
As Bailey comes right arm over the wicket and bowls forward, goes Coley Cadmore, defends back down the pitch. Scooped up by Villas, gives it a bit of a polish. Still protecting it, one of his. I don't think it was on his right hand. I think actually you can maybe see one of his fingers there strapped up. He's suffered a hand problem, which has ruled him out of the first part of the Royal London One Day Cup, and it means he's not keeping wicket in this game as well. 2 slips in place there. Just run down backward of point by Corley Cadmore. 1 run, 161 for 6.
Big buddies, you know, with Matthew Fisher, who may, if he's bored, come up to the commentary box today, he said this morning.
He obviously didn't get bored yesterday then.
No, didn't get bored yesterday, he said to me at breakfast. But TKC and Fish, big pals. Matthew Fisher said during that T20 semi-final at Edgbaston that I can't remember the result of. He was on commentary with me and just said he's going to really miss him, you know, as his mate. And he said he's the ultimate team man. Everything he does is for the team, which is always great to hear from your fellow pro, isn't it, from your teammate?
3 slips in the gully. Short ball. Might get 4 if he does. He swatted the ball off the back foot, pulled away towards deep square leg. Bess gets his first run. And that takes Yorkshire to 165 for 6.
Yeah, as I say, he's been putting in plenty of work on his batting. Martin Spate describing him as a bit of a sponge, always asking questions, wants to learn. Strikes me as being like that anyway.
Bailey over the wicket and balls again, driven down the ground. Parkinson's shuffling after it and will catch up with it. He loses his sunglasses and his cap in hot pursuit of the ball. He does retrieve it. They've run 2. It's 167 for 6.
He did get 100 recently.
Did he?
He did. He got 100 at a venue, I think I'm right in saying. Well, there's been a bit of Yorkshire-Lancashire debate over the years. Which venue might that be?
Don't know. Bailey to Bess. That's steered away backward a point, no run. Something like Todmorden.
Correct.
Oh, is it?
Well, some of the
okay.
people, some of the villagers, I think, still consider themselves Yorkies. Some, you know, I think it's one of those sort of things, isn't it? It was the change of the borders in '74, I think.
Okay.
Kev's was nodding and then threw his arms up in the air when I said '74, as if he wasn't born then, which, as we know, is a fallacy.
Todmorden, yeah. So is that officially in Yorkshire then still? Or is it? It's in Yorkshire, is it? Bailey balls again, and that's Best working the ball away to the leg side for no run. End of the over as well, 167 for 6. Well, there's a few little towns and villages on the borders, aren't there, that kind of seem to flirt between one side and the other. Wasn't like Earby? Wasn't that a bit one than t'other?
Yep, I think so. I think Earby were once of the Airedale and Wharfdale League, which Kev knows well.
Kev's looking at me funny. Well, he always looks at me funny.
There you go. The historic boundary between Yorkshire and Lancashire is the River Calder and its tributary, Walsden Water, which run through the town. The administrative border was altered by the Local Government Act of 1888, placing the whole of the town within the West Riding. West Riding of Yorkshire.
Okay, all right.
To give you its precise geographical position,
Please do.
17 miles northeast of Manchester, 8 miles southeast of Burnley, and 9 miles west of Halifax. Population of 15,481 in 2011, as Tom Kohler-Cadmore has got a nick and been put down by George Lavelle. And in saying the pressure just been ramped up on TKC to produce a big score, he's had a little bit of help in doing so there because he's had a life.
Yeah, he's been excellent. Lavelle with the gloves in the Royal London One Day Cup, and now get his chance in the LV County Championship here at Emirates Old Trafford, and he's put that chance down. One the keeper would back himself to take more often than not. Lifeline.
Bit of Spandau Ballet as Don Bess shoulders arms wide of off stump, and there is no run.
I tried to play some music off my laptop this morning, just to give us a bit of an inspirational start to the day, and I couldn't get the sound working on it.
You never really know just what you're giving until you're living.
Is that Spandau Ballet?
In the lifeline.
That's not what I was trying to play this morning. It was Paul Simon, I think, I was trying to play this morning.
You were. You can call me Al.
You can call me Al.
You were asking me the lyrics to that, weren't you?
Yeah. Couldn't get that one. Couldn't get it played.
Here's Williams. And that's wide of Bess's off stump and his shoulders arms. I can't remember many songs with the name Jonathan in. Not sure about Scott, but certainly one memorable song that involved Kevin.
I don't know that one.
He always beat me at Sabutio because he flicked a kick and I didn't know.
Goodness.
Williams in and Bess whipping it off the hip down towards long leg. I say whipping off the hip, I think it probably literally off the hip there because, yep, going to be a leg bite. One more to the total, 169.46. My perfect broadcaster. What I like to talk about, he doesn't. You're getting a bit of cultural education there, Reedy, in your check shirt against a beautiful, magnificent
Thanks, Jonathan.
navy and green check shirt.
I don't often wear this one.
Here's Williams, Colour Cadmore again doing that little jig down the pitch of a stride and a half, couple of strides. Just getting the bowler to think again. Nearly made himself look a fool earlier on today when he was beaten by one, but this time he got the full face and pushed it up to Villas at mid-off, took him on and got the single. 42 to TKC, 170 for 6 now. One ball to come in the 64th over of this Yorkshire first innings. They're still over 100 runs behind and just the 4 wickets left now, and Bess pushing into the offside this time. There's a chase on for Josh Bohannon, and they'll comfortably get back for 2 to complete the over with Bess on to 8 and Yorkshire 172 for the loss of 6 wickets.
Should have been 7, shouldn't it, with that chance put down? It happens, of course, but sure, George Lavero, I think he's been terrific. Doesn't matter what I think. Actually, more importantly, the Lancashire coach and captain telling me how well they think he's kept wicket and how well he's batted. But that chance put down. So an opportunity escaping Lancashire there. But 172 for 6. We're through 50 minutes of play, thereabouts. And I think it's time for some spin. Tom Hartley, who bowled 5 overs last night. 5 overs, 1 maiden for 8. He's going to come into the attack from the Brian Statham end. We've got Keaton Jennings, who is, well, he's removed his trousers. He's put them back on. But in the meantime, he's strapped on the pads and all the protective equipment. And Jennings is going to settle in somewhere in and around the batter at probably short leg or something like that.
Yorkshire lads has just been attacked by a swarm of midges whilst climbing the old man of Store on the Isle of Skye. Dived back into the car for safety. This is a game of balls, he says. Yorkshire lad on tour back in time for the Essex game, which is of course at Headingley next week for Yorkshire. Hartley, left arm spin as Scott says, into the attack then. And that is pushed out into the offside by TKC. Mentioned his record earlier. Go back to that in a moment because he's again dropping that into the offside. And there's no run against left arm spin. Been dismissed on 8 previous occasions in first class cricket, averaging 39.3. Has a strike rate of 38.8. And it's over 100 deliveries between each dismissal. So that would suggest he's generally speaking been pretty comfortable against left arm spin in his career so far. Just played a nice cut shot for 1. Take him on to 43 from what is now 101 deliveries. Don Bess is back on strike. No change to the field. They've got the man under the lid at short leg. Slip, point, sweeper on the cover boundary. extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, straight mid-wicket, and then way beyond Keaton Jennings, who's under the helmet, probably about almost a strip width away from the batter. There is a long leg. Hartley then, straight, and Bess treating that with respect, pushing it back down the pitch. Normal audio service will be resumed as soon as possible. I'll just keep talking. 173 for 6 as Bess pushes that out into the offside. And there's no run. Now Don Bess against slow left arm has been dismissed 16 times. Certainly not ideal, averaging just 11 against this type of bowling. He's tried to be inventive here, puts his front foot down and plays the paddle sweep, and he's got a fair bit on that, timed it quite nicely. Long leg will get round and cut it off before it crosses the boundary rope at the Jimmy Anderson end, but they're back for 2. And so Bess into double figures now. He's on 10, 175 for 6. Quick resume of the day so far. Yorkshire resumed 130 for 4 this morning. Reminder, play hours, by the way, lunch at 12:40. Tea will be at 3:30. Scheduled close at 6. Oh, good question, actually. I've not got to know the close down. 6 o'clock. Yeah, it should be 6 o'clock. Yeah, that's right. 154 for 5 when the first wicket of the day went down. Tattersall caught Lavelle Bell-Williams for 26, and Matthew Waite, having a little nibble at one off Tom Bailey, was caught behind by George Lavelle for 3. Since then, Tom Kohler-Cadmore has been dropped by Lavelle off Will Williams when he was on 40. That was in Williams' previous over when the score was on 167. It's now 175 for 6, and the New Zealander continues to come in and bowl here. Kohler-Cadmore walking down the pitch, turns that to leg where Hartley does the fielding. No addition to the score. 2 Lancashire helmets on the field behind George Lavelle. Of course, 5-run penalty if the ball hits them. Bit of bunting in the distance, tethered between the old red brick pavilion and the new building away to its right. It's Kohler-Cadmore again. Looks to be positive. Down the track a stride and a half. And punches it into the Old Trafford deck. Bouncing back up into the hand of Williams. No run. Breeze not quite as stiff perhaps this morning. I should say now as it was a little earlier this morning. Deserted party stand away to our left, full of black seating. With just a camera operative in place by the looks of things. There's an appeal for LBW here against Kohler-Cadmore. And a fairly sharp shout as well. Quite a vocal one by Lancashire. Hands on head in the case of Luke Wells at first slip, so he must have thought it was pretty close. Yeah, not sure. Looks like it might have been too high as the first call on that one. Whether or not it might have missed leg stump as well would have to come into question. So a couple of things that the umpire had to work on. Russell Warren, or work with. 175 for 6, 3 to come in the over. Williams bowling to Kohler-Cadmore, who's pushing back to the bowler in his follow through. Crowd absorbed in what they're seeing down at the James Anderson end. Same old smattering of spectators, probably maybe 20 or so in the hotel, the Hilton, opposite end of the ground, on their balconies. Doing it tough there, aren't they? On the balcony watching county cricket as Williams is in and Kohler-Cadmore pushes that into the covers and there's no run. Doing it tough. I'll tell you what, when we went down, I don't know where you stay when you go down to Hampshire. I love going down there because we stayed in the hotel this year on the ground. Yeah. Well, obviously we commentate from the hotel, don't we? But I had a room with a pitch side view, so I could, when Kev said, right, off you get yourself off now for half an hour, go back to my room, put my feet up on the balcony, and just sit there and watch. Yeah, glass of water, obviously. Coley Cowmore drops into the offside this time. There's no run. Yeah, just really, really tough that was, I've got to say. I must have had to walk 35 metres from the lift to the room. Lovely hotel as well. 175 for 6, 66 overs now complete in this Yorkshire first innings. They are 101 runs behind the total set by Lancashire. Remember, of course, both sides still to bat again. Everything in the melting pot at the moment, but Lancashire, as has been the case so many times between these sides in whatever competition you care to mention in recent years, Lancashire on top. Not as on top as they were in this match here last year just yet, but there's time for that. But we've seen Yorkshire fight back already with the ball as well, and one thing you know about this Yorkshire side is they do scrap.
Here's Hartley, left arm around the wicket, bowling to Bess, who plays a forward defensive, and there is no run. Well, they've worked hard, they've scrapped well, Yorkshire. Fight themselves back into the match with the ball on day one, and then real gutsy performance with the bat so far. Bess working this ball back along the ground, gathered by Tom Hartley off his own bowling, and there is no run. Hartley left arm round again. Let's work to the leg side. Gathered by Dane Villas at mid-wicket. So there's a forward short leg, there's a slip, there's a fine leg. Actually, it's probably more long leg. He's in front of the hotel. Bess goes back and cuts the ball to backward point, and there's no run. There's a deep point, extra cover, mid-off and mid-on.
Probably be a bit miffed he's not got runs for that, Don Bess. He timed it really well. It's one of his best shots, the cut.
Hartley in and bowls, and that's way off the back foot through the offside along the ground towards Parkinson. He's got a very cheerful smile on his face as he picks the ball up and gives his teammates a thumbs up. And then he's very happy there, didn't he, Parkinson? He's all by himself in front of the big empty party stand.
All by himself.
Forward goes Colin Cadmore in defence. And there's no run. End of the over. 176 for 6.
Doesn't want to be all by himself.
Kevin, are you coming on? Excellent. 176 for 6.
Now?
Colin Cadmore 43 and Don Bess on 11.
Are you telling me to go? Are you...
Well, I was going to go, but you can go if you want. That's fine. You disappear and have a break. Practice your singing. Balderson's going to become the first bowling change from the Jimmy Anderson end, ending Will Williams' opening spell this morning, which was 7 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 27. $176 for 6. We've had an hour of play live from Emirates Old Trafford on the BBC Sport website and app, Lancs TV, 5 Sports Extra, and I'm watching Balderson to come in from the Jimmy Anderson end, the first change from that far end. After 7 overs of Will Williams. He's got Bess on strike, unbeaten on 11. A couple of slips in play. And that's defended by Bess. Back along the pitch, and there's no run. Kevin Howells. Hello.
Nice singing, wasn't it, from Doiji this morning?
Was it?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll take your word for it.
Just because he was singing tunes before your time, Scott, you've got to appreciate that. He's a very fine knowledge of the 1980s and a bit of the 70s, I think. I think it was just dropping in a bit of the 1970s for you.
Balderson to Bess. No run.
Alex Hale's been called up by England for the first time in 2 years, replacement for Johnny Bairstow in the 2020 World Cup squad. For those listening on Sports Extra, we should have a little bit more about that coming up at lunchtime today. We touching base with them down in London. Test match starts tomorrow, of course. Final test.
Balderson in. Best works the ball off his hip. And it's picked up at mid-wicket by the tall, slim frame of Tom Hartley, and there's no run.
Taken to Twitter today.
Oh dear.
Yeah, I think it's a first for me.
What? Have you taken to Twitter?
No.
You've taken to Twitter a few times.
Yeah. No, but in doing a poll.
Well, that's quite exciting.
A poll on, well, is it?
Not really, no. I just thought I'd try and build it up for you.
I've never done a poll before.
Balderson to Bess, flicked away behind square on the leg side. Up comes Parkinson to field. Gets the run. Bess moves to 12, 177 for 6. So what's the poll, Kevin?
Well, the poll, that's funny you should ask. Thank you, Scott. So it reads, so in August, alongside the 100, what would you vote for? Would it be the One Day Cup, the standalone regional red ball competition, or the continuation of the county championship with maybe some point adjustment?
Right.
Because not all the players are available because of the 100.
Balderson to call it. Cadmore. He's down the pitch. He's trying to slash the ball away towards mid-wicket. It deflects to Jennings at second slip. They appeal for an LBW. He's 2 steps down the pitch and then quickly realises he could be run out if Jennings hits. He missed anyway. I think he would have been home, and there's no run. It's quite eventful for no run.
A lot of noise for no run.
What's a lot of noise, yeah. So you've got 3 options on
So
your
I launched this at 6 o'clock this morning.
Did you give it a bit of a build-up beforehand?
No.
Okay. Caller Cadmore shoveling the ball away through the offside for a single. He moves on to 44, 178 for 6. End of the over.
Early indications that those that support white ball tend to get up earlier in the morning.
Okay.
Because there seemed to be a little bit of a spike in the red ball fans at 7 o'clock.
Okay.
So that clearly their alarm went off at 7.
They went off early, yeah.
I'm keeping a very close eye on it. It's open for 24 hours until 5:59 tomorrow morning. I might do an all-nighter because I'll need to keep regular check on any voting irregularities.
Yes.
That might creep in.
Keep an eye on that.
Which we won't look favourably upon, obviously.
No. Have you been out to check the polls and to see what the mood is?
I've been out in a few of the polling stations to check everything's as it should be, and it all seems to be right at the moment. Meantime, Hartley in the balls and pushed back by Coda Cadmore. They're on 178 for 6. It's not scientific, Scott.
No.
It's not to say that it's just for people who feel involved in what's going on. Next ball. Oh, plenty of power in that, but it drops just in front of the man who's fielding there at mid-off. I thought he got plenty behind that initially. And then I thought he hadn't got enough. Coda Cadmore is going to be caught, but in the end, none of it. Ball's just short there. But and a lovely little battle here. Hartley versus Coda Cadmore in again, and it's a little bit quicker and fuller and defensively played by the Yorkshire batter, who's sitting there on 44 at the moment, 178 for 6. Be an interesting morning. Still got the potential here for being a cracking roses match. This a little bit of width. Oh, I say width. That sort of bounced a little and turned away. Wasn't cleanly collected there by the keeper. Coda Cadmore goes down, does a little bit of work on the pitch, but this is a lovely little intense battle between these two. The spin of Hartley up against Coda Cadmore, who again gets plenty of stride into that one. Just smother the ball out onto the onside. So it's 115 balls he's faced for his 44 at the moment. He's got Bess at the other end. Still trailing by 98 runs here, Yorkshire, first innings. It's the 3rd morning. Hartley bowls and defensively pushed again, but no run to the onside. So another good over, a maiden over from Tom Hartley. Hartley's figures: 8 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 12. For those watching on the stream, you can see all the bowling analysis there. 3 wickets for Williams. Couple for Bailey today, is 2 for 46. 2 spinners there of Parkinson and Hartley, the one with Balderson in the middle. Yeah, so it's a serious subject, obviously. I mean, I'm not going to sort of make light of what matters a lot to an awful lot of people.
Yeah. 2 slips waiting. Either away, down past second slip. A bit worth a couple of runs, this. Yeah, Wells catches up with the ball. Actually, they're going to come back for 3. That's a bit cheeky, isn't it?
Well, it's well run.
It is.
Really good running.
181 for 6.
But equally, the whole point of me doing that really this morning and for the day is just for people just somehow just to release a little bit of the tension by pressing a button to say, that's what I think. Although plenty of people are saying, you know, is that really our only choice? Well, no, it isn't. Those are the choices I've given there. Just really get a, you know, would people love a bit of red ball instead of white ball during the 100?
Balderson in, swatted out with a great deal of force through mid-wicket by Corley Cadmore. To the right of Hartley at short mid-wicket, out towards that the boundary for 4. He moves up to 48 now, 185 for 6.
What I'm loving about Corley Cadmore here at the moment, he is trying to get that balance right between being positive, pushing hard, you know, to keep this game going and moving. And also being respectful. You know, some of those deliveries from Hartley earlier, he did have to sort of step back and be defensive. So he's trying to get that balance right here at the moment for a man who, you know, is a natural attacking game, does Corley Cadmore. So it is a lovely little battle. But yeah, so you know, I wouldn't have done it if I basically, although I've given 2 red ball options there, it's really to see if there's going to be a discrepancy at all between those that really are very keen on the one-day cup and that carrying on in August, or would they be open to a little bit of red ball cricket instead? And I think it's swaying at the moment towards the red ball.
And what's this regional thing?
Oh, don't you?
Oh, okay. Balderson to Corley Cadmore. He's coming down the pitch and heaving the ball away through the onside. He gets a single. Actually, the ball disappears out to backward square leg in the end. It wasn't quite where he was aiming for. He rehearses the shot at the non-striker's end. He moves to 49 now, 186 for 6.
So the options are all made available and everybody can see them over the weekend. It's all sort of newspaper leaks and all that sort of stuff, isn't it? Okay. But the idea of the regional competition would either be that you've got, you know, the best of the northeast versus the best of the northwest, or you've got Yorkshire, Lancashire and Durham in one little group or something.
Best playing forward, the ball just weaves past the edge of the bat into the gloves of Lavelle. A good ball from Balderson, bringing Best onto the front foot.
I mean, I think it was the Telegraph story, most of the leaks of this week seem to be going into the Telegraph. But, you know, they might even have teams like Afghanistan or teams from overseas joining in a little bit of red ball cricket. And the idea being that people who like their red ball cricket don't miss out because of the 100, and
Balderson to Bess, forward in defence, no run.
Also, that if England do need some of their red ball players, their test players, to be getting some red ball experience during the 100, so it's hard to come by, that they have got those matches. But I mean, they need to be of a decent enough standard. I just draw people's attention back to that Andrew Strauss document of last week, where he did talk about the percentage of red. I'll finish this at the end of this over.
Yeah, this is the final ball of it. Balderson to Bess, and that's just eased away into the offside. No run. End of the over. 186 for 6.
So he does this sort of graph which shows that the best, so you take your best 100 performers in red ball cricket domestically, you know, so it's batters and bowlers, and the percentage is around about the early 30s mark for both of them in batters and bowlers who don't figure in the 100, so they don't get contracts for the 100, basically because it's deemed their strengths are in red ball cricket and not in the shorter form. Right. So, and as I said before, I can't make up my mind if he's using that to back up any arguments, or it's just there for me to look at and think, well, in that case, perhaps we should be playing red ball cricket if you've got a higher percentage of your best players, red ball players, available during the 100, and if you're going to play your one-day cup, your higher percentage of your best domestic players will be available in April and May, because, you know, they'll be involved with the 100 otherwise. So that's the way that it seems if they're trying to swing that argument. But, you know, people getting really upset, and I understand why Hartley bowls, and back to this battle with Corley Cadmore, should concentrate on this as well a little bit at the moment. But, you know, I think it upsets me mostly if people don't understand why people are passionate and upset about it all. Hartley bowls and again pushed into the offside and no runners. You know, this accusation of if you're talking up and speaking for county cricket, you don't care about England, or you don't care about the future of the game and all that. Well, that's just unacceptable sort of narrative, you know. Hartley bowls back and played into the offside. There'll be 1 run for Tom Corley Cadmore, and the applause here because he brings up his 50. And as I say, I've really enjoyed this knock from Corley Cadmore. His 50 of 121 balls, 6 fours and a 6 in there as well, at 187 for 6. performed really well, and I've loved the way he's gone about it. He's working hard out there. He's trying to be so selective about the shots he plays and playing the right ones at the right time. The basic idea of a good constructing a good innings. But I think he's doing a terrific job. But his battle is here against Tom Hartley, or at least at the moment it's Bess who's battling with Hartley into the offside, and Bess sitting there on 15. But yeah, just a little bit more respect around and about for and those, especially those in sort of positions of power and money, don't try telling people who haven't what they should be thinking. That's pretty much what's going on, seemingly. This one's played out into the offside, and there will be no run. So it'll all get sorted out. You'd hope. I mean, that was funny yesterday, wasn't it, when you had Paul on with you at one point. Round the wicket, in, bowls, and look, oh, that's a lovely little shot, actually. It'll dink round the corner from Bess, down towards fine leg for a single. And that's 188 for 6 now, after 71 overs. What was it when he was saying, that's right, Scott, now it's not about what's going to happen next year, it's what's going to happen in 2024. So we're putting off another year, and to think all this began back in 1981.
Him and Bob Willis, wasn't it?
Yeah, sitting on a beach in India,
yeah,
talking about the future of the domestic game. So, yeah. Look, I did once, quite recently say, all I want is for it all to be over, for it all to be... I don't think it ever will, because there's always change, there's always something coming in that means you've always got to be changing things, seemingly and sadly. But anyway, this is a cracking game here. 2 runs off that last over.
And here comes Balderson to Bess. And that's turned away to the leg side, and there is no run. Tom Hartley fields for Lancashire. It's a 50 for Caller Cabmore. The only time he's got to 50 so far this season, and he's not played too much for Yorkshire in the first class game, but he went on and get 100. Let's see if he can do the same again. Need some help from elsewhere. That's a nice shot from Bess. Out towards, or through wide mid-off. In fact, he's good enough to reach the boundary for 4. It's a lovely shot. Pierced off the front foot to the left of Villas at mid-off, up towards the boundary in front of the hotel. Moves to 20. Positive start from Don Bess. 192 for 6 now. 84 the difference between the two teams.
It was a glorious shot. The Lancashire bowlers trying to keep the Yorkshire batters here honest. They've taken wickets this morning. I think it's a lovely little tussle at the moment of equal measure. And Yorkshire being smart enough, if any deliveries aren't quite as they should be, to punish those and being respectful of the good ones.
In comes Balderson to Bess, who leans back and, well,
that was a bit more rash.
It was a bit trying to kind of carve the ball away and played underneath. An attempted kind of cut or uppercut through to the keeper. No run. And Tom Caller Cabmore has a little wander down to say, Tom, just played a lovely off drive in the previous shot.
Do you think that's what he said?
I had no idea. I'd like to think that's what he said.
You might, Tom,
what are you doing?
Tom, what are you doing?
Just hit a lovely shot for 4. Don't be doing that. Goes again into the offside, off the front foot, but can't get it past the infield. Gathered by Josh Bohannon. No run, 192 for 6.
As I say, with that shot there as well, it just shows that they are trying, they're not just sitting back, they are trying to be proactive here, and when they can attack, be really positive, both of them.
2 balls left of the over. Of course, a new ball will be due in 8 overs time for Lancashire. Swings in to Bess. He turns it up towards mid-on where Williams fields, and there's no run. There's a bit of a clatter coming from the building site.
Oh, they're busy there again today. There's not many work on there, though, is there? I mean, it's quite a small team. It's a select band.
It's an elite unit.
Oh, do you think? Well, that sounds good. Huh?
Last ball for Balderson. Best just turn around a little, but defends the ball away towards Villas. And that completes the over. 192 for 6. Caller Cabmore 50. Bess on 20. And it's in the wickets of Tattersall and Waite this morning off the bowling of Williams and Bailey, with Thompson, Code and Patterson still to come for Yorkshire.
Hampshire got problems with the weather and also trying to get wickets there on this third morning. They're taking on Northamptonshire. They declared yesterday that Hampshire at 400 for 9, and North and Snow 91 for 2, so just 1 wicket taken. But again, a delay to the start because of rain at Southampton. Hampshire second in the table. Kent is struggling, 120 for 7. Trail Essex by 453 runs. Hartley to Kohler Cadmore here, and oohs and I love the oohs and ahs. Oohs and ahs as he pushes it into the offside. Somerset all out for 248. Gloucestershire 19 for no wicket, lead by 114 runs. That's got a good look of a good game about it. That's pushed into the offside again by Kohler Cadmore. Will there be a delivery that Hartley bowls to Kohler Cadmore where we won't get oohs and ahs? I hope not. Got a flight coming from left to right as we see Hartley again bowling and pushed into the offside. No run. Oh, that's quite noisy. Did you notice how I said from left to right and I can't actually see it? It's my ears that I'm judging, my stereo ears.
Good
finely tuned. So that's going from the left speaker to the right speaker. Next, and oh, nicely played actually. Kept down well, Kohler Cadmore, looking to his mate at the other end, see if it's run far enough to go through for a run, but Bess is saying no. They didn't field it cleanly as such. There's a bit of you and me about it. Between slip and backward point. Next ball bowled again and solid in defence. Kohler Cadmore, we could be heading for another maiden here for Hartley. He's in his 10th over. He's bowled a couple of maidens so far. Just the 14 runs. 1 ball left of the 10th over. The tall figure of Hartley. Back in past the umpire. Again on the leg stump. Worked away onto the onside. Another maiden. Trying to build some pressure here. Yorkshire 192 for 6. Kohler Cadmore on 50. Bess on 20. Balderson, by the way, is 44 runs from his 15 overs so far. Trailed by 84 runs. Derbyshire 36 for no wicket. Second innings against Durham. Have you heard about the bat fiasco?
I have not. No. What's going on, Kevin?
There's something wrong with what's going on in the bats in Derby. So it was Matt Critchley who put lots of tape around his bat and didn't fit through the gauge, and that got them points deducted. Now it's Maddison, the Australian, Nick Maddison.
Yeah.
His bat wouldn't go through the gauge yesterday.
Goodness.
It is, oh goodness. And they've had to send it off somewhere.
What, the bat or the gauge?
Well, maybe both. Because story goes that the Parkinson's about to come on. Let's get back to this, but Matt's kindly waiting for me to finish the tale. They reckon, or somebody reckons, that this same bat did actually go through a batting gauge. Yes, exactly. And we do like a little bit of controversy, don't we? So this bat has gone off to some, I don't know, some special bat unit.
Oh my goodness! Forensic examination.
Well, exactly. And they're taking a look at it. But in all seriousness, of course, this could lead to a points deduction.
Oh dear.
For Durham.
What? Because of an oversized bat?
Yeah, well, you can't go out there with a bat, but there will be some kerfuffle if it has actually gone through another gauge.
Yeah, it's a bit harsh.
For those that don't know, the umpires take out gauges with them, and they check the size of the bat. I mean, you can't go out there with a...
Well, I know, you get that, yeah.
But first it was the balls, now it's the bats. Dear, oh dear.
And now it's Matt Parkinson's boot. That's the problem.
He's got a problem with his boots. Glamorgan 159 for 5 after Worcestershire declared at 454 for 9. We are about ready now, Matt. Just hold on another second, my friend. Leicestershire 81 for 1. Need another 418 runs if they're to beat Nottinghamshire there at Trent Bridge. That game has gone on at pace, hasn't it? Just the third morning.
Yeah, it's been busy.
And there we are. Anyway, very kind of you, Matt, to wait for us. We've been through all our tales and our scores. Carry on now.
Excellent. For Parkinson for the first time today. He's got 1 wicket in the match so far, and it was a lovely ball. Lovely leg spinner. Dismissing George Hill, who's had a pretty good game. He got 32 with the bat, and obviously 6 wickets in the first innings as well. But here's Parkinson. Anderson end, slipping the leg slip in place. Best just gets onto the front foot and cautiously turns the ball away. to the leg side.
It's generally sounding like something from the chorus line in the West End at the moment, their reaction, isn't it, the fielders?
They're in unison, aren't they? There's quite a nice harmony.
I think it's a harmony. I think
it's
I'm going harmony, not unison. It's sort of, they're all chipping in at different points.
It's lovely. Parkinson balls. Bess, with the back foot, plays the ball up towards mid-off, no run. Picked up by Parkinson off his own ball. There was unfortunately no harmony there, which is disappointing.
Yeah.
192 for 6. Parkinson again. Reaching for it this time, Bess, and guiding the ball away into the covers. Bannon's bobbing around, short extra cover to field, no run. So on 20, Bess. Parkinson spins the ball one hand to the other. Creeps in over the wicket, just outside off stump, turns and spins away from Bess, but from wide of off stump, left into the gloves of George Lavelle. 2 balls left for Parkinson's first over of the morning. Tighter off stump lines. Bess has to get forward and smothers the ball away into the offside. Again, there's no run. He's a delivery away from starting with a maiden, Matt Parkinson. Caller Cadmore went after him yesterday after tea, hit him for a couple of sixes. And getting Bess off the front foot, just nudges the ball away for no run. End of Parkinson's first over, and it is a maiden for him to begin the day with. So 192 for 6. A couple of wickets for Bailey at the top, 3 for Williams, the opening pair. Parkinson with the other one to fall. Balderson and Hartley wicketless so far. Hartley 10 overs for 14. He'll continue.
As you said, I mean, he bowled well yesterday to Tom Hartley. He might feel a little bit miffed he hasn't got anything in the wickets column to show for his efforts. But that then, of course, becomes a battle in the mind of Yorkshire. And although they still trail here at 192 for 6, there have been periods where I really have admired their concentration, especially from a couple of the younger lads yesterday, in Hill and in Bean. But it's Hartley around the wicket and forward down into the ground, almost gets through. Got to be careful that they don't strike the pad first. It's a lovely little battle here. Kohler Cadmore's been sitting on 50 for quite some time now. And it's Hartley who's trying to break his concentration. Again, he's happy just to put his front pad forward and push it away. Very tall figure is Hartley, of course. Had a terrific 100. Now he's back in the colours of Lancashire here in Championship cricket. And it's the same again. You know, there are some people that for some reason don't appreciate this. I'd love this sort of battle between the spin of Hartley and Kohler Cadmore, because you know that Kohler Cadmore's an attacking batter really, and he works that away out there. Villas it is, isn't it, fielding out there at mid-wicket, and you just know that there's an instinct within Tom Kohler Cadmore that he'll want to have a go, he'll want to get going, but he's remaining vigilant up against Hartley. Hartley bowls again, goes back, this time changes his length, and he adjusts himself to Kohler Cadmore to it. But then, for me, just looking at the body language, when he raises his head up there to the skies and heavens, I think it's a big challenge, this. Keep your mind on the job, not to lose your wicket. 50 not out. Hartley comes in again, in the bowls, and push behind square. It requires an awful lot of concentration, just keeping your mind on the job. And Kohler Cadmore at the moment successfully sees off another over from Hartley. But a maiden again. It's 4 maidens in his 11 overs. 192 for 6. Kohler Cadmore on 50. Bess on 20. And also, from fairness to the bowler, he too has to remain patient and you know, mix it up a little bit out there, but just keep asking that same question over and over again. Something eventually is going to have to give.
Well, he decided after tea yesterday, Kohler Cadmore, that he wasn't going to let Parkinson kind of settle. And I think the first 2 overs after tea from Parkinson went for 21, and Kohler Cadmore kind of just decided attack was the best option. Bess will clip this ball up towards mid-on, where Bailey fields, and there's no run. So we've got 40 minutes until lunch. Lunch is at 20 to 1. and tees at 3:30 today. An appeal for an LBW. And, up went the 2 slips, and mid-wicket went up, extra cover went up, deep backward square leg went up. I'm not quite sure what Tom Hartley can judge from there, but he was up involved in it too.
A couple in the construction site, they went up for it as well.
192 for 6, the umpire gave it not out. Parkinson in again. Just dropped out into the offside, no run. I love that story that Bumble told on the first day from the match here earlier on the season, when there's a guy on the building site with a shovel, and the camera's just picked him up actually. As Parkinson's into Bess. Comes down the pitch. Oh, that's gone through Lavelle. It's going to go down towards the boundary. It was a swing and a miss from Bess. He's got 4 leg byes, so no bat on it. Leg byes signalled, but, well, it was a sharp chance, but it's a stumping chance nonetheless. He swung everything at that, did Bess.
Did he get a little inside edge onto his pedal, or just roll off his pad?
Given leg byes, yeah, 4 leg byes.
Yeah.
Big yahoo from the batter.
Oh, I'm loving this.
It's good, isn't it?
I love it, and the backdrop of the fact that it's a Roses match. I mean, this is good Roses cricket. This
199 for 6. 2 balls left. Parkinson's in and bowling. It's dug out by Bess, and there's no run. Yes, and Bumble was saying about how the cameras picked up someone on the construction site just doing a few shadow shots with the bat, with his shovel, which was amusing. Final ball of the over. Parkinson's in. It's played away towards backward point where Croft fields. End of the over. It is good fun to watch. 196 for 6. Calder Cadmore 50. Bess on 20. And yeah, 40 minutes until lunch.
I mean, that Bean's 42 off 116 balls. You know, it's a Roses match. He's on his debut. He's just 20 years of age. Terrific. Hill, you know, Hill's 32 off 71. He must have been buzzing from his bowling performance, but still concentration. But neither of them quite getting to the half-century mark, but still a good effort yesterday. And now some of the more experienced perhaps need to pick up and build on that as Hartley comes in to bowl to Kohler Cadmore again, sitting on 50. He'll get I don't know how long it's been since he's had a scoring shot or a run there, sorry, of any description, but he moves to 51 now. It's been a little while. He's faced 134 balls and he's on to 51, and it's 197 for 6, 79. They trail by here at the moment to Yorkshire. And Hartley to his mark again. Here's a figure in a face of concentration. Oh, that gets through again. Bowling to Bess this time. It's Bess at the moment, whether it be Parkinson or whether it be Hartley, who seems to be the one who's having the biggest problem here in either reading it or things happening off the pitch. He's on 20. Hartley again bowls on the leg stump. Worked away. Leg side for 1. After a few maidens, Hartley here has conceded 2 singles in the first 3 balls of this 77th over. And we've got to remember bonus points for still just first innings of the match as well. Yorkshire just too shy what would be a batting point of 200, of course. Forward defence from Kohler Cadmore to Hartley. 198 for 6. Got a lot of overs to get through today, making up for some poor weather over the first couple of days. Yesterday morning made a late start, just a bit of an early finish as well last night. Driven straight back towards the bowler from Kohler Cadmore. Sharp pick up, and Jonathan Doidge is going to come in, and then I shall have to go off and prepare for lunch next, and I don't mean eating it. That one's worked away onto the onside, and they will get nothing of that last ball of that over. 198 for 6, then 77 overs. Kohler Cadmore 51, Don Bess 51, 21 for Bess. And this partnership now with 39 runs, the best being that one yesterday from Bean and Hill so far. That is it, that's 63. Tattersall and Kohler Cadmore put on 46, but moving towards that one now to become perhaps the second best is Cola Cadmore and Best. But I imagine that was pretty much the talk last night, Jonathan, about, you know, young players going out there and the context of where teams are in the championship table as well, wanting to avoid that relegation scrap, but also a Roses match. They're young and on debut, one of them, and producing some really well concentrated innings.
Yeah, Parkinson to Bess, pushes into the covers for a single. Yeah, and these two, in terms of, how can I put it, batting reliability, would be Yorkshire's, you know, final stand where you'd have confidence that they will put some runs on together. Jordan Thompson still to come. On a going day, you know how he can play.
Oh yeah.
But it's not always happening for him in red ball cricket. So this is a day when they're going to need a few from Tomo. Ben Code, Stephen Patterson, by the looks of things, the tail needs to wag a bit, doesn't it? They're still 70 odd behind. But well, they lost those couple of wickets. As I mentioned, I think just before I went off, they're a team of scrappers, so they will keep battling. Parkinson in. Cola Cadmore plays a sweep. Now that's aerial and out. He's top edged it, and Hartley has caught that running round from deep backward square leg, taking it in front of square leg and probably about 15 yards in from the boundary. Cola Cadmore, I lost it, I've got to say, but I was following the fielder and you could tell that it was a clear opportunity. Well, and he swept it a long way in front of his front leg, hasn't he? So maybe just, well, clearly hasn't quite had the control he wanted because he's top edged. It's a good catch, actually.
I think it is, because in a strange way, it did seem to be up there for a long time. It didn't necessarily, do you know what I mean? It seemed to be up there in a time for Hartley not to know to come running in. So he hadn't quite got himself in the right position. Still needed some late adjustment to get down to it. But there's something almost David Attenborough about that. Something like Creatures of the Wild, that the spin pair there in their own way, Hartley and Parkinson, get their quarry in the end as they chase him down, and Hartley taking the catch. And the end of what, as I say, was an innings that I really respected and enjoyed watching, because I think it really was a battle for Tom Cola Cadmore out there. You know, his natural instincts and the way, you know, he ideally would go about an innings, but he did, you know, again, to go back to a little bit of animal talk, a bit of cat and mouse and all that sort of stuff amongst it all. But ultimately, Lancashire and the pair there of Hartley and Parkinson have got their man.
They have, yeah. It was almost like the vultures were circling, and they've got him. So 51 off 139. Played with fluency at times. It was a battle at times. 199 for 7 halfway through the 78th. And it's going to be Jordan Thompson. They're just mentioning him. They're going to need a few from him. Well, now's his chance. Don Best, 22 off 54. That pair for the 7th wicket there batted for precisely an hour. I made it, and went from 159 for 6 to 199 for 7. So 40 runs added in the hour. End of TKC. Yorkshire's only half centurion, and therefore top scorer in the match so far. It's the left-handed Jordan Thompson to face Matt Parkinson. Just having a little bit of a fish outside off stump, pushing forward to his first delivery. You're full of confidence, JT, after that super series he's had in the 100. And we know how cleanly he can strike a ball, but I think I know as well from talking to him, he wants to be more consistent in his contributions with the bat. In red ball cricket, and he has a little flash at this one. And of course, Matt Parkinson, well, turning the ball back in towards the left-hander, has beaten him beyond leg stump there. Lavelle misses out as well. They're back for a couple of, didn't check the umpire's signal, but I think it was buys. Scott, did you pick that out? Yeah, it must have been buys,
yeah,
because nothing on the run column for Jordan Thompson. So living a little dangerously already after 2 deliveries, but 200 up for Yorkshire, which does of course mean that they have ticked the batting point box. And that final delivery dealt with more safely by Jordan Thompson. 201 for 7 after 78, but still a lot of work to do. And again, it's just bubbling up, isn't it, into a potentially cracking Rosie's contest here. Spin twins at the moment. Parkinson and now Hartley back on from the Brian Statham end.
I'd say Tom Hartley's taken some fantastic catches in the last month playing for the Manchester Originals in the 100, and it's a good catch again then, wasn't it? I mean, he's a really safe pair of hands. I've watched him here a few times for the Originals. You know, when the ball's hit out in the deep, very rarely spills the chance, and it's another good catch from Hartley, who's back into Bess. Plays forward in defence, and there's no run. It's at a really interesting point of the match, isn't it? Because the deficit's 75. So 3 wickets left and 75 between the two teams. Lancashire desperately trying to secure a lead, which could be of significance in the game. Forward goes Bess in defence, no run.
Yeah, all sorts of things come into play. Jordan Thompson gets going in the way that he can get going. Things could change pretty quickly on the scoreboard out there, and he could have one of those little cameos that brings things closer.
Bess using his feet, shuffling down the pitch and easing it into the offside for no run.
You have Pato and Ben Code still to come, who both on their day are capable of scoring runs, but they are batting 10 and 11, so you know nothing's guaranteed.
201 for 7. Hartley in, back goes Don Best, just pops the ball away into the offside. Williams comes up from backward point to field. Again, there is no run. Half an hour left of the morning session on the 3rd day. Uninterrupted morning session, hopefully an uninterrupted day weather-wise after yesterday's shortened day. Best thinks about going forward, then hops back into his crease and defends it out to the leg side. And there's no run. Hartley from around the wicket, again defended by Bess, and again there's no run. It's the end of the over, so 79 gone. A new ball is due for Lancashire at the end of this coming over, which Matt Parkinson will bowl. They may or may not take it straight away. At the minute the two spinners are working quite nicely together. They might perhaps hold it back a little bit. We'll see. 201 for 7.
I think you'd probably be, yeah, you'd probably want to do that at the moment, but certainly not giving much away. And they've got well, Matt Parkinson's contributions in the wickets column, but Tom Hartley certainly not giving much away. He's 13 overs, 5 maidens, none for 16, so he's tying an end up even if he's not taking wickets. And while Parkinson's gone for a few more at the other end, he's picked up that couple. That's the game, isn't it? And again, evidence of turn from Parkinson's, an appeal for, I think, a caught behind, maybe a little nick. Jordan Thompson not looking particularly comfortable, I think it's fair to say, with his first 4 deliveries.
Found a bit of a rhythm this morning, hasn't he, Parkinson? Good start for him, bowling from the Anderson end.
Parkinson in again, that's well wide of off stump, this time trying to get Jordan to chase one, but he very definitely did just lean forward and hold his bat inside the line. In again, and there we go with Jordan's whip to leg, his favourite shot, that signature shot. If he gets the opportunity, he will whip it away, and he's done that for 4. And so off the mark, 205 for 7. His record against leg spin bowling in his relatively short first-class career still is good. He's only been dismissed once, averaging 51 against leggies. Not too sure how many deliveries he's actually faced. 137, I think, probably before this. Ball, of course, challenging the outside edge of the right-hander's bat from the leggy, but therefore coming in towards the lefty. And he's dropping forward. They brought in Keaton Jennings. The unmistakable posture of Keaton Jennings. Quite sort of, what do you call it, barrel-chested, is he? As he stands there at short leg. Luke Wells at first slip. Now Got a catcher as well on the wicket ends, just approaching at a short straight mid-wicket. Thompson opens the face and runs his next one out close in on the offside. Last ball of the 80th, so a new ball can be taken after this delivery, should Lancashire wish to do so. They've already had one this morning, of course. Parkinson coming round the wicket now to Jordan Thompson, who plays that one nicely back to the bowler. He's on 4 at the end of the over, best 22, 205 for 7. Just had a wander out the back of the box before I came back on to see one of the techie types. Not sure. Apologies for not knowing his name, but asleep in the little room out the back there.
He does. Yeah,
he's got the TV on with the coverage, so that presumably the commentary must be on. So I'm not saying anything about the commentary by yourself and Kev during that half hour when I was off, but you know, maybe that just speaks for itself.
Right.
I've got photographic evidence, by the way, of our colleague Kay Howells at Scarborough a few weeks ago, in between commentary stints, sitting at the back of the box, absolutely gone, asleep.
Resting his eyes?
Yep, it's a big exclusive. It's waiting to come out in the press, the actual photograph itself. I've had contact from the biggest newspapers in the world. I think the Pudsey Times were on, the Devon and Cornwall Chronicle, the Hereford and Worcester Observer. They've all been in touch. Not yet had a call from the Manchester Evening News or the Yorkshire Post, though, curiously.
Well, maybe Lancashire are going to take this new ball. In fact, they are, because they've gone straight to it. Tom Bailey coming into the attack. So Hartley and Parkinson were building up a nice little bit of pressure there and bowling nicely. But the new ball is available for Lancashire. They've gone straight to it, and they've gone straight to Bailey in a 20-minute spell leading up to lunch, to see if they can try and find some further breakthroughs. And he goes straight in with 3 slips. And there's a fine leg. There's a mid-wicket. There's a mid-on, mid-off, extra cover, and a backward point. So here's Bailey for Lancashire. New ball in hand, running away from us from the Statham end. Best shuffles forward and defends into the offside, and there is no run.
And immediately at least a little bit of shape about it, gentle shape away from the right-hander. .205 for 7. Bailey in a straighter, fuller ball, which is eased away to the leg side. Parkinson fields. They get through for a single. It's a 206 for 7. Best moves on to 23. Brings Thompson on strike. Field changes for Thompson. It's the left-hand and right-hand combination out there for Yorkshire with the bat. So everyone settling back into their position. So with 3 slips and a point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. Fine leg. It's driven by Thompson. Parkinson fields. And there is no run. Three balls into this spell with a second new ball of the innings for Lancashire. Yorkshire is 7 down. Trailed by 70. Bailey to Thompson. Now that beats him. It's a really good ball. It's gone through to the keeper. Forward press from Thompson. Ball just angles away from the bat. Gathered by Lavelle. And there's no run. 2 balls remain for Bailey in this first over back into the attack, having started this morning. From this end, the Statham end bowls again. That's up towards mid-on and caught by Villas. And Thompson's gone. He's gone for 4.
almost just trying to pull the ball away to mid-wicket. In the end, he just clips it back down the ground, and gathered by Villas, takes it chest height, both hands in front of him, clutching onto the ball, and that takes the score to 208 for the 206 rather, but now for the loss of 8 wickets. There's 1 ball left of the 81st over.
Yeah, just pretty ordinary execution of the shot, wasn't it, really? He's caught it down the bottom of the bat by the looks of things, so no power to it at all. He's going to be very disappointed with that, I think you'd have to say. And Yorkshire then 70 runs behind, and just these 2 wickets left now. Tomo gone for 4 off 12 deliveries.
Well, we're kind of speculating this morning, weren't we, about what potentially could be a good lead. Lancashire get something in the region of 50 in front, to get a 70 in front perhaps. Well, deficit 70 at the minute. A couple of wickets left. It's been a pretty decent morning so far with the ball for the Red Rose.
Which ball?
With all 3.
Yeah, Jordan Thompson's card this season, I know he's gone now, but 42 and 51 and 33 his first 3 knocks. You know he can do it. It happens, doesn't it? They all get a duck from time to time, as he did in his 4th knock. 23 not out, 7 not out, 16, 23, 10, 9, 5, 4, 6, 9 and 4. So hasn't made it to double figures in his last 6 first-class innings now. One of those things, I guess, but what I'm saying is, with those 42s and 51s and 33s, they're the contributions you want from your, you know, your number 9. If you know he's capable of doing it.
Code on strike, final ball of the over. Bailey in, that's off the back foot, and the ball disappears away down to 3rd man. Well, it reached the rope. No, there comes Bahanan just in the nick of time. Excellent work. Cole comes back for 2. Probably felt he was going to start with a 4, but it was a really good piece of fielding by Bahanan to catch up with the ball. And that completes the 81st over. Lancashire doing their best to save every run possible. 208 for 8 at the end of the 81st over. So 68 runs between the 2 teams.
Yeah, similarly, Ben Code, as I say, can score a few. Not been playing much, has it, this season? Just his 2nd first-class match of the campaign. Batted once against Hampshire at Scarborough, not out naught. My apologies, batted twice, I should say. 17 not out in the 2nd innings there. And he's off the mark with that couple here. Likes a bit of width to work with, Ben Code. And if he can get his hands through the ball, he might have a bit of fun. Will Williams going to take the new ball from the Jimmy Anderson end. 21 overs, 7 maidens, 3 for 49 so far. So Yorkshire at the moment looking at a first innings deficit, unless they can find something here and bat extremely well with this last couple of wickets. Probably going to need a little bit of luck on their side as well. Don Bess can bat, as we've been saying, and he's playing pretty well. 23 off 63 now as he pats the first one into the offside.
Caught Bahanan on the knee, I think, that, didn't it? Looks of it, rubbing his knee, Josh Bahanan.
Yeah, and Lily says congratulations to Harry Brook, who's making his England Test debut tomorrow. If that's confirmed,
okay. Nice.
Many congratulations to Harry Brook.
I've not seen that news come through yet.
No, I haven't seen it either. Bess solidly behind this one. That is pushed back to Will Williams, and there's no run. Bess places those feet precisely. Batting just slightly out of his crease. Williams comes in again. He turns that to leg once one. Ben Code not of the same mind, but no harm done. And according to an article on ESPN Cricinfo, Harry Brook will become Test cap number 707 on Thursday. He's waited, it must feel like an almost endless summer for Harry, having been around and in the frame for months now. Bess pushes that into the offside, and again there's no run. I know there's been distractions, if you like, but he played in the 100 recently. He's played in one or two other matches. Scored quite heavily, didn't he, down in the Lions game. There'll be a few butterflies this evening, no doubt, and tomorrow morning. Meanwhile, Williams coming into bowl to Bess, who, a bit TKC-like, walks into that shot and drops it into the mid-wicket region. There's no run.
It's a good little knock, this, isn't it, from Bess? 23 from 67. He's stuck at it pretty well. It'd be irritating, Lancashire, I guess, this from Don Bess. Lead is 68, 2 wickets left for Yorkshire.
Yeah, as I mentioned, he did hang around a long time, didn't he? Back end of that match last year, and almost saved the match for Yorkshire. Playing his signature shot there. Bit of width outside off stump. Little short of length. He cuts the ball really well, and that is exemplified in that stroke, which has just brought him 4 backward of point. So 27 now to Don Bess, 212 for 8. Just looking back at that match from last season. Did we play here first last year? They do become a bit of a blur.
I think wasn't it right towards the end of the season?
I thought it was May here.
No, right.
Yes, it was.
Right. Forget that then.
Yeah, there we go. He got 3 in the first innings in that aberration of a first innings, but second time around he made 46. He was caught by Liam Livingston off Matt Parkinson to finish off the match, wasn't he?
Yeah.
And he battled superbly. So they know about those sort of qualities that he's got.
Bailey to Ben Code. He's defending away into the offside, no run. Yeah, it was right towards the end of the day, wasn't it? It was kind of a race against time, I think, rather than overs for Lancashire. They were looking at the clock and trying to get this wicket and try and win the match. It was a terrific game of cricket, wasn't it? Really excellent 4 days.
Yep. Just take out the first session. It was
well. I mean, to be Bailey comes in and bowls again. That's off the back foot. It's a nice shot, punched away through the offside, just in front of square. There goes Bannon again. He's landed in the puddle. Oh dear. Oh dear.
Has the ball? I think he stopped the ball from landing in the puddle, but went into it himself.
He's got 4 for it, Ben Code. 216 for 8. Nice back foot punch. There it goes. Bannon scampering after it. I can get to this. I can get to this. In comes the dive and then lands in the puddle.
Bohannon wearing wets, not whites now.
216 for 8. And Bailey and then balls. It comes back into Code and deflects away into the offside, no run. But that, I mean, I say Yorkshire had a shocking start to the game, didn't they, in that first innings? But did really well to get it to recover and to on the brink of earning a draw from being, 27 for 6 or something, was he? So it turned into a fantastic recovery from Yorkshire from what looked like a lost position. Bailey is back up a length and Code punches into the offside. Velas fields at extra cover, no run. 216 for 8.
Yeah, just looking back at it, if we must. 21 for 6 after 17 overs. 40 for 7 they were at one stage, and then all out for 159 first time around. And he's not playing in this game. He's been around and he's been out there on the field, and it was his 21st birthday yesterday. Harry Duke was the man who offered some resistance for Yorkshire in that first innings and made 52. He fact, both Patterson and Code scored runs as well, 27 and 32 respectively.
This is
so they
through to the keeper, no run.
They have wagged to some extent the Yorkshire tail here before, so 159 all out. Lancashire then looking like it was on a different pitch. 509 for 9 declared. Keaton Jennings, the inevitable Keaton Jennings, 114.
It's always Keaton Jennings.
Josh Bohannon was not out, 127. Half centuries as well for Alex Davies, Luke Wells and Danny Lamb.
Final ball of the over. Bailey to Code. Goes back and works the ball away off the pads down to backward square leg. That's Will Williams coming up to field. A run for Code. He keeps the strike. He moves to 7, 217 for 8 after 83.
And then Yorkshire second time around runs, 39 for Lythe, 32 for TKC. Will Frayne 6, Stephen Patterson 8, Night Watchman Harry Brook 52 was the only half centurion in that second innings, but Don Bess, who'd gone in at 7 following George Hill, who was in at 6 in that match, he made 46 as we say and faced 151 deliveries, so he batted longest out of any of the Yorkshire players, and it was at something like 20 to quarter to the close on the last day when Parkinson got him caught by Livingston, so they scrapped away, but they weren't ultimately good enough, and Lancashire won it by an innings and 79 runs. So Will Williams bowling here to Ben Code. Oh, Code dollies one up, but just beyond the grasp of the diving bowler as it goes back past him a little bit straighter, and that would have been an absolute gimme. And it's probably just a feature of Ben Code's play. Mentioning quite a bit in commentaries. Playing slightly away from his body. It's not his job, is it? He's an opening bowler, but they all work on the batting, we know, and he does like to score a few. Smile on his face if you speak to him after he's got a few on the board. Walked into that one nicely enough and flicked it to mid-wicket. Never comfortable when the ball's dropped a little bit shorter, but if you throw it up there, you know, he'll have a drive and he'll score a few through the offside. That's his probably. If he had a wagon wheel, I would imagine extra cover. A few flat bats through the covers. There you go, extra cover, just nicely pushed. That's a lovely little shot, isn't it? Out of the middle of the bat, just laid his bat on it. He's going to pick up 2 runs out towards the boundary, but the outfield very definitely slow after plenty of rain yesterday evening. Absolute stair-odds it was, not that long after play finished. Armageddon skies. Ben Code on to 9 with that 2. 219 for 8, halfway through the 84th. And closing in on that lunch break at 12:40. 7 minutes remaining in this extended morning session. There he goes again. Ben Code wants to if you like, be leg side of the ball, so he stepped away quite a bit outside leg stump there to give himself some room, punched it into the offside. Just going to bring out Tom Hartley into a catching position here, having seen that shot and the one that got him a couple of runs earlier, which was probably in the air for a moment or two. He's a couple of strips away at a short straight mid-wicket, and Williams bowls one, just leaves Code. Wide of off stump. 73 overs and 1 ball still remaining in the day, and the deficit here 57. Yorkshire trailing by 57. 2 wickets in hand. You still feel a lead of 50. You'd be pretty happy with that. That's the home side. That's Code pushing into the deck here. Hartley coming into play in that position he'd just been moved to and doing the fielding. End of the over. 84 gone, 219 for 8. What'll be on the lunch menu today? Any insight into
I don't have any insight. No. I don't know what was yesterday. I just went for the soup yesterday. I don't know what was the other.
No wonder you're so slim.
What the other option was. Of course, lunch will be pushed back if there's one more wicket to fall.
Of course.
I've got 5 minutes until the scheduled lunch break. We're going for 104? 104 overs today.
Yep. What was the soup yesterday? Did you work out what it was?
No, I didn't really. It was lovely. It was tasty. It
yeah.
was a green soup. Bailey in and bowls. Best off the back foot. It's gone high. He could be caught. And he is caught. And Best goes for 27. Balderson with the catch. And Bailey picks up his 4th wicket. And Yorkshire are 9 down. 219 for 9. That went high off a top edge as Best went to pull. And Balderson with the catch. There's a stubborn 27 from Don Bess from 69 balls. But it's another 4-wicket collection for Tom Bailey. Yorkshire still trailing Lancashire by 57 at 219 for 9.
Yeah, and again, it's going to be disappointment there, because on the face of it, it doesn't feel like it's a wicket-taking delivery, does it, when he releases that ball? Hasn't been able to execute the shot as he wanted to do. He made a useful contribution of 27, but the Yorkies needed more than that, and so 85th over, and still 57 behind here. And they need one of those last wicket stands, those annoying last wicket stands, even if it's a 25, something like that, 30, just to get it down to a lead of 30 or 40, something like that. Because you're giving Lancashire an opportunity here, and having worked so hard with the ball, of course, to take those last 8 wickets for whatever it was, 40 odd runs. You know, Lancs felt like they'd missed out an opportunity to build a big first innings score and really put Yorkshire under some pressure, but it's looking like they're going to have a first innings lead even at that. And Stephen Patterson, former Yorkshire captain, in his first innings in first-class cricket since relinquishing that lead role, comes out at number 11.
Still with 3 slips behind him, and a gully. Point, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and long leg. And Bailey 4 for 54. And he's coming in and bowling. Patterson dabs the ball back down the pitch, and there is no run.
Be interesting to see how they bowl at these two. You would think the way they've been bowling, they're just going to continue to apply the same usual principles of wicket taking. But if they put a few on the board, if there is anything a little bit loose, just like Ben Code, Stephen Patterson will have a crack at it outside off stump.
Bailey over the wicket to Patterson. Comes back into him, just turns the ball out towards the leg side for no run.
But if they do turn to the shorter stuff, then that's when both these batters tend to feel the discomfort. Wouldn't we all?
Bailey to Patterson. He gets a run here. He's managed to force the ball away through the offside. Flicked back by Villas. Throw comes in from Bohannon. Patterson comes back for 2, so 221 for 9.
I reckon on a fast outfield, or faster outfield today, they probably would have had another 16 runs, something like that.
That's fair, yeah. Quite slow, isn't it? Especially out to, it's the bigger boundary as we look is to the right, isn't it? To the leg side with Patterson on strike, but especially it's that shorter boundary out to the offside towards the party stand. And Patterson defends and Bailey fields no run. 2:21 for 9. So it should be lunch at the end of this over, but we'll go on a little bit longer with Yorkshire being 9 down. Unless that's changed because of the revised change in playing conditions.
Yeah, I think they said it was fixed, but yes,
Yeah.
There was that to take into account, wasn't it? The 9th wicket.
Little shuffle at the top of his mark from Bailey. And he's into to Patterson. Fullish ball, just onto his toes. Worked away towards the leg side. And there's no run. That's an excellent over again from Bailey. 2 runs off it, plus the wicket. The wicket came with the first ball of the over. So 2-2-1 for 9. And we will play on a little longer with Yorkshire being 9 down. It's another half an hour in which we can go to see whether or not the final wicket will fall. Deficit is 55.
Lengthy discussion between Messrs Code and Patterson about the bowling out there. A few hand gestures from Code to his teammate, and it's going to be Ben Code on strike here then, who is on 9, having faced 13 and hit 1 boundary so far, facing the New Zealander Will Williams, short of length. And again, Ben Code backing away to leg and punching into the offside. Always wants to get that side of the ball. Nothing wrong with that if you can play it.
Yeah, and they've put a few bodies in there, haven't they, on the offside? No, they know his strength there. They've got the short extra cover, the deeper cover, mid-off, but tight backward point.
Williams it again, Code again, leg side of it, drops it into the offside where Hartley does a fielding. Gloucestershire are batting for a second time at Taunton. Somerset 248 all out. Gloucester leading by 144 there in the Cider Derby. Gloucestershire 49 for 1 in the second. Essex 573 all out, as you know. Kent 145 for 9, staring down the barrel at home at Canterbury. Williams to Code, good delivery this time, and Ben Code, having tried to get leg side of every other delivery, has stayed put this time and has a little push at one that maybe just left him around about 4th stump. Didn't get the nick. At the Ageas Bowl, Hampshire 400 for 9 declared. Of course, Northamptonshire now in a bit of trouble, and Hampshire showing their class, because Northants are 124 for 5. That is lunch. Code punching back to the bowler here. Lunch also it was at Essex, by the way. Sorry, Essex, Canterbury. They are still playing in the match at Taunton. Lunch at Trent Bridge, where Leicestershire needing an improbable further 402 runs to win in their second innings, and 97 for 4. Lunch also at Cardiff. Glamorgan 172 for 5, 282 behind Worcestershire in their first innings. Division 2, and again Code, leg side of it, pushes square on the offside to Croft. No run. The other game to mention, of course, is that one at Derby. Derbyshire 306, Durham 223 all out earlier this morning, I think. And Derbyshire 62 for 2, second time around, 145 in front. That one's in the balance at the moment. And that is also lunch. Fletcher and Mo getting tucked into something doubtless down at Derby at this moment in time. Williams in, and Code again getting leg side of it, but still managing to flick it down to fine leg, where Matt Parkinson will handle in and do the fielding, and they'll settle for 1. Code into double figures is 10. 86 overs complete. Extending here, if you're still with us, beyond the intended lunch break of 12:40, because of course Yorkshire are 9 down, and they are 222 on the board for those 9 wickets.
It's quite nice and bright and sunny now, isn't it? Bit of breeze around. It has been quite breezy for most of the of the morning, but plenty of sunshine. Certainly a lot brighter than what it was at the close of play last night. Big thunderstorm above us. Here's Bailey to Code. That's defended away into the offside, and there is no run. Again, they've got plenty of fielders on that offside. Though you mentioned strength of Code playing through the offside. They've got a backward point, short extra cover, deep cover, mid off, and there's 2 slips, mid on, mid wicket, and there's a long leg. Bailey turns from the Brian Statham end. Breeze just pushing him forward. Well, Cole keeps the ball out with minimal movement of his body. Just kind of brings the bat down and all clips out into the offside. There's no run.
Just got to try and frustrate this last pair for Yorkshire. Frustrate the Lancs bowlers.
54 behind as Bailey to Code. Again, kind of a little bit half-hearted, really. Ball just deflects into the offside, no run.
I think it sounded like inside edge to me. I think everybody seemed to hear it, so you have that moment, don't you, where you've started your appeal and then the brain kicks in and out. No, inside edge. Stifled. Dane Villas doing his stuff. It was the sleeve shining the ball yesterday. Today it's the bottom of the shirt.
3 balls left for Bailey. Bouncing in. Jabbed down into the offside by Ben Code. He just hops back into his crease. Croft comes up from backward point to field. No runs. So Code on 10. And Patterson on 2. 222 for 9.
222.
I was waiting for that. I knew you could not resist it. Could not resist it.
I waited a while. It's been 222. 222 for a while.
Praying for a Yorkshire run now. Bailey in. Flicked off the bottom of the bat by Code, trying to work it out towards the leg side. And there is no run.
Ben Code in the red against right arm seam bowling. He's been dismissed on 31 occasions. Averages 12.2. Much better against the left armers, averaging 29.8.
Final ball of the over. 2 slips awaiting. And just defended. No frills approach from Ben Code. Stand there, block it. End of the over. 2, 2, 2 for 9.
What was that again? What was the
deficit of 54?
222. So we continue with Will Williams at the James Anderson end. Russell Warren looks like he's posing for a catalogue or something, doesn't it, at the moment? Hand on the hip, leg crossed across the other one.
There's a bit.
Maybe needs a nice cardigan or something out there. Although he was facing the camera, he probably needed to point in a, an off-camera direction. Well, they do that, don't they?
Yeah, they do. Yeah. Can imagine you being quite good at that, don't you?
There's a story there.
Is there? All right, okay.
Probably for the bar this evening.
Right, okay.
Williams, in he comes then towards Stephen Patterson. Appeal for LBW. Again, sounded like that bit woody, but he's got his back to us. Hard to say, and no, it wasn't woody because it has been given as a leg bye. But it did look like it was going down, having had the benefit of seeing a replay.
Actually got a run for that, didn't they? Because in the middle of the appeal, when the ball was deflected off the pad and went to the right of second slip, the Players are appealing for the LBW, and then they realise actually there's a run there for us.
So Code on strike. Again, leg side of the ball. Opens the face, runs it wide of the slip cordon. Has it got the legs to make the rope? Probably not again. No, another that's dropped or slowed up to about a metre short of the boundary rope. They get 3. Yeah, I do reckon 16 to 20 runs this morning on another day where the sun had, or the rain hadn't had the effect it had yesterday. It'll still feel fairly heavy, reasonably slow out there. 226 for 9. They could have been in the 240s here possibly with some of the shots they've played. Williams in again, nicely played, firmly played cut shot, and a very good piece of fielding as well by Stephen Croft, and Stephen Patterson almost runs 2, but sent back by his partner. Oh, he's going to be stewing over that one, isn't he? Number 11 bangs a cut shot out of the middle of the bat and doesn't get a run for it.
It's a great stop, wasn't it, by Croft? Fantastic. Hit it, as you described, hit it so hard.
But Cody, we had an agreement. If I middle it, we run.
Regardless, yeah.
Waits again, Williams in. Patterson dropping this one into the leg side. And there is no run. Stephen Patterson averaging similar to Ben Code, 14.3 in his case. Code 14 and a half. That average from Pato though in the last decade of his career, during which time he scored 350s. But he has been dismissed by right arm seam on 68 occasions, averaging 12. Deals with this latest Williams delivery. Just had a spell this morning, didn't he, Will Williams, where the ball went for a few boundaries. One a little bit streaky off towards the edge of TKC's bat, but otherwise, yeah, probably by his standards in the match so far, some pretty ordinary deliveries, and then got it right with a good one. Best one he'd bowled in the morning at that point when he saw the back of Johnny Tattersall. First wicket to fall today. Patterson turning this one into the leg side to complete the over. So just to go through those 5 Yorkshire wickets that have fallen today. Tattersall caught Lavelle bowled Williams for 26. The score was on 154 at the time that 5th wicket went down. 159 for 6 when Matthew Waite had a waft at one outside off stump that he didn't need to play out and was caught by Lavelle off Bailey for 3. Gola Cadmore then dropped by Lavelle off Williams, went on 40, but he was next to go anyway for 51, caught by Hartley off Parkinson, a top-edged sweep shot, 199 for 7. New ball, second new ball taken, or the 18th new ball. It depends on what your description of a new ball is. 206 for 8 when Jordan Thompson clothed one to Dane Villas off Bailey for 4, and then Don Bess also mistimed one off Bailey and was caught by Balderson for 27. 219 for 9 at that stage. They've added 7 more.
Cole's got 13 runs. It's a short ball from Bailey. And it's through to the keeper. Cole trying to help it down towards third man, up and over the slips perhaps there, but and then rehearses that little flick. Didn't get any bat on ball.
So is this going to be the start of a little bit of peppering? First short ball at Ben Code.
He's going to send down next Bailey. A fuller delivery which pops away into the offside. Stephen Croft fields.
Accurate Tom Bailey, and there's a reliability about him. Yorkshire supporters talk about the Stephen Pattersons and Ben Codes of this world in those sort of terms. That sort of feel to his performances.
Definitely, yeah. Mr. Consistent for Lancashire for a number of years now. Just blocked out into the offside by Ben Code. He's been busy, hasn't he, Bohannon, in the field? The ball seems to have followed him around a little bit. He's always been at kind of short extra cover, short mid-wicket, that type of position. Been good across the ground, saving runs. I think he's still struggling a little bit with his right knee. He's still rubbing his right knee, Bohannon. So 3 dots so far in the over. A couple of slips there waiting. Just played back along the ground. No run.
Bohannon obviously local. I mean, how many of your 11 are Lancashire-born players? Yorkshire, just looking down the list. I know they had a full 11 in the RL50 one day.
Nice.
Full 11 Yorkshire-born players. They have 10 of the 11 in this match. Just Dom Bess, born outside God's own.
Seven. There's Bailey into to go to slower ball. Again, Bohannon doing ever so well. Short extra cover, low to his right, takes some pace off the ball.
Pretty good slower ball, wasn't it, as well? Well aimed.
So 5 dot balls so far. In Bailey's 24th over, 4 for 56. Lengthy spell first thing this morning, and with the new ball leading up to lunch. And just defended, and there's no run.
I'll correct myself before I'm corrected. Tom Kohler-Cavanaugh, of course, born in Chatham, so 9 Yorkies in the side. You just get used to it, don't you, when you see them so often? You think, yeah, Yorkshire. So code 13, Patterson 2, both very definitely born in Yorkshire, but still, you know, great testament to the development within both counties. 16 of the 22 involved in this match. Will Williams to continue, sun shining brightly into overtime, as it were, in this morning session. Been out there since 10:30, 3 minutes before 1 it is now. Lunch was due to be taken at 12:40. Lancashire pressing to wrap up this Yorkshire first innings with a fairly healthy lead. It's 50 at the moment as Patterson turns that first ball of the over into the leg side. And there is no run. Scott fiddling with his wires again. It must be the construction party conference or something, because there's been nobody out there today. They're probably all in the bar having a chat about which screw they'll put into the structure next. Short ball here by Williams over the head of Patterson. No danger.
It's just one chap climbing out the cab of the big crane.
Yeah, there's been another one who he moved a piece of red fencing, I noticed. He was shouting at somebody else. He moved it. It must have been all of 7.43 meters to its right, and it's standing there alone. What? I mean, I'm just wondering what its presence is doing for the construction of that building. There's not a lot of constructing going on at the moment, as Williams has his latest delivery punched into the offside by Patterson, but he can't get it past short extra cover. Even those on the balcony this morning are fewer in number now. They've probably nipped off for a spot of lunch. The majority, 20 odd probably earlier on. There's more like half a dozen at the moment. Give us a wave if you're listening. Nobody is. Williams to Patterson, who has a shy at one wide of off stump, attempting to have a flash and misses. Stephen Patterson then in his final, well, who knows? I was going to say final 4 games for the county, final 4 possible games for the county. last, he'll be missed. Very popular among the membership, the supporters. Wide of off stump this one, he nearly lost his wicket there. Chopped it down, perilously close to leg stump. George Lavelle was pretty quick across to cut it off before it ran away down the Balderson, who's at fine leg. They might have got a single, they didn't. Keeping him on strike, keeping him suffering. Two off 15 so far, 2:26 for 9. Last ball of the 90th over of this Yorkshire first innings. It's wide with off stump, and again he's struggling to deal with that one. I think he's chopped it into his toe, and Pato, I feel your pain, pal, having done that on Sunday.
Did you play on Sunday?
I played a game on Sunday, did not mention that. And did I tell you I got hit flush on the toe?
You told me about your toenail this morning. It sounded disgusting.
It's just about dropped off already.
Oh, lovely.
3 days later. So, yeah, I get the hop there from Stephen Patterson, and the delivery I faced was probably about 60 miles per hour slower than that one that Will Williams just bowled.
Looks like Bailey's spell is ending. 5 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 10 with the second new ball. Bailey, 5 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 10. But his spell comes to an end. Tom Hartley returns for Lancashire. And coming now towards the back end of this extended morning session. Lunch was at 20 to 1. You can play for another half an hour or 8 overs. And it's Hartley left arm around bowls, and Code off the back foot defends the ball. Hartley's bowled 13 overs for 16 runs. Down the leg side to Code on that occasion. You see Keaton Jennings under the helmet at short leg with his sunglasses on. He's crouching down, hands on knees. There's a slip in place as well. Well, that keeps low. That does sneak through to the keeper. Felt like he fisted it in a bit quicker. And smile on Tom Hartley's face. That just kind of shot through a little bit. On that occasion, he just gets a little extra bounce, which seemed to surprise Code. He played it nicely enough, just easing the ball away towards the offside. And Code moves on to 14. It's 2-2-7 for 9. Patterson back on strike. That's defended by Patterson to backward square leg for a single. They have. They've got Yorkshire 9 down, 2:28 for 9, 91 overs gone of their first innings. The lead, still the deficit between the two teams, is 48 runs. The wickets this morning, a couple for Will Williams. Tom Bailey's bowled beautifully. He's picked up 4 as well for Lancashire. So Yorkshire are 2:28 for 9, and they trail Lancashire by 48 runs. So probably another 6 minutes, might be time for another over. I mentioned it's half an hour addition of 8 overs. So we're going to have time for another Will Williams over for Lancashire. Striding his way in. Again, Patterson defends away to the leg side. Parkinson lands rather awkwardly as he Stops the ball. Stops the ball. He spent most of the morning chuckling, which we love about Matt Parkinson. He's always got a little chuckle, a little smile on his face. It was his unique way of fielding. It stops the ball. So no run. Patterson on 3. Oh, he's going to try and hammer that one away. And it's nicely stopped again. This time Tom Hartley. Just backward of point. Puts in the low dive to his left. Stops the ball. Doesn't stop the run. But certainly saved a couple of runs for his team. And you get through for a single. So Patterson moves on to 4 now. Williams from the Anderson end, following his footsteps, the trail leading up towards the pitch, and in bowls a short ball. Actually, it's a rare short ball from Williams. Cole crouching underneath it, taken by Lavelle. He's faced 38 deliveries for his 14 runs, Ben Code. Over number 27 for Williams, 3 for 60 for him. Halfway through the 92nd over of the Yorkshire first innings. Just clipped away to the leg side by Code, Parkinson fields. And there is no run. Two balls remaining of the over. I think everywhere else is at lunch, apart from this match and the game between Kent and Essex. They're still playing. Nice drive by Ben Code. Look at Bohannon's knees. He's absolutely filthy. He's been bouncing all over the place, stopping the ball. He's got mud on his thigh and his knees. He's done a great job. He seems to have followed the ball around. I mean, he landed in the puddle at one stage, chasing it out towards the boundary and flicked the ball back, and then fell into a puddle which had formed in the covers beyond the rope. This little edge played softly and away from second slip and down towards the boundary. And that's 4 runs. That'll frustrate Will Williams and Lancashire. 4 to end the over. There again, the dive of Keaton Jennings away to his right, beyond his reach. Over the rope, and 4 more runs. 2, 3, 3 for 9. 43 runs behind now, Yorkshire. That other game I mentioned that's still playing is because Kent are 9 down. 146 for 9, Kent, in their first innings, in reply to the Essex total of 573. So Kent trail by 427 runs.
And talking of puddled, I'm back.
Hey.
Hartley from this Brian Stay the man, good delivery. Left armour turning the ball away from the right hander. And Stephen Patterson is that right hander who pushed at that but missed. He waits again, short leg and slip in place. This time it's a straighter ball which is turned to Dane Villas at straight mid-wicket. The pair came together on 219 for 9. I was saying they probably need one of those niggling last wicket stands of a 30 or 40, something like that. They've put on 14 so far. Patterson pushes it back down the pitch. He's got just the 4 of them and has looked a little less fluent, shall we say, than his partner Ben Code, who's got 18. Hartley again, floats one up noticeably this time, but round about leg stump. No real danger to the former Yorkshire skipper, who turns it round the corner to Will Williams. 43 runs behind Yorkshire. It's still something for Lancashire to work with. 2 or 3 early wickets for Yorkshire might peg that back, but if the inevitable Keaton Jennings, as we see another dot ball, gets his next century against Yorkshire, and they're going to be in a tough position on day 4, you feel. Patterson punching that final ball back to the bowler. End of the over, 2:33 for 9.
And that's lunch on the 3rd day as well. So Lancashire have enjoyed a good morning. They've worked hard. They've got Yorkshire 9 down, but a stubborn resistance between Code and Patterson. Code on 18, Patterson on 4. So 43 the difference. As we head to lunch on the 3rd day, an excellent morning that for Lancashire. They'll be really pleased with how they've bowled. And Yorkshire trying to narrow this gap between the two sides. Currently stands at 43 on the 3rd day here at Emirates Old Trafford. For listeners on Sports Extra, here's Kevin Howells. And as the players head their way off, high fives aplenty. We'll take lunch. Catch you in a bit.
When you want the best seats in the house, it matters where you stay.
Life is what you make it, so make it count.
Make it better, make it greater.
Make it have a purpose.
Make it worthwhile, make it faster.
Make it work for you.
Make it loving what you do.
Make it your passion.
Make it happen.
Make it in media, make it in sport, make it in business, make it in digital.
Make it possible.
Make it easy.
Make it your way.
Don't just make it through each day.
Make it pay.
Make it for real at UA92.
We are driven.
We are passion.
We are the fans.
We are the future.
We are equal.
We are Manchester.
We are a community.
We are here to win.
We are exceptional.
We are spirited.
We are powerful.
We are the Manchester Indians Cricket Club.
The Ashton Tigers Cricket Club. The Lancashire Disability Squad.
Gladwick Cricket Club.
Didsbury Cricket Club.
Greenmount Cricket Club.
Haydock Cricket Club.
We are Thunder.
We are Lancashire Lightning.
We are unified.
This is a call for hungry dreamers. and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? UA92 is game-changing, created to accelerate careers in business, media and sport. Much more than a qualification, it's a personal development journey that prepares you for life. Become your best and connect with the best. With placements with major players. Sparked from the minds of the class of 92. Their tradition of dreaming big. And inspired by the commitment to passion, preparedness, ambition and youth. So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA92.
So the afternoon session then, day 3, is about to get underway. Lancashire still needing one more wicket to wrap up the Yorkshire innings. 2-3-3 for 9. And that deficit of 43, bottom right of the screen there, 43 runs behind between these two teams. Just how much can Yorkshire chip away at that? Might not seem a lot. Jonathan Doidge alongside me for the start of the afternoon session, but if they can chip away at most of those 43, they'll be absolutely thrilled, won't they, Yorkshire? I mean, a lead of in and around 35, 40 runs could be handy for Lancashire.
Yep, it could. I think if they can chip away at the next 17, first and foremost, to get another batting point,
yeah, that's true.
That would be something, as well as just reducing that deficit down into the 20s.
It's going to be Parkinson from the Anderson end to bowl the first over after lunch. Forward goes Code in defence. And there's no run. Yeah, it's a good spot. Try and get an extra bonus point. The bonus points at the minute are split like this. Lancashire have 5 and Yorkshire have 4. There's a slip and a short leg in place. Parkinson in. That's well, it's been given as a no ball to begin with. It's also deflected off the thigh pad. So leg by, and the signal as a no ball as well, I think.
Yeah, that's a bit of a shocker, isn't it? You don't want to no ball whatever you bowl, but certainly off a relatively short run spin bowler. Just not cricket, old boy, is it?
He's not. Slip and a leg slip in place. Oh, well, that's a big swing and a miss. Been caught by Wells at first slip.
And a fair bit of turn as well. Fair bit of turn. Other things coming into the equation today, Scott, were told in the press room. Maybe a bit of rain around again from 3 o'clock-ish onwards.
Oh. That's he's edged by Patterson down towards short third, no run. Well, they're always a bit gloomy down there, though, aren't they?
Yeah, they are a bit. But if that is the case, if that does come to pass, if we lose any more time today, then that's putting a bit of pressure on Lancs to try and force a result. They need the win here.
Definitely. Parkinson, and again forward goes Patterson in defence, and there's no run.
And that may therefore open it up for a Yorkshire win, in the sense that Lancs are going to have to offer up something to try and get Yorkshire to do something.
Spins the ball from one hand to the other. Parkinson balls again.
They don't have to do that, but you know what I'm saying, if there's a limited amount of time in the game, they may have to offer Yorkshire a chase and say, well, go on, you have a go at this and we'll try and take your wickets. We'll see how things pan out.
That would be an interesting conundrum, wouldn't it, for Lancashire? Final ball of the over. Parkinson again. This will be a run, I think, for Patterson. Well, just leaning forward, the ball disappears down towards short third man for a single. So 237 for 9. If it came to that situation where Lancashire would almost have to give Yorkshire a chance to win the match in order to try and win themselves.
Could make for a belting finish tomorrow if we get the weather. Forever Dormo says, watching the cricket whilst also following the Tour of Britain cycle race, which is in North Yorkshire today. Hello, Forever Dormo. He says, you've already missed Redcar, Staithes, Whitby, Robin Hood's Bay, Moors, Great Ayton, Stokesley, Carlton Bank, Billsdale, and the finish at Duncan Park, Helmsley to come. Some great places up there, sort of north of Scarborough, in that general area.
You and Bumble were giving it the big sell, weren't you, for the...
Yeah, he likes his Yorkshire, doesn't he, Bumble? I'd be a bit worried about him if I were you. Likes his Yorkshire. Bit of Thirsk races.
Yeah, it's big racing fan.
He is, isn't he? Sent me a few messages since then the other day about racing. His love of it. So, Hartley opening up in this afternoon session on day 3 from the Brian Statham end. And I think I missed a delivery there. Apologies, folks. Too much yakking. Stephen Patterson's just cut a single square on the offside. And He should move on to 5 as a result. Still on 4 on the board. And Ben Code back on strike. They have the short leg in. Keaton Jennings under the lid, just scrambling after one that has been turned around the corner by Code. No run, board is stuck for the moment. Patterson on 6. According to the streaming score, but on the scoreboard is on 4. He's at the non-striking end as Code pats another one back in the general direction of Hartley, who's not yet taken a wicket, but who knows, might do with this very delivery. And Code does get an edge on it, down towards third man. Will Williams giving chase, another ball that will be hauled in short of the rope. And Code gets back for 2. So 21 for Ben Code, no, 20 for Ben Code. In fact, I reckon, I don't know, no idea what's going on with the scoreboard. Patterson on 6 now on the board itself as well.
It's catching up.
Code, I think, was on 19 prior to that stroke, so should be on 21. End of the over, dot ball to complete it, 95 gone. And the score, well, something in the region of 239 or 240-ish for 9.
Yeah, I think 240 for 9. With...
Oh, bless you. Sneezy for you to say.
Hey. 240 for 9, do we think? I don't know. Well, it's 239 for 9 on the board. The boys are going to be tapping away, make sure everything's up to date downstairs. I think it's Matt and Colin in charge of the scoreboard today. Do a terrific job, and that is a super looking scoreboard as well. I do like how it's a relatively recent addition of having it all colour coordinated. So all the Yorkshire figures, the Yorkshire scores in blue, and the Lancashire figures, the bowling figures and all that stuff, that's all in red. That's what I like.
I like that, yeah. There's a lot of things about this place I like.
I'm getting worried about you in a minute.
It's the people that spoil it, but I mean, the stadium's fantastic, the facilities are superb, even the graphics.
Parkinson bowls to Patterson, who's forward and just dabbing the ball away into the offside. There's no run.
It's just the people. Katie Hall, she's put up a tweet showing what it's like in the directors' we're not even allowed in there, are we? In the directors'
Keep
back of the gallery there. Dear me, that's serious stuff.
Forward again goes Patterson, pushing the ball away into the offside. No run.
You can see, can't you? There she is, calling the shots. Give me 3, give me camera 3. No. Get the camera off those two commentators. They've had far too much airtime this morning. Get it off. Camera 4, please.
Parkinson to Patterson. Little flick away around the corner. Jogs through for a single. 241 for 9.
Doing a good job, Katie.
Have you been into the gallery in the street?
Not allowed. I'll pass signed.
I'll take it down. I'll show you. Smart setup. And Parkinson again to Code this time, and that's play back along the pitch gathered by Parkinson off his own bowling, and there's no run.
There's a bit of steward there. Stop him, aren't there?
Can't come in.
Can't go in.
Not without shoes on.
No.
Parkinson bowls again. Code just dabs the ball back along the pitch. And Parkinson reaches low down to scoop it up, and again there is no run.
Have you noticed though, most places with stewards, you don't tend to get stewarded for county championship games. It's more a case of, you know, they're a token person standing at the gate. Oh yeah, come in, anybody in you come, that's fine. Apart from a Headingley, obviously.
Nudged away by Ben Code off the front foot. And there's no run. It's the end of the over. 241 for 9. Ben Code on 20. Steve Patterson on 7.
At Headingley, you get your bag searched, clothing searched. You go through some sort of You know, decompression chamber, back out the other side. Check your bag again for chocolate.
For chocolate?
Yeah.
Did you get?
And then you might finally be allowed in. And then they see your BBC pass and they go, no, sorry, can't go in here, mate.
Can't go in here. No, not happening.
Tom Hartley.
Did you get a scone yesterday, by the way?
No, nor a scone. Patterson has a little scythe at this one wide of off stump and misses to Tom Hartley's first delivery of the over. But yeah, the stewarding is just, it's kind of lovely at most places when it's Champo games. And then when it comes to televised T20 matches in particular, it all changes, doesn't it? Patterson works that one backward of square for a single. On to 242 for 9 now. Pato on 8, so 8 runs shy of a second batting point. And they will want this, and they'll feel that they'll have achieved at least a bit of something, this pair, if they can get to that. Ben Code pushing nicely into the offside. Bohannon, though, is quick to cut off any thoughts of a single. Oh, here we go. Bit of din. The conference is over. That riveting conference. As Ben Code angles one down towards third man, and that's reeled in. No run. Hartley. Shirt hanging out, number 2 on his back. Left arm round the wicket, passing umpire Alex Wharf, the left shoulder thereof. Oh, that's Code. Pushing comfortably forward, and there's no run. One to come in this 97th. Ben Code's got underneath, one lofted drive over the top of mid-off. Will it have the legs? Again, it won't have the legs to make the boundary. He's going to get 2. Got to be on the soft side and certainly heavy side this outfield. He's on to 22, 244 for the loss of 9 wickets. But yeah, they'd be disappointed they're not getting value for a few of the shots this morning. I reckon that'll be somewhere now above 20 runs that they probably would have got on a harder, faster outfield where the ball would have run onto the boundary. Got to be 8, 9, 10 times that something's been pulled in just within a yard or 2 of the rope. But got to deal with what you got to deal with. Here's Matt Parkinson.
That's left by Patterson through to keeper, no run.
Alan says he'd rather be a Lancastrian than a dour, humorless, penny-pinching Yorkie.
Oh dear. Bit harsh. Floated up by Parkinson. Ball into the gloves of Lavelle.
You'd be quite proud of the penny pinching bit if you were born on our side of the Pennines.
244 for 9. Just pushed out into the offside by Patterson. George Lavelle jogs from behind the stumps to field. And there's no run. Balls again. That just snicks past the edge of the bat. Two balls left for Parkinson's 15th over. Down the leg side this time. Taken by Lavelle, who clips the bails off and then has to put them back on.
Bit of activity at first floor level over there at the Meccano. Couple of people at first floor level now, getting busy.
Parkinson to Patterson. Oh, this disappears away down towards fine leg with what? It brushed some part of the thigh pad as it found some part of the bat and come back for 2 runs. A little bit of bat on that from Patterson, so he moves on to 10. That is the end of the over. 246 for 9.
Ben Crossland, good afternoon to you. Says really enjoying the comms today. Where's the lovely female summariser who was on yesterday? You're referring, of course, to Phoebe Graham, as we see some rivets.
Yeah.
Or whatever they are. It says, I say that like I know what they are. But,
Sounded convincing to me.
Yeah, some rivets been riveted by the riveter out there on the Meccano stand side of the field. Ben Crossland, so yeah, it was Phoebe Graham with us yesterday. She's had to go off because she's got a game, hasn't she, tomorrow, I think she said. Yes, so she was travelling to her match for tomorrow today. Hartley in. Code deflecting this out towards point, no run. He says he loved his day at Old Trafford here on Monday. The bacon sarnie and chilli and rice at lunch were outstanding. Sadly, though, I left for my train at 4:45, missing 6 wickets. Ben Crossland. Ben Code, meanwhile, pushing forward into the offside with this latest Hartley delivery, and there is no run.
It's on Friday, actually, that game. The Thunder play the Sunrisers in Northampton on Friday. Northern Diamonds are in action too against the South East Stars.
Hartley to Code again, pushed into the offside. Martin Rose says, thanks for reminding me about the cycling, Jonathan. I'm watching it with no sound while listening to you. Great news. Read Harry Brook, and he's put up a photograph of Brookie when, who knows how old he is there. Can't be much more than probably 11, 12, something like that. Sure, Martin will tell us, as that is dropped into the leg side by Ben Code. And there's no run. As Hartley is in, and this time punched into the offside by Code. Out to the sweeping Parkinson there through for a single that takes Ben on to 23, 247 for 9. And they are 3 shy of a second batting point. Hartley to Patterson, straight blade, drops it into the leg side to complete that over at that same 247 for 9. Cherubic, I described George Hill as when he was out there the other day. Well, that same sort of feel about that picture of Harry Brook. I've just given it a retweet, so you can have a look at that, folks, if you're a follower. Thanks, Martin. Shot of Brookie at Headingley with a cheeky little smile and his cap on. Meanwhile, a bit of pop culture for you again on this day in 1980. Baggy Trousers was released.
Right.
You've heard Baggy Trousers?
No, I've heard of that, yeah. Madness, isn't it?
Yeah. Rolling back the years at Old Trafford. And the new #1 single on this day in 1980. Start by The Jam. Things you didn't expect to hear when you tuned into a cricket commentary on a Wednesday morning in September.
Anything's possible with you, Dodgy. Any subject is not beyond the reach of a 4-day commentary match. Parkinson to send down the 100th over of the Yorkshire first innings. 3 around the bat now. Gone down to leg slip where Bohannon in the end stops the ball, so he's under the helmet there at leg slip. There's a forward short leg, Keaton Jennings. And there's a slip as well, Will Williams for Matt Parkinson. Turns, it hits him on the pad, but muted sense of an appeal from Parkinson. Just 29 behind now. Code and Patterson doing a good job here for Yorkshire. $10 for Patterson. It's 23 for Code, who's on strike. Again, playing forward and pull balloons away into the offside. Another appeal for LBW. Without a great deal of conviction, in truth. It runs through the leg side to the right of mid-on.
But this could be it.
They're going to come back just for 2. Thought about that third to try and get to the 250 and that bonus point, but 2 there, so 249 for 9.
Harry Duke, Jonathan Tattersall, David Willey, anybody, you'd have backed all of those and more to get back for the third there, but Stephen Patterson was the man running towards the danger end, or would have been.
Parkinson again. It's off the back foot and played into the offside by Ben Code. And there is no run. And just played back towards Parkinson. So that completes the over. Exactly 100 gone. 249 for 9. But look at that little 30-run partnership right at the bottom there for Yorkshire. Helping to ease the deficit and helping to potentially get Yorkshire another batting bonus point.
Yep, that's the plan. One more run. They'll get to that. Even if they lost the last wicket then, and a 20-odd deficit just feels... doesn't feel anything like as significant as that 70-odd that it could have been, even 50. But obviously they'll want to keep chipping away as much as they can at it, and who knows, 27 runs. Possibly even get a lead. Hartley to Patterson, who pushes the ball back to him. No run. Hartley just asking long leg to come in. He's done so by 25, 30, maybe more yards. As Patterson pushes forward, so he's just giving him the... got to get it away past that man if he tries the sweep. Trying to save one round the corner. Another dot ball, and Hartley's in again. Patterson propping forward again. And wouldn't you know it, no run again. 3 to come in the over. Patterson into double figures, 10 from 47. And turns that one down to the feet of the sprightly Keaton Jennings at short leg. Got a long way to bend down, hasn't he, as well? When he came in the other day for that interview, and you don't realise how tall, when you don't stand alongside these players. You know he's kind of tall from looking at him on the field, but he called himself a giraffe, didn't he? Him and Luke Wells. As Patterson opens the face and runs it out to point. The 2 giraffes out there. He's got that sort of Tony Gregg accent. 2 giraffes out there in the middle. Marvellous. Hartley, and with an open face, Patterson pats it out into the offside. So maiden over. Hartley 19 over 7. Maidens none for 25. 249 for 9. Dazza says, loving the Roses comms. I had 4 years playing for Horsforth in the Airwharf League while at uni. Was known as the lad from the wrong side of the hills by some locals up the Lankies, he says. Well, Dazza, you're talking to a man who was Horsforth born and bred, and I've got to say, not only are you from the wrong side of the hills, but you play for the wrong club in Horsforth, because there is really only one club in Horsforth. Up the park.
Parkinson to Code. That's a nice ball that just turns away from the edge of the bat. Taken by George Lavelle. So one more run will get Yorkshire to 250 and a bonus point. Draw level with Lancashire at 5 bonus points from the match. Clipping the ball out towards the leg side. Parkinson trying to field off his own bowling, and there's no run. Played neatly away through the offside. That gets a 250 on the board for Yorkshire. 250 for 9, which, after a rattle of wickets this morning, that'll be a welcome sight for the Yorkshire dressing room. So level at 5 points each. It means that Yorkshire are just 26 runs behind now. Again, that's popped away back along the ground and there's no run.
Yeah, they don't look rattled, Lancashire. I don't expect they would be rattled, but they might just be getting a bit frustrated now that this pair have been together since, well, the previous wicket fell at 12:37. Obviously had lunch since then as well, 40 minutes.
Appeal for LBW by Parkinson, and backed up by the slips.
He does the full-on sort of knight me type of appeal, doesn't he? Matt Parkinson down on one knee. Russell Warren, arise, Sir Matt. He's not out though.
Final ball of the over. Parkinson to Patterson. Driven into the offside for no run. 250 for 9.
Just looking back at that tweet I mentioned by Katie, our director today, in the special room. I mean, when I walked in the other day, the difference between the sort of streaming services around the counties and what's thrown at it there, unbelievable. There are boxes and boxes of stuff out in the corridor. I thought there'd been a machine gunner in operation and that there were a lot of people laid out or something. There's massive boxes out there.
Yeah, got all the gear.
And 20, 30 boxes, something like that. Directors, cameras in the com box. It's a multi-billion-pound operation here. And you go to some places, not naming any, but, you know, wires tethered together with a bit of sellotape, shoestring budgets, as Tom Hartley is in, and that's punched into the offside by Ben Code. There's no run. I don't know which county, or the county to which I may be referring. Hartley in, Ben Code pushing to Bohannon. Out to short extra cover, and there is no run. Have a quick look around the grounds elsewhere in a mo. There is a bit of rain around elsewhere in the country. Hartley in, Code pushing forward, no run. Rain in the game between Worcestershire and Glamorgan, the latter being 172 for 5. That's down in Cardiff, isn't it? Trailing by 282. We're inspecting there in about half an hour, but not playing because of rain at the moment. Code punching this latest Hartley delivery into the covers. No run. Derbyshire 121 for 2 now, leading by 204 against Durham in their second innings. So getting themselves into a pretty healthy position. Hartley to Code, who plays this tentatively into the onside, no run. Completing the Division 2 scores. Notts against Leicester. Leicester 146 for 6. They look like they're going to be wrapped up this afternoon, and Notts win imminent. They're 353 behind Leicestershire with just those 4 wickets remaining, as Hartley's final delivery of the over is blocked by Code. 250 for 9 at the end of it, but concentrating on Division 1. Rain delaying play at Canterbury, where Kent are 20 for 1, following on, having been wrapped up for 164 first time around by Essex. So they're in a lot of trouble as well, looking like Essex got plenty of time to force home a victory at their near neighbours. Taunton, Gloucestershire 106 for 1, leading by 201 with those 9 second innings wickets standing. 202 now, in fact, in front. So Somerset are going to be all on by the looks of things to try and save that one.
It will be Parkinson to go again, over number 18 for him.
And then, sorry Scott, that Hampshire 400 for 9, of course, declared. Northants 156 for 7, trailing by 244. So Hampshire strengthening their position towards the top of the table, and certainly advantage them there.
I think a win would a win take them top? I think it would. It's nudged out towards the leg side for no run. Yeah, I think they've got like 290 odd, and Surrey have got in the early 200s.
Yeah, it would actually, because of course Surrey not in action this week. So yeah, they're 198 before the start of the match.
It's a big bong, isn't it? Parkinson in. That's Give that a big hand. Go on, keep. That's
Go on,
it.
lad.
Keep
Go
it
on.
tonight. Give that plenty.
Get some welly.
That's smacking that into position. 250 for 9. Parkinson. He's in again. And Patterson drives away into the offside. And there is no run. You'd think it'd be something slightly more advanced, wouldn't
you? Yeah, than a hammer.
Than just basically
man with hammer
it.
whacks steel girder into place. He's still going at it. Look at this now.
Turned away to the leg side. There's no run.
Hop the builder.
Yeah, if in doubt, we just whack it into place. Big steel girder.
I bet he's got. But if he had a bat in his hand, that'd be disappearing out of the park, wouldn't it? Strong bottom hand there, I think.
Final ball of the over coming up. Just waiting for Patterson. He's waiting for the bongs to finish, like Big Ben.
Sledgehammer now at the bottom of this girder.
Parkinson balls swept by Patterson, and there's no runs. That's the end of the over. 250 for 9, 104 overs gone. So that girder there basically was just hammered into place. Just stood there and banged it into place.
There we can see, those watching the streaming can see him. He's in his orange fluorescent. He's got a helmet on. It's just he could walk out on the field as Yorkshire's 11th wicket if they lose one quickly, especially with the strength of that bottom hand there. Just slap a few out of the park. And the bloke who held the sledgehammer, he had 4 bangs with the sledgehammer on the upright, on the vertical post that the other fellow's been slotting the horizontal into. Hartley in to Code, who's clipped one off the legs, or it might have been off the boot. It's down to fine leg, and it is a leg by. Yeah, he had 4 whacks of it at the bottom of the post, and that was it. Put it down. You could see him look up saying, "Green cracker here, mate. Can't do that anymore." Walked off. Gone for his lunch now, I think. Patterson getting one away in front of square on the offside. Parkinson losing his cap in doing the fielding. Pato, 10 off 60 so far, but I think it's the 60 just as much as the 10. He's just slowed things down a bit, frustrating the opposition. Yorkshire have reduced that deficit from when this pair came together at 219 for 9 by 32 more runs. Well, 32 fewer runs, I suppose. But it's now 25. Leg slip, orthodox slip, and short leg in place. And Hartley now coming left arm over the wicket for the first time at Patterson, and slants one straight across him through to the gloves of Lavelle. No run. Hartley again. Patterson pushing forward. They're annoying, aren't they, tail enders? Sometimes, just at those days, they're annoying. Sometimes wrapped up really quickly. Sometimes just don't get out to the good conventional deliveries that get the batters out, and then they get one here with a bit of width, and Patterson gets away one of his best shots, steps back and cuts that square for 4. Nicely played. 14 to him. 255 for 9, and just 21 now is the Lancashire lead.
Good shot, wasn't it?
Always been strong through that, whether that's front foot or back foot. Likes a bit of room outside off stump. Having a chat with Keaton Jennings. Keaton's just saying, Pato, when we finish this match, when it's all over, maybe just come and go through that one with me in the nets. I'm not quite getting over the top of mine. Come and give us a bit of assistance. Yeah, no problem, mate. Last time I'll play against you for Yorkshire.
There's a, I don't know what the delay is now, but there's of course it's the balls. It's all about the balls.
All right, so just a minute. We've not got a wicket now since 12:37. Change of balls.
Choice as ever for the Umpire, hang on, you hold that. You look in that box. I'll look in this box. What do you reckon? That one? No. Oh, well, yeah, that was quick. Happy days. That'll do. No messing. Pick the first one. I'm told that tea's not been pushed back, so it's actually quite a short session. So only tea will be 3:30.
Okay.
So it's only kind of an hour and 40-minute session after we had 40 overs this morning bowled. It's quite a long morning session. Here we go. Dane Bellas has a look at that. Gives it to Matt Parkinson. I'll spin it from one hand to the other. How's that feel? Yeah, that's all right.
Why don't we just take a new ball every over? Let's just have done with it. Oh, the ball's getting a bit old now. It's 4 balls into its spell. Yeah, the shine's been taken off.
Earlier this season, they were being changed that early, weren't they? There was a couple of games where it's like 4 or 5 overs. But I mean, the balls had gone soft. They were obviously an out of shape. They got obviously a bad batch of balls this early this season, so they were being changed quite a bit. I think it's you, mate.
Hartley to Patterson. Flicks one around the corner. And there is no run. 255 for 9 at the end of the 105th with Pato on 14 and Code on 26.
Sorry, Dodge, he's going again with his hammer, isn't he?
Yeah.
Definitely let him go again.
He's up on the cherry picker now as well.
Oh, and there's another girder being delivered to him.
Don't drop that, pal. Do not drop the girder.
You see, you think this is a nice technical operation, but basically the end product is hammer, whack it into place.
It reminds me of being a nipper. There used to be an area behind our garage where I used to play with the Tonka toys. You were digging stuff up and all of that. It's that sort of thing, isn't it? Construction worker.
They're big bolts.
Remember Tonka toys? Other make of sturdy toys I'm sure were available.
Parkinson in balls, forward was Code in defence. And there is no run. Can Parkinson get through this over before this girder gets bashed into position? Because I'm sure Katie's keen to watch this happen. 255 for 9. Parkinson balls again. Deflects away into the offside. And there is no run. Croft picks it up. 255 for 9. Deficit of 21. Code and Patterson frustrating Lancashire. 2 balls into it. Parkinson bowls. Oh, that comes off a leading edge and he's caught by Croft. It's the end of a partnership which was undoubtedly proving to be rather annoying for Lancashire. And Yorkshire are all out for 255. Parkinson with his 3rd wicket loops down to Croft at backward point. He takes the catch. All out. Yorkshire for 255. Lancashire lead on first innings by 21.
Yep, healthy effort though, healthy contribution from both Ben Code and Stephen Patterson. You can't knock that. Not expected to go out there and score big, but a 26 and a 14 from them respectively. And well, they've got them to almost within touching distance at the innings break. 21-run lead for Lancashire. Yorkshire then with work to do with the ball. No sign of that incoming rain just yet, but they were suggesting it was from sort of 3 o'clock onwards, so we'll see how that pans out. But at the moment, the sun is shining. Lancashire have a lead to build on, and they have a man about to go in who just cannot stop scoring runs against Yorkshire in Keaton Jennings.
Yes, he can't do it again, can he?
He keeps saying that, and that's 4 in a row now.
Yeah, fair enough. The players are heading off back up towards their dressing room. Yorkshire all out for 255 in their first innings. We're into the afternoon session, day 3 of the Roses fixture. Lancashire, Yorkshire. So 4 wickets for Tom Bailey, 3 for Will Williams and 3 for Matt Parkinson. And top scoring in that Yorkshire innings, Tom Cadmore, who made 51. So Yorkshire all out for 255. That's a lead for Lancashire on first innings of 21 runs.
want the best seats in the house? It matters where you stay.
Life is what you make it, so make it count.
Make it better, make it greater.
Make it have a purpose.
Make it worthwhile, make it faster.
Make it work for you.
Make it loving what you do.
Make it your passion.
Make it happen.
Make it in media, make it in sport, make it in business, make it in digital.
Make it possible.
Make it easy.
Make it your way.
Don't just make it through each day.
Make it pay.
Make it for real at UA92.
We are driven.
We are passion.
We are the fans.
We are the future.
We are equal.
We are Manchester.
We are a community.
We are here to win.
We are exceptional.
We are spirited.
We are powerful.
We are the Manchester Indians Cricket Club.
The Ashton Tigers Cricket Club. The Lancashire Disability Squad.
Gladwick Cricket Club.
Didsbury Cricket Club.
Greenmount Cricket Club.
Haydock Cricket Club.
We are thunder.
We are Lancashire Lightning.
We are unified.
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? UA92 is game-changing, created to accelerate careers in business, media and sport. Much more than a qualification, it's a personal development journey that prepares you for life. Become your best and connect with the best. With placements, with major players. Sparked from the minds of the class of '92. Their tradition of dreaming big. And inspired by the commitment to passion, preparedness, ambition and youth. So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA92.
Welcome back from Emirates Old Trafford, where Lancashire back out there to bat in the form of Luke Wells, number 1, and, well, number 3, but batting at 1, and Keaton Jennings, number 1, batting at 2. Work that one out if you can. Back out there in the middle, as are Yorkshire. A few words I saw from Otis Gibson, the Yorkshire head coach, after a little bit of warm-up in the 10 minutes or so that have been off the field. I don't think we wrapped up the Lancs bowling figures, did we? So let's do that. So. Tom Bailey, excellent. 24 overs, 8 maidens, 4 for 56. Will Williams, pretty good too. 27 overs, 8 maidens, 3 for 64. George Balderson couldn't get a wicket for 44 runs off 15 overs and 5 maidens. Matt Parkinson, of course, wrapped it up, so he's got a 0.3, 18.3 against his name. 4 maidens, 3 for 52. After a shaky start, bowled better. And Tom Hartley, 21 overs, 8 maidens, none for 29, was miserly but couldn't take a victim. Ben Coates' first ball of the Lancashire second innings is wide of off stump. Slightly squares up Luke Wells, and it was, surprise, surprise, coming from around the wicket by the right armour. So 5 points apiece in the contest so far from those first innings respectively, batting and bowling points. Now it's all about winning or losing or drawing points, I suppose.
Yes. That was mentioned in the review, wasn't it, to alter the number of points for a draw?
Yeah. Code in, straight delivery, flick to leg, not that far away from a grab from the man in there under the helmet, who I think looks like Finley Bean.
It was Will Frayne in the first innings.
Sorry, it was, yeah, it is Will Frayne. It was I could see the 3 on the back, but couldn't see the other number. No, in fact, Finley Bean is at 3rd slip. Position sometimes occupied by Will Frayne, but he's under the lid, yeah. So Kohler Caldmore at 1st, Lyth 2nd, Bean at 3rd, George Hill at point, and again he's took this one off the hip, but beyond the left hand of Frayne and out to the incoming Matthew Waite from deep backward square, or long leggish sort of position. They get a single. Don't like it when they're kind of not in definite positions.
No,
you know, it's
irritating, that, isn't it?
Yeah, when they go somewhere between the two.
Phoebe came out with a great line the other day on commentary. She went, there's a fielder close in to the batter with a helmet on. She went, he's fielding somewhere silly something with a helmet on. Which I quite liked.
Yeah, silly so-and-so. I mean, that close. Code in. Keaton Jennings now on strike for the first time, turns that to leg. Don Bess does the fielding. Can they stop him scoring 603 runs in his last 4 innings against Yorkshire? At this level.
Ridiculous, isn't it?
Yeah. Gary Balance has got a similar sort of record against Hampshire. They hate the sight of him down there. He's got a string of tons. But I don't think even he's managed that sort of figure in succession. There might have been the odd miss in between. Ben Code in, and Jennings turns that into the onside. Will Frayne skips across to do the fielding. Well, Ben Code can't say he won't have been warmed up. He batted for 87 minutes either side of the lunch break. Chance to get the hammies warmed up. Not necessarily, of course, the shoulders, but he did try and open those a few times when he was having a bat. Here he is again round the wicket. Alex Wharf, of course, has switched to the James Anderson end and is standing as he goes by, and that one is turned off the legs for the first Keaton Jennings run of this second innings, as we welcome listeners to 5 Sports Extra with the news that Lancashire are out there and batting for a second time. They took a 21-run lead with them after dismissing Yorkshire for 255 in their first innings. The Yorkshire tail wagged to a bit of an extent. Certainly the last pair put on 36. Who knows, it could prove invaluable runs. Ben Code last man out for 26. Patterson not out 14. 4 for 56 for Tom Bailey from 24 overs, bowled well. Will Williams pretty good too, 3 for 64 from 27, and Matt Parkinson 3 for 52 from 18.5 overs. And 4 maidens. Jordan Thompson then is going to start with the new ball from the Brian Statham end in this Lancashire second innings. Wells and Jennings 1 run apiece. Lancs 2 without loss, leading by 23. Scott.
Yeah, 48 overs left today and 45 minutes until we get to tea on the third day. Jennings just pulls away. A bit of something catching his eye behind the umpire. Wasn't happy with something, Keaton Jennings. So yeah, there's a decent amount of cricket to go today. It all depends if we're going to get lucky with the weather or not. There's a suggestion it might rain a little bit later on. Jennings defends to mid-on for no run. But if we dodge the odd shower and get the 48 overs in, it's quite a lot of cricket, and game will be reasonably well advanced. Lancashire need to progress at a good rate here. They need to win the match, Lancashire, to kind of keep any hopes of challenging Surrey and Hampshire alive. Forward goes Jennings again, just easing the ball away into the offside, no run. Best comes up from backward point and Fields.
Mrs. Bears Travels says doing a sterling job, and thinks that it's great to have red ball cricket back. Martin Rowe, who sent in that Harry Brook picture, has followed it up when I was saying can't have been more than 11, 12 years old, something like that. More in a moment.
It's Thompson over the wicket, left by Jennings, no run.
He says Harry's mum Lucy Cherrington tells me that Harry was 13 at the point of the photograph, Jonathan. She says it was a sad day, as it always reminds her and Harry of the death of his granddad Tony, who played for Burley in Wharfdale. Martin says he played against Tony. Did I? May have done. I can't remember specifically, Martin, I've got to say. The Brooks all involved at Burley in Wharfdale CC. It'll be a very proud day for them tomorrow, won't it?
Jennings defends with a straight bat, pushes out towards the bowler. The ball runs away to his right and picked up by Waite at mid-off, and there's no run. Yep, in the test team for tomorrow. Feels like he's been kind of in and around England's test team like all summer. Kind of forever kind of in and around the squads and running drunks out there, and gets his chance though this week. Thompson to Jennings, that's wide and carved away through the offside. It's a big boundary out towards that very noisy building site, but it reaches the rope. He gets 4 runs. He's managed to free his arms up a bit there. Keaton Jennings strikes it nicely. He moves to 5. Lancashire move to 6 without loss.
Yeah, nicely played, and significantly from the point of view of getting to the boundary, he got plenty on it, didn't he? He got his hands, as you say, right through it, so there was both a bit of power and timing, and even then it hit the rope and has only just landed about a yard beyond it. Just continuing that theme of slow outfield.
There's 3 slips in place. It's pushed full and wide of the tall left-hander and taken by the keeper, Johnny Tattersall. So that's Thompson's first over sent down. 4 runs, those 4 that were crunched away through the covers by Keaton Jennings. 6 without loss, 2 overs gone. So Lancashire lead by 27. It was a 21-run lead after the first innings of the match.
On that Harry Brook front, not only will Burley and Wharfdale Cricket Club be a proud day for them, but all their hopes behind Harry tomorrow, but all Yorkshire supporters, or England supporters, of course, I guess, as well, because there'll still be a few people who haven't seen that much of Harry when they support other counties, other teams. And yeah, you just hope that he can, on the big stage, show all that talent that we believe he's got and get off to a good start. Yorkshire looking to get off to a good start here with ball in hand, but haven't yet made an early breakthrough. Ben Code bowling there to Luke Wells, who pushes into the offside, and there is no run. David Coleman says he's enjoying the comms. My wife Rosemary has spotted that some of the Yorkshire players in the field are wearing different white rose emblems. Could you explain the different badges, please, JD? It'd be quite astonishing to do so, David. Remarkable. As codes in, and Wells pushes up to mid-off. There's no run. Yep. So Yorkshire with the open blooming rose is the cap, the first team cap, the full capped player. So you might be able to see Jordan Thompson, who's received his. Tom Kohler-Cavmore. There we go. TKC in shot for those of you who can see the streaming pictures. That is a full first team cap as Wells pushes this latest code delivery into the offside. There's no run. And then those who are not yet first team capped wearing the rose bud. So who have we got? I think Will Frayne under the helmet at short leg. There we go. You can see that. Finley Bean's cap will be the same. That's Cody's in again and lofted over the top this time. Attacking shot out of nowhere. I tell you what, that wasn't far short. It'd been a six straight back over the bowler's head. Just pulled it to the onside of straight Luke Wells. But good stroke. Got it clear of danger. Yeah, just slightly towards the inside of the bat. One bounce though. And 4 to the James Anderson end. And Jonathan Tattersall, probably most significant of the lot, yet to be capped. There you can see the rosebud on his cap, but captain of the team.
It's a Phoebe the other day. I'm sure it's happened before. That an uncapped player captained Yorkshire. Would it be a regular?
Last one that we know of. Somebody thankfully emailed in the other day. Apologies for forgetting who it was, but Neil Hartley, I think, was the last one I can think of in the 80s. As this is not hit in the direction that Luke Wells wanted. He's got it away wide of mid-on. Patterson gives chase. They're going to go back for 3 here. But he clothed that one as well. He's picked up 9 runs off Ben Code in this over. And he's taken his team to 13 without loss, a lead of 34. Did I say 9? 7 in the over, 4 and 3. He nearly went for 6 the previous one. One to come in this second Ben Code over then. Third over of the innings. 2 slips waiting for an opportunity, as is Will Frayne under the lid, but not getting one off Keaton Jennings, who pushes to Patterson, end of the over. 13 without loss.
Well, of the 2, and they've batted a lot together now, Keaton Jennings and Luke Wells this season across the 3 different formats. Of the 2, Wells perhaps would score a little quicker than Jennings. They complement each other, I think, really well. That's what they both tell me anyway, that even though they're both tall left-hand batters, the physical kind of similarities are balanced out by the fact that they play differently, hit the ball in different areas and score at different pace. So I think they seem to enjoy batting together. So Wells perhaps would score a little more quicker. I wonder whether there's a touch to a degree of freedom as well, because Lancashire need to score at a good rate. They need to get themselves in front here by a decent number, and Thompson's into Wells. That's clipped to mid-wicket. There's no run. Of the potentially limited time left in the match, we don't know how many of the 48 or 45 now overs today we're going to get, and how much of day 4 will be affected by weather. So 2 signs of Wells being quite positive, but that's the way he plays. 13 without loss, so 34 in front. Jordan Thompson and his hair scraped back with the headband. 3 slips there, all in position. And he goes again back over the bowler's head. Second time he's hit that shot. That's gone all the way for 6 this time. Does like playing that shot, Luke Wells. He plays it a lot in white ball cricket. The follow through, look at that, up and over the bowler's head, high over the rope. And 6 runs for Wells. I think I should move on to 19 without loss. Wells moves on to 14.
Struck it well. Struck it very well. He's not looking like he's in the mood to hang around.
No, so he might have a little bit of kind of license a bit here, Wells, because of the natural way that the two batters score differently. Seen a couple of those shots now from Luke Wells. Got to try and make the most of the. If they get 45 overs in tonight, I think they'll do pretty well, with bad light being an issue already this week and rain. Around the wicket, short ball, dug into Wells. He drops his hands, doesn't play at that, through to Tattersall. No run.
What's the Lanc situation with caps then? Obviously I don't concern myself too much with Lancashire happenings. I just make sure I've got reinforced window wipers when I'm going to make a trip to the west.
I be honest with you, I don't know if there's a big difference or not. I don't really know, to be honest with you. I know that one or two of the caps are faded, but I don't know if that's just...
But do they just get a cap when they play their first game?
Oh, no.
How do that? They earn their caps as well?
This is worked away by Wells through point. Maybe get 2. Yeah, comes back for 2, moves to 16. So
they're kind of second team cap and a first team cap?
Yeah, I don't think they get... Like, as soon as you play, you don't get capped. No, you have to. I don't know if there's particular parameters that you have to fulfill in order to earn a cap. Don't know, but there are cap presentations that occur through the course of the season and for different players, given their county cap. 21 without loss, lead of 42. Wells again off the back foot. He's managed to engineer a shot by opening up the face of the bat and using the pace of the ball, just steering it behind square on the offside for a single. He moves on to 17, and Lancashire now 22 without loss.
I wonder when they started issuing them, if people were actually wearing caps, because you see those old, artworks of people playing cricket in a top hat. Did you get top hatted? Your county top hat, your county topper. Or was it your county cravat in those days?
That sounds quite nice, isn't it? Yeah.
A bit better than the county jockstrap, for example.
Yes. Yeah. Jennings on strike. They're going to put a short leg in place. Forward short leg. So 2 slips, forward short leg. Mid wicket, mid on, mid off. Extra cover, backward point. Short again. Jennings looks to have a go, but through to the keeper, and there is no run in. He's just saying to the umpire there, is that a bit high, that? Umpire at square leg says, no, it was fine. 22 without loss. Second innings for Lancashire. 2 bowlers used for Yorkshire. Code and Thompson both sent down 2 overs apiece. That's 4 overs of the second innings. 22 for no wicket. Lead of 43.
Yeah, so starting to extend away from the Yorkies again, Lancashire. Get themselves into the stronger position of the 2. But we did see a vulnerability in that first innings. I know there was a change of ball. But they did lose the last 8, 9, wasn't it, for not that many.
Yeah, it was 230 for 1 to 272 or 276 all out, wasn't it? It was some collapse.
Ben Code to continue for over number 5 then. The James Anderson end, bowling to Luke Wells, who flicks one just in front of square on the leg side. Bess in to do the fielding. They get 1. Don Bess, you'd expect to be getting through another mountain of work with ball in hand here at some point. 26 overs, none for 92 in the first innings, when he admitted that he could have bowled better. We're going to change things here. Will Frayne making some gesture down towards the bowler's end. He's got the lid on, comes in at short leg. Best being brought up to mid wicket while Keaton Jennings is on strike. Still 2 slips in place. And Jennings pushing to mid on. The 2 giraffes out there batting.
He did say that, yeah. It was nice to get some runs and bat with my fellow giraffe.
Who's going to be the, what would it be? Who's going to be the cheetah that brings them down? The lion?
The lion.
Something like that.
It was the pup, wasn't it? Hill in the first innings.
George Hill sneaking one through the defences of this man, Keaton Jennings. Code not doing that with this delivery, which is pushed into the onside. Don Best fielding. Still good conditions at the moment. Bit of blue sky overhead, plenty of cloud. Doesn't feel a threat at the moment.
No, I just checked the radar. It looks pretty good. Looks pretty clear now. Doesn't look like we're going to get certainly anything imminent, really. Heading our way. Double check. Yeah, nothing at the minute until kind of 4 o'clock. Looks okay until then.
As Cole's lady delivery pushed into the offside this time by Jennings. No run. Finley Bean in shot, in there at cover. Was quite chipper last night in our post-day chat. Why wouldn't you be, really, after scoring 40 odd in the first time you've walked out playing first-class cricket? I said to him, was that the hardest cricket you've ever played in today? And he said, yeah, it would be. Bowlers were at me all the time. Code in. Jennings pushes into the offside and right on cue, Finn Bean into field. He's got the goatee thing going on. Looks too young to be growing a beard, doesn't he? Is yours a beard, Scott, or is it just you can't be bothered to get shaved on a Wednesday morning?
Yeah, just can't be bothered. That looks quite style, that, doesn't it?
Yeah. Ben Code also a man of facial hair, in and bowling from wide of the crease to Keaton Jennings, who pushes just to the onside of straight. Patterson fielding to complete that over. 5 now gone in the Lancashire second innings, just after 3 o'clock in the afternoon on day 3. Still plenty of game time to come today, because we're scheduled to have 104 overs and a minimum of 44 set to be bowled before this day is complete. Tea coming up at 3:30. That is immovable today, so it's going to be a very long final sesh if we get to the end of it. Of course, bad light stopped it prematurely yesterday. Jordan Thompson going to continue at this Brian Stadium end at 23 without loss, Lancashire.
Here he comes to Luke Wells. Goes back and cuts the ball away for 4. Looks like a man in good form, isn't he? Luke Wells, isn't he, at the minute? He's hit that beautifully off the back foot. Sliced away for 4. Just a little bit of room there he gave himself by stepping to the leg side. Opens up the offside, gets himself 4 runs. 27 without loss.
Yeah, strike rate of 49 in the first innings. He's striking it at 146 at the moment in the second. 22 off 15.
Lead up to 48. I say up to 40. It feels perhaps a positive start by these two. Trying to get Lancashire back to kind of 50-60 in front, which is probably what they were expecting before that final partnership came together. Little psychological benefit. You kind of wipe away the work done by the Yorkshire tail-enders that frustrated Lancashire. Down to 1 slip and a gully now. Let's roll down to third man. Yeah, 28 now without loss. Met that 29 without loss. Lancashire in their second innings. They bowled Yorkshire out for 255 to earn a first innings lead of 21 runs. And Luke Wells has made 24 off 16 balls. And Keaton Jennings on 5. Lancashire are now 29 without loss in their second innings, and they lead Yorkshire by exactly 50 runs. Yeah, so that slip in the gully. Deep backward point. Wells has gone back as if to try and uppercut it. Tattersall is the only Yorkshire player appealing for it. The Yorkshire keeper and captain. And Wells rehearses that shot 2 or 3 times. He's set off a bit like a train here, hasn't he, Luke Wells? He's out the block quickly. Very determined approach.
Yeah, going well, seeing it well, clearly. Doesn't look in a mood to hang around.
Thompson comes around the wicket and ball short this time, ducks underneath it. Through to Tattersall, no run. The second place Hampshire are playing Northamptonshire today. Sports Extra have gone back to Southampton with Northamptonshire batting second term round, 11 without loss. We trail Hampshire by 214 runs, a win for Hampshire. Would push them up above Surrey at the top of Division 1. Looks like a race between two teams for the title. Wells off the back foot. Whoa, my word, he sent that out towards deep back with square leg for 6. Well, he's come out with an enormous amount of kind of positivity and intent. He's in great form, and look at this for a shot. Off the back foot, swatted high behind square on the leg side. And gets himself 4 runs, and George Hill having to disappear up the temporary stand.
No, can't go in there, mate.
Stand shut. Get out, lad.
See you pass.
35 without loss, so 56 the lead. Well done, George. Hurdled a couple of metal fences. Careful over that one.
Don't do yourself a disservice.
Final ball of the over. So 4, a 2, a couple of dots and a 6. Thompson's gone over the wicket, round the wicket. He's going to go back over the wicket to Luke Wells. Low full toss, which clips up towards mid-on where Patterson fields. End of the 6th over, 35 without loss.
Paul Spencer has emailed in. You can do the same on BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com if you like. He says, Jordan Thompson, well done. Type 1 diabetic Jordan Thompson. And he says, as a parent of a daughter who's had type 1 diabetes since she was 11, I know all too well the difficulty this condition can present in everyday life. It's very tough both physically and mentally. Therefore, my admiration for Jordan as a cricketer has been further enhanced knowing he too is type 1. It's an autoimmune disease that usually occurred in childhood or adolescence and is different from the more common type 2 diabetes. Jess Kerr of New Zealand Women is another cricketer who should be admired even more. I know of no other first-class cricketers with the condition, but England's rugby player Henry Slade's another fantastic role model for sporting children who are diagnosed. He says, my admiration for Gary Mabbott, the old Spurs and England centre-half, is very high as he grew up in the 70s when diabetes management for a sportsman was even more difficult, thanks to Paul Spencer in Lancaster. As Keaton Jennings pushes the first ball of Ben Coates' latest over into the offside, and there is no run. So as I say, BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com if you want to get in touch by email, or you can of course do that on Twitter at Jonathan Dodge, at Scott Reed 16, at BBC Lanc Sport. Code in. Jennings pushes into the offside. Finn Bean, a nice diving stop at short extra cover, prevents any thoughts of a single. Helmet comes on, the ever willing Harry Duke. He's a card. So a second helmet out there on the field at the moment. Patterson winging his arms around at mid-on, suggesting he might be getting an early shot at the opposition. Code round the wicket. Jennings opens the face, pushes into the offside. And there's no run there. David Coleman says thanks. Nice Coleman impression too. Astonishing. Yorkshire have got an abundance of uncapped players in this team. Do you know this is the team with the most ever in it? No, I don't, David, I'm afraid. Rosemary asked, what do you do to get capped? As in football, it seems to be just selection is enough. Yeah, in Yorkshire terms, it's performances, a bit of longevity, working your way into that feeling of a bit more seniority. I don't think there are any hard and fast rules. Keaton Jennings works one nicely into mid-wicket. Don Bess gave chase. They ran well between the wickets again there and got back for 3. Martin Rowe says, am I right in thinking Harry will be capped by England before Yorkshire? He's got his Yorkshire cap. I'm sure he's got his Yorkshire cap.
It's a good shout if he hasn't. He'll get one quickly afterwards, if I'm sure.
Wells then on strike. Corner Cadmore is a lone slip now. The field has already dispersed, with Luke Wells on strike, punching up to mid-off. And there is no run.
Yeah, Thompson fielding for Yorkshire at mid-off. Just seen Patterson do a few stretches. He's only bowled 3 overs, Thompson, but gone for 25, and Wells has been quite aggressive against him, so maybe Thompson might be replaced by Patterson at the end of this over.
Thanks to our pal Graham Hardcastle just confirming that. Yeah, I thought he'd been capped. I couldn't remember when or where, but I can't imagine he wouldn't have been capped by this point, Harry Brook. It was at Scarborough last year before he scored his 100 against Somerset. So he's capped by Yorkshire, and that's capping a good start to this innings by Lancashire. Luke Wells with another straight 6. They're feeding him. He's taking it on, and he's winning. Ben Code hit for 6 back over his head. That may be one of the few times you ever get to hear me say that, because it doesn't happen very often. Good stroke. 44 without loss. And Lank's already 65 ahead here.
Yeah, Jordan Thompson having to go and fetch the ball from behind the advertising rope. It's going to be Patterson to replace him. So he was warming up a few moments ago, Steve Patterson. So he's going to come in for Thompson. He hits that shot so well, doesn't he, Luke Wells? 36 from 22 for Wells. 44 on the ball from the first 7 overs. So Yorkshire forced into making a bowling change, bringing Patterson into the attack, try and slow this run rate down, pushing up towards 6.5 and over. Lancashire started their second innings with Patterson, of course, notoriously difficult to score off and get away, and they've turned to their senior man. Here he comes from the Brian Statham end. Jennings hits him down the ground for 4. And Jennings moves on to 12. Lancashire to 48 without loss.
Get loose, Pato. Struck it well.
He did.
Just over pitched.
Tries again, Patterson. On the bounce out towards extra cover where Finley Bean fields, and there's no run. So 3 slips have gone down to 1. Now got plenty of men on the drive on the offside. They've got plenty of fielders in front of the batter. Mid off, mid on, short mid wicket, short extra cover, deep cover, backward point. Played up towards Lythe at mid on. And there is no, oh, you can see there, Lythe, the cut, can't you, above on the top of his bridge of his nose, from where he was struck by the ball in the Lancashire first innings. Jennings 12 from 23.
Said to him this morning, good job there's no looks to spoil.
Bit harsh, don't you? Patterson over the wicket. Jennings angles it down towards backward point, and there's no run.
There's no wonder I can't get the players up in the comp box anymore.
No, exactly.
that sort of attitude.
Exactly. Can't be saying that. Obviously, Matt Fisher's not bored yet, is he? He's not come up. I think all the Lancashire players are very good looking. Welcome to the commentary box whenever they want.
Yeah, Keaton Jennings and Luke Wells could both come up together fairly soon when they're out.
He's chopped away into the offside. Bounces out to extra cover, and there is no. What did Adam Liza say to you on the back of that when he said, "Good job, we've got no looks to spoil"? What did he say to you? I think he clipped round the back of the head.
Yeah, he didn't speak.
No.
Actions spoke louder than words.
Silence. He gave you silence, did he? Yeah.
No, he just took a swing with the left.
48 without loss. 1 ball left to the 8th.
I said, there's no wonder you can't catch him at slip with reactions like that.
You are. Appalling, you are. Punch by Jennings to mid-off, where Waite fields. End of the 8th over. 48 without loss. Wells 36. Jennings on 12. So a lead of 69 runs. And a solid opening partnership. They put on 180 together in the first innings. Wells and Jennings have got to 48 so far.
No, he is actually very good company, Adam Lythe, in a genuine sense. So Lancashire, good start. Yorkshire have had use of a new ball for just 8 overs here and have conceded a run of ball. So both openers taken out of the attack. Patterson first change, and now Don Bess.
Interesting this, isn't it?
Yeah.
Assumed it would be Hill from that far end, but going to go with Don Bess. Be interesting to see what the approach from Wells and Jennings is to Bess as well.
Yeah, because Yorkshire have still got to bowl well here. Now, clearly bowling well in the sense of taking wickets is one thing they want to do, but even if they can't take wickets, they want to bowl dry, as the modern parlance, and just make Lancashire sweat for the runs. Slow down the game.
Might be thinking it's 10 minutes until tea. They might look to have a bit of a pop at Bess. It could just force a bit of an error, maybe. Don't know. Anyway, it's Bess it is.
Yeah, with the leg slip and an orthodox slip in place. He's got a sweeper out. Matthew Waite's about 10 dozen yards or so in from the boundary in front of square leg. Straight mid-wicket, Finn Bean. Mid-on and mid-off, and it's the latter who's coming into play with this first delivery. Wells plays out in that direction too. Our friend Adam Lythe. George Hill is in at short extra cover. There's a sweeper out on the cover boundary, Ben Code, and Stephen Patterson just backward of point. So 49 without loss. Jennings then waits as Bess comes past umpire Wharf, and Jennings dropping into the offside, and they bit of tib and run, taking on George Hill and winning the race. So 50 up for Lancs, lead of 71.
50 off the first 8.2. Well, 50 off 50 balls, isn't it? There it is on the screen.
And again, bit of change of momentum. Yorkshire had a little bit of that, I suppose, with that last wicket stand, just dragging it back, narrowing the deficit, and then Lancs taking it away from him again here. 71 for none, effectively. Bess's latest delivery wide of off stump, and Wells able to shoulder arms. There's Bess again. Wells reverse sweeping this time, and he's got underneath it, but he's got 4 runs. Wasn't the most aesthetically pleasing of strokes, but it takes Lancashire on to 54. And Wells really is going like a train in the early part of this Lancashire second innings, and Yorkshire, well, they need him out here really, because he's scoring pretty quickly. He's doing a bit of damage on the scoreboard. 41 off 25 is what he has. Feeling more like a one-day knock, isn't it? And with that sort of shot that he's just played, looking like one as well. 2 left in the over. Best round the wicket. Wells more circumspect this time in pushing it to Lythe. Breeze feels like it's got up, looks like it's got up, I should say. Can't really feel it in here. But those flags opposite us now blowing out pretty much horizontally. No sun at the moment. A little bit more overcast. The clanking and clanging of the iron brew set away to our right has stopped for the moment, as Wells again uses his feet well and has lobbed this one up over long on for 6 more. And Luke Wells, what a start to this innings by him. Used his feet nicely, got a fair bit on it. Wouldn't be the biggest hit he's played in this innings, let alone in his career. But a half dozen there takes him to 47, and Lancashire, after just 9 overs of their second innings, to 60 without loss.
47 from 27, Luke Wells. 4th 6. 4 sixes in this knock.
Yeah, and he's making the deck here look different to most of the batters in the game so far. When we think about how Tom Kohler-Caldmore got to his 51 in Yorkshire's innings, of course, I think with different conditions when Keaton Jennings and Luke Wells played in the first innings, wasn't it? Probably better batting conditions then.
Patterson to Jennings, who drives to mid-off. They think about one, but Waite fields and there's no run.
9 minutes to tea. Scone, jam and cream, something like that.
There was yesterday, yeah.
Didn't bring one up for me, did you?
No. Well, I noticed you had quite a big lunch, so I didn't think you'd be too concerned by that. Saw the size of your portions that you were putting on your plate. Patterson in to Jennings again, who drives. And Waite does stop it, tumbling away to his right, but Jennings gets a single. 61 with that loss.
It's like Jesse's diet, isn't it? This week I will be mostly having lots of food.
There were blueberry scones as well.
Really?
With a raspberry jam and some lovely cream.
Scone? You're a northerner.
Scone, yeah. Patterson over the wicket, balls. Oh, and Wells goes again. Plenty of height on this. Back over the bowler's head. It's like a chipping wedge, that wasn't it? Loads of height on it. Seemed to go a mile, and it actually landed quite some distance short of the boundary. Skied it, did Luke Wells. Comes back for 2, moves to 49.
Lots of intent. Yeah, he got round underneath it, didn't he?
63 without loss. Patterson over the wicket to Wells. Let's run down to third man. It's be a 50 for Luke Wells. In rapid time, it's terrific batting from Luke Wells. What a brilliant half century. 29 balls, 3 4s and 4 6s. Breathless start to the Lancashire second innings. Quick fire half century by Luke Wells. Lancashire lead by 86 runs. 65 without loss. Patterson to Wells again. Little flick away to square leg this time for a single. Takes him to 52. And the score is 66 without loss. I kind of mentioned when they both came out to bat how, you know, they're kind of physically similar, tall left-hand batters with different styles, Wells and Jennings. Well, it's been quite evident. I mean, they've both faced the same number of balls, 29 Jennings, 30 Wells. Jennings just happy to play his own game in his pace and his way. Saying that, he swatting this delivery from Patterson out towards deep mid-wicket for 1 run. Moves on to 15 not out. 67 without loss. So that's 10 overs gone of the Lancashire second innings. 39 left today, subject to the conditions, and 5 minutes until tea.
You can imagine, can't you, the whiteboard in the Yorkshire dressing room where the tactics all been drawn out on there with the marker pens and all that. How to get Keaton Jennings out. We'll work on this, and this. Yep, come on then, lads. We're doing really well here. He's only got 14, 15. Oh, yeah. We forgot about Luke Wells. He can play a bit too, but he's at the non-striking end at the moment. Jennings on strike. Kohler Cadmore at slip. 67 without loss, leading by 88. Bess releases, and Jennings pushes into the offside where Hill fields. George Hill. Well, if ever there was a man to throw a ball to in this match, sooner rather than later, after what we saw first time around, then why not? Bester Jennings plays the reverse sweep and will pick up 4 more here. He's now getting in on the act as well. 71 without loss. And he tried that a few times in the first innings with varying degrees of ugliness. Didn't really, maybe got the odd one away, but missed out on cloth the few, didn't he? But that was well executed, well timed, and well placed as well. 19 to him now from 32. In comes Bess. And Jennings just stepping away to leg to open up that offside square on the offside region. Codin sweeping, keeps them to 1. I went to the dentist the other day. It's kind of reminded me of that. There's the rattle going on in the background.
If that's the sound coming from your dentist, I'll make sure I'll avoid it.
Here's Bess. Wells, shouldered arms through to Tattersall, who whipped off the bails but not out. Yeah, they talked about the monthly fee. I said, do you know who I am? They said, yeah, we'll just put it up another tenner then. Bess in. Oh, Wells steps away and opens up the offside. He plays this almost one-handed. And Bancode making a bit of a meal of the stop, but the important thing was that he did get down and prevent that from going for a boundary. They got back for 2. 74 without loss. Wells on to 54. Certainly know how to charge those dentists. Here's Bess. And it's Luke Wells with the beaming white smile on his face at the moment because he's used his feet again and got it away through extra cover. And has got 4 more. No stopping him at the moment. Luke Wells. Very good use of feet and a well executed extra cover drive then. 78 without loss after just 11 overs here. It's got the feeling of a T20 match at the moment. 99 run lead already, Lancashire. Yorkshire letting this one slip at the moment. Can't find an answer, can't find a response to this positive play from this opening pair for Lancashire.
Yeah, all that sense of frustration perhaps that Lancashire may have felt when Yorkshire were putting together a couple of partnerships at the back end of their innings. Frustrating Lancashire. It's all been kind of eased away with the way that this opening pair have started. This will be the last over before tea. And it's Patterson to Jennings. And picks out Will Frayne at mid-wicket, and there is no run.
Well, be my reckoning, lad. They've been out there for 50 minutes, that's all. 11 overs to get to this 78.
Patterson back to Jennings, no run. 78 without loss. approaching tea on the third day, and Lancashire 78 without loss in their second innings. A lead of 99 runs over Yorkshire. A really positive start with the bat by the Red Rose. Luke Wells 58 from 33 with 4 fours and 4 sixes, and Keaton Jennings unbeaten on 20. So they look to add to it here with a shot out towards the leg side, but for no run. So edging towards tea on the third day. Lancashire 78 without loss, lead Yorkshire by 99 runs.
Gone quiet out there, Yorkshire.
Three balls left. He's back down the pitch by Jennings and fielded by, stopped by Wells. Sorry, by Patterson off his own bowling, and there's no run.
Didn't look to be too far off a chance.
No,
I think it was pushed back in the air, wasn't it?
Yeah, kind of went low down to his right, didn't he? Kind of got maybe a couple of fingers on it. Patterson to Jennings. Let's turn to the leg side. Will Frayne fields, and there's no run. Floodlights are back on. And floodlights on, I think, for all 3 days now. And yesterday, in the end, the light itself was poor to begin with. But it was the clouds. To the left of the screen, it was yesterday, the clouds were coming up from the west. And you could see some quite nasty-looking storm clouds. And eventually, it absolutely chucked it down last night. Went off early. Final ball. That's run away down to third man. Thompson chasing after it. They've come back for 2. They might think of 3. No, they're settled for 2. And that completes the over. So is that tea? Or not? No. No, it's not. Is it? Yes? No? Yes. Folks have no idea. Yes, I think it is. We're heading off for tea. 80 without loss, Lancashire in their second innings. So it's a breathless start with the bat by Luke Wells. 58 not out from 33 balls, 4 fours, 4 sixes. Keaton Jennings 22 from 39, 3 fours in that innings. So Lancashire at tea on day 3, lead Yorkshire by 101 runs at 80 without loss in their second innings.
When you want the best seats in the house, it matters where you stay.
Life is what you make it, so make it count.
Make it better, make it greater.
Make it have a purpose.
Make it worthwhile. Make it faster.
Make it work for you.
Make it loving what you do.
Make it your passion.
Make it happen.
Make it in media, make it in sport, make it in business, make it in digital.
Make it possible.
Make it easy.
Make it your way.
Don't just make it through each day.
Make it pay.
Make it for real at UA92.
We are driven.
We are passion.
We are the fans.
We are the future.
We are equal.
We are Manchester.
We are a community.
We are here to win.
We are exceptional.
We are spirited.
We are powerful.
We are the Manchester Indians Cricket Club.
The Ashton Tigers Cricket Club. The Lancashire Disability Squad.
Gladwick Cricket Club.
Didsbury Cricket Club.
Greenmount Cricket Club.
Haydock Cricket Club.
We are Thunder.
We are Lancashire Lightning.
We are
unified. This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? UA92 is game-changing, created to accelerate careers in business, media and sport. Much more than a qualification, it's a personal development journey that prepares you for life. Become your best and connect with the best. With placements with major players. Sparked from the minds of the class of '92. Their tradition of dreaming big. And inspired by the commitment to passion, preparedness, ambition and youth. So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA92.
So 37 overs remaining in the day as the players come out for the final session on the third day. And that's the man of the moment, isn't it? Luke Wells, 58 from 33, 4 4s and 4 6s. Set off like the proverbial train. Slightly more measured and calmer. Keaton Jennings on 22 at the other end. But Wells has been the star of those 12 overs leading up to the tea interval. Lancashire have pushed their lead up to and now beyond 100. 101 is the advantage that Lancashire have got. And all 10 wickets in hand as well. We'll see Dom Best to resume after the tea interval. Best bowling 2 overs for 23. And he's got Wells on strike. He's pushed his long on back. Wells has hit quite a few back over the bowler's head, and actually Dom Best chatting to his skipper and looking over towards that fielder at long on. He stood in front of the pavilion. And there's actually, I think Wells has seen a bit of movement perhaps above the bowler's arm maybe, and something's caught his eye. There's a deep mid-wicket and a deep backward square leg. Here comes Bess to Wells. Does that beat Patterson's dive at backward point? It does. In fact, it reaches the boundary. It's gone for 4. A 4 off the first ball of the evening session.
Yeah, Wells picking up where he left off. Opened the face, punched it nicely. Agility probably wouldn't be at the top of Stephen Patterson's list of attributes these days at his age.
Best to Wells down the pitch. Oh, look at that for a shot. Doesn't he play that ever so well? 4 runs. It's a little bit more into out that from Luke Wells. Shimmy down the pitch. The follow through from the bat as well. And out towards that wide, long off boundary. 4 runs to Wells. The successive boundaries to start the post-tea session. 88 runs on the board for the opening partnership of this second innings. 109 run lead. Goes back and cuts the ball out through the offside for 1. Ben Code comes up from the boundary. Wells moves to 67.
Got to find a way to try and stem the flow here, Yorkshire, because they're going to have some tricky work to do with the bat second time if they're not careful here. Try and slow this game down. Clearly, the removal of Luke Wells is going to help with that. No signs of wicket though at the moment.
Bess to Jennings. And just clip the ball out towards the leg side for 1 run.
Joss Pickup has emailed in. Says, hey up Doidgy, listening in Calamias on the Costa del Sol today. It's all right for some, isn't it?
Nice, yeah.
Enjoying the comms. Looks like these openers could take the game away from Yorkshire. Yeah.
Bess in bowls. Wells defends, no run. .90 without loss. 1 ball left for the first over post tea. Started with a couple of 4s and a couple of singles. Will it end with a couple of dot balls? It's driven to mid-off, and it is indeed 2 4s, 2 1s, 2 noughts in that first over after the tea interval. So 90 without loss. The opening pair of Wells and Jennings. Wasn't much actually after that in the first innings. Obviously plenty of batting to come for Lancashire, and batters in really good form, but it was these two that got the bulk of the runs first time round for Lancashire, and they've started well again.
Simon Taylor, good afternoon to you. He's emailed BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com. He says, Pudsey, Doidgy, did you play at Pudsey back in the day? I did. I played there the other day as well. St Lawrence, though, I hasten to add. St Lawrence, not any other club in Pudsey, although I did play at Farsley a bit as well, which is in the borough of Pudsey. Putsi, as the locals call it. It's P-U-T-S-I, if you say it as a local. Patterson here bowling to Keaton Jennings, who flicks off the legs. Will frame, will field, they get a single. Simon goes on, I'm a dyed-in-the-wool Lancastrian, but spent a number of years living and working in Leeds in the 90s. And sure, we've shared a pitch on a Wednesday evening thrash on a few occasions. Me at All Woodley, we may well have done then. Yeah. Mentioned All Woodley the other day. Never wanted to field towards the back end of a game, second half of the match, or on an evening. Didn't want to field down the bottom side, the sort of clubhouse side of the ground. Midges. The scourge of many a fielder, I'm sure. Scratch away as Patterson's in, and that's run down through gully. I'll say through gully, towards gully, because Thompson's round to cut it off. That's Luke Wells on strike again. Another ground over in that part of the world where you'd get midgy bites. Patterson, Wells, positive again, lofts it out towards Hill at long off, but he's going to cut them off at 1 there. Taking Wells to 68, score to 92 without loss, the lead to 113. Little ground, small ground called Tong Park. Matthew Hoggard used to live just up on the hill from it. Now sort of got together with another club nearby, Esholt, Tong Park Esholt, but when it was just Tong Park on its own. And again, there's a sort of area of the ground with a little stream running down the bottom, and they just hang around there, don't they? So second half of a match. Midges. No, I don't want to field over there. I'm not going to cover today. Slip will do. Thanks very much. Patterson in, flicked off the hip by Jennings this time. They're taking on Frayne, who's at square leg, and successfully get through for 1. Apparently the BBC staff survey starts today. I obviously wouldn't be involved in that. I've got an email though from Tim Davey. It'd be your baby, wouldn't it, as a staffer?
Did you hear about Kevin's survey that he's taken to Twitter?
Has he? Oh, things getting serious if Kev takes to Twitter. Things are getting serious here for Yorkshire, because Lancashire continue to pile on the runs, and the majority of them, the vast majority, coming from the bat of Luke Wells, who's just hoisted one away off his legs for 6. Backward of square leg to take the Lankies on to 99 without loss. He's on 74. What a knock so far. Run rate 7.16 and over.
Extraordinary, isn't it? Start. Second time he's played that shot. Out to backward square leg, that kind of flick. I mean, it's a terrific shot from Wells.
Oh. Patterson full toss here. Patted back down the pitch to complete that over at 99 without loss. In fact, no, I have been included. There is actually also a BBC freelancer check-in survey as well, would you believe? So they're not making us feel left out for a change here.
Wells 74 from 42, Jennings 25 from 42. Kevin's survey, is well, it's a poll actually he's done. This I don't know whether whether he's checked the results of it or not recently.
The howlometer.
It's the howl. Yeah. So he's put a poll out there. What would cricket fans prefer to have played during the month of August, alongside the 100? As Bess comes in and bowls to Jennings, out into the offside for no run. I should really check this, shouldn't I? I think it's A, one-day cup cricket. B, like a regional competition, red ball, regional I don't know whether that's first class or not, but a regional red ball competition. Best to Jennings. It's worked out through the offside for a single. That brings up the century partnership too. So emulating what these two did in the first innings. 180 they put on for the first wicket in the first innings. They put on 100 again second time round. Jennings has 26. Wells have 74. It's 100 off just 86 balls, his partnership as well. Lead of 121. So either one-day cricket, a regional red ball competition, or a county championship fixtures in August. Bess in to Wells, trying to hammer the ball away, but straight to mid-off where Lythe fields no run.
Is this, what would you just, is it a survey of what would you like to see in the calendar, or is it a survey of what would you come to watch?
Well, I don't know if it was particular. I don't know. It was. I think it's just what would you prefer to happen if you're a cricket fan? Would you prefer it to be like it is for the last month, 50 over competition, or would you prefer kind of a regional thing or a county championship thing? Here's Best to Wells. That's off the back foot, just nudged out towards square leg for 1 run. 75 to Luke Wells from 44 balls, 101 without loss.
And of the 5 people to cast a vote so far, which is in front?
I think it was the
withering look there from Howells, 2 boxes away.
I think it's the red ball combination of the 2 red ball formats that was dominating the Howells poll. Reverse sweep by Jennings. Oh, I think it's wrong-footed Code, but he'll get away with it. He kind of went to his right, Ben Code, and the ball kind of bounced and pivoted away to the other side, but he is across in time to field. And they come back for 2. It's 103 without loss. A little smile on the face of Ben Code. He was definitely going away to his right. And on the reverse sweep, the ball bounced in the other direction, and he quickly had to go the other way. It's played up towards mid-off this time by Keaton Jennings. And he moves on to 29. That completes the over as well. So 104 without loss. 15 overs gone. And Lancashire lead by 125 runs.
Yeah, and very well they are doing too. And they're just really taking this game to Yorkshire here. Even if there is a bit of precipitation around between now and the end of this match, they're giving themselves some time to overcome that and to attack the White Rose and to take some wickets. Very, very positive by both of them, but in particular Luke Wells. Keaton Jennings happy to play the foil. He's got 29 to his name and he's facing up to Stephen Patterson here, but even he is trying a bit of improvisation here. We've seen a reverse sweep by him for 4. And he tried the sort of falling over ramp shot over the top of Johnny Tattersall. There is no fine leg if you can get it either over the top of JT or just into the gap, really, down the leg side. He'll get something for it. Missed his connection on this occasion. How cricket has changed. Nobody bats an eyelid. At one time, there would have been mock laughter, ridicule almost of that sort of attempt at getting a run, but he's pushed that latest delivery up to George Hill, who's deep-ish at mid-off, and so they take him on and pick up another 1. Wells back on strike. Jennings now ticking on to 30 from 48. Wells 75 from the 44 that he's faced. Run rate has dropped below 7, but might not do with this shot. It's a bit of a hoik feel about it, really. And Ben Code in conjunction with Don Bess, I think it is, out there in the deep. Between them contrived to field that and get it back in. Wells will just have to settle for the 2 this time. Wasn't... yeah, probably wasn't.
It's not his most elegant shot.
No.
He's having a bit of fun, though, isn't he? I suspect if you're Luke Wells at the minute, you're quite enjoying life. 77 from 45 in a Roses match, and he's coming out and giving it a bit of a bash.
Yeah, 150 and more to him in the match now as well. Patterson over the wicket. Passes umpire Warren, open-faced. There's a push from Wells into the offside. Jordan Thompson is in at point at the moment. He does the fielding. They've discarded anything in terms of orthodox slips, really. Tom Kohler-Cadmore has shifted out to probably about 4th slip. Field quite as wide as gully. They've got a deep backward square leg. Oh, long leg, really, on the boundary edge, and a man in front of square as well on the boundary edge, Don Bess. And Wells has flicked this one aerially into the leg side where Frayne is also out at cow corner, not on the boundary. Lythe's been dispatched as well, so Yorkshire with virtually an entire division out on the leg side, outer reaches. 108 without loss after that Wells single, taking him on to 78. Patterson with Jennings walking into this one, much as Colin Cavmore had done earlier in the day, and pushes a single to Adam Lyth. So 78 to Wells, 31 to Jennings, 109 without loss after just 16 overs. Lead already 130.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's a terrific start, isn't it, by Wells and by Jennings, trying to make the most of whatever chances they've got here. We're kind of not sure just whether or not we'll be dancing in between the showers a little bit later on, or whether the light might come into play. And we've already lost quite a bit of overs in the match. Tomorrow's forecast is a slightly dicey looking one at times, so well, you're out there with the chance. These two are scoring quickly, building the lead, trying to potentially think about a declaration at some stage tomorrow and try and bowl Yorkshire out. It's best to Jennings. It's cut out through the offside, and there is one run. Ben Code comes up from the boundary to field.
David Collicutt says, can somebody please stop Keaton Jennings from scoring runs against Yorkshire? I think, David, just about the only method I can think of at the moment would be extending the crane from out there over the boundary with the hook on the end of it and hooking him off the field.
Best to Wells, down the pitch he comes, hits it to the left of Lyth at mid-off, one bounce and 4 runs, and Wells moves into the 80s with that 82 not out. I was about to send a message down to the great Ken Grime, who's in the media written press room down below, about kind of quickest centuries and such like, because he's 82 from 48, Luke Wells, and he's sent me an email, which is lovely. Thank you, Ken. His best comes in. It's something to potentially bear in mind. The way he's batting at the minute, drives his ball away through the offside, gets 1. Wells moves to 83, 115 without loss. He says there's no record of fastest 100 for Lancashire, but we have a list of fastest first-class centuries off 60 balls or less. There is no Lancashire player on this list, so if Wells does it quicker than 61 balls, it would be the fastest ever Lancashire and the fastest in a Roses match should he get to a century off 61 balls or less. Cut away by Keaton Jennings into the offside, and there's no run.
Good job, DT's not in the house. He'd pull you on that and say fewer.
Aye, true. I don't listen to what he's saying normally.
We've had this before. Yeah.
Here's Bess around the wicket to Jennings. Gets a single, just clipped away towards square leg. Moves on to 33, 115 without loss. So just to say that again. So it's whether he gets to if he gets to 100, and if he does it for within 61 balls, then that would be the fastest ever for Lancashire and the fastest in a Roses match. He's 83 from 49 at the minute. 7 4s and 5 6s. Bess in bowls, and Wells rocks back, tries to help it down towards fine leg. Wide signal by the umpire. Yeah.
Wide?
We've reverted back to the one-day cup. So wide down the leg side. I think Bess was particularly pleased with that.
No, well, it didn't look like a wide to me, did you?
Not particularly, but
no.
Wide signalled. And he's over the wicket and bowling again, and that's disappeared away down towards the fine leg boundary. What's this come off? Leg by? Yeah, leg by. So he remains on 83, Luke Wells. The score moves on to 118. And that's at the end of the 17th over, lead of 139.
Looked a bit negative tactics there, didn't it, from Dom? He threw the next one down the leg side again, and he did have a quick look back then, having been wided the ball before, to see if Alex Wharf was giving the same decision, but didn't this time. Jamie Bowman, good afternoon to you, says torrential rain, thunder and lightning in Liverpool. Be warned.
I don't think it's coming here from Liverpool. But thanks, Jamie. I looked at the radar, and that bit. Oh, hang on. I have to refresh the radar. But it could be something maybe after 5 o'clock. I can see the bit he's referring to over Liverpool at the minute. Yeah, it looks a bit grim.
Stephen Patterson continuing at the Brian Statham end to Wells, who pushes out to Matthew Waite in the covers. No run. Martin Rowe says, as a cricketer, which discipline do you excel in, Jonathan? I'm an outstanding captain from the bar. Outstanding. I was very, very good at leg side wides. I'm particularly good at being here for 6. Patterson in, open faced. It's punched out to Jordan Thompson at point. And there's no run. There was a day when I was playing against somebody who was nipping the ball away, and I remember just could not lay a bat on this bowler and said to him, can you just bowl it a little bit straighter because I want to nick it. I need to get off here. It's just too embarrassing. In comes Patterson, and that's turned to leg by Luke Wells, who picks up a single. 84 to him. Jennings on the 33, and they've both faced a pretty similar amount of deliveries. Just the 53 for Wells, 52 for Jennings. But who cares as far as the Red Rose is concerned here, because they are kicking on at pace. 140 the lead, and they still have all 10 second innings wickets intact. Just didn't really see this. You thought, yeah, they might come out and be positive, but I don't think anybody foresaw, from what we've seen in this match so far, a run rate of 9 on 7, as Jennings chops that into the deck, just to the offside, outside off stump there. Coley Cowmore Fields, no run. Checking in elsewhere in a minute as well. I'll find the right tab on the menu on my laptop. We'll have a look at the scores elsewhere. Here's Patterson. That's flicked out aerially into the leg side, but it's safe from the bat of Jennings, who moves on to 34. 120 without loss. Bad light stop play in Div 2. Notts on Leicester. Leicester clinging on. They'll be happy with the bad light because they're 9 down, but they need a lot of bad light between now and the end of tomorrow to save that match. They're 248 behind. Div 1, Hampshire, Northants. Northants shot out for 175, following on a 46 without loss. 179 behind as Wells cloths one really back towards Patterson to complete the over. 18 gone, 120 without loss. At Canterbury, Kent, of course, also following on, and they're in dire straits, aren't they? The points are going to go to Essex here unless there's some miracle or weather intervention. Kent 63 for 5 second time around, trailing by 346 runs. At Taunton, Gloucestershire leading by 255 at 160 for 2 in their second innings. They're setting things up nicely for themselves for a chance to bowl out their arch local rivals between now and the end of tomorrow. Worcestershire, well, they've got 5 Glamorgan wickets now. They're 189 for 5 in Division 2 at Cardiff, back on the field. Rain stop play at Derby, where Derbyshire 153 for 5 in their second innings lead by 236 runs.
Yeah, Don Best being replaced. 3 over spell for 23. Jordan Thompson comes back, and that loops away into the onside. Oh, just beyond. Well, I said just beyond. I think Waite did get something on it.
He did. He dropped him. Yeah, got his hand to it.
It went up towards Waite, reached for it, got something on it, and it falls safe. Jennings moves to 35. 121 without loss. Lead of 142. So Waite was at mid-wicket and just looped off the bat of Keaton Jennings. Got something on it, Matthew Waite. Couldn't keep it. Not sure just how much he was stretching for. It looked like he was stretching quite a bit for that. Maybe it was just beyond his proper full reach, and therefore drop safe. Plenty of leg side reinforcements. Long on, mid-wicket, deep backward square leg, fine leg. It's angled away into the onside by Luke Wells, but for no run. There's a deepish mid-off, Adam Lythe. Extra cover. Short third. And deep backward point. In fact, Corley Cadmore at short third now drops down to third man. It's been a blistering innings from Luke Wells. 84 not out, 55 balls faced, 7 fours, 5 sixes. Thompson to Wells. It's helped down the corner. Gathered by Patterson. Wells to 85 not out. 122 without loss. Lead of 143. Jennings back on strike. Thompson from the pavilion end. To Jennings. Just drops it to the leg side. Jogs through for 1. Moves to 36 not out. 123 without loss. So a lead of 144 runs now. Jennings got the headlines for Lancashire in the first innings with that century. His 4th successive century for Lancashire against Yorkshire. His 4th of this season as well. As Wells ducks underneath this and through to the keeper, no run. He's averaging 72, Keaton Jennings, and he's not far off 1,000 runs. In fact, he's almost at 1,000 runs now for the season as an opening bat. 72. The average, but Wells has had a pretty good season himself. He's averaging 55 and pushing up to 900 runs. A couple of centuries. Thompson comes around the wicket and bowls to Wells. That's chopped away through the offside. Ben Coe comes up to field. Wells gets 1, moves on to 86. Not out. End of the over, 124 without loss.
Jennings must be averaging 150 plus against Yorkshire in his last few knocks. Every time he goes to the crease, he's just building steadily for his team here. Playing the foil. He has tried a few improvisations with varying degrees of success, but he's still there.
He needs 54 to get to 1,000 runs for the season, Keaton Jennings. Started this innings 54 away from 1,000 runs.
Yeah, it's a good effort in First Division cricket. Patterson in punched out through the covers by Wells. He's going to pick up at least 2, make that 3 more. 89 to him from 59.
Well, the fastest that Ken Graham going through all the records, the fastest that he believes, the fastest century by a Lancashire batter in first-class cricket was 61 by Ian Austin against Yorkshire at Scarborough in 1991. So I don't think Luke Wells is going to match that Ian Austin 61 ball century against Yorkshire at Scarborough in 1991, but it was on for a time being. Patterson
to Jennings, opens the face, pushes into the offside. Tom Corley Cadmore with a bit of venom about it, picks up the ball and tries to throw down the stumps to run Luke Wells out at the non-striking end, but misses. So Patterson turns, having received the ball from fellow senior pro Adam Lyth. This another lofted shot. Can George Hill get his hands on it? It's just over the top of him. Not timed by Keaton Jennings. It will pick him up a run. And having fielded the ball and returned it, Hill along with Lyth both being sent out to the long on and long off boundaries. Will Frayne also been sent out to Cowshot corner. Finley Bean being brought into a straight mid wicket. Also still got Don Best square on the leg side and Ben Coe down at long leg, all out to the left-handed Wells as Patterson sees the ball disappear past his left hand aerially. But Wells picking up a single out towards Lyth at long on with that one. 90 from 60. It's a good strike rate in any form of the game, and certainly one you don't often see over such a prolonged period of time in a red ball match. Very, very good knock by him. Jennings in, Patterson in even, and Jennings whipping it off his legs. And it will be Don Bess who returns it from out in the deep. In front of the party stand, they get back for a couple. Cherry pickers on the loose over there again as well. You ever had a ride in a cherry picker?
I haven't, no.
Thought you might have hired one to clean your windows, something like that. Been posh like you are. You just pay somebody else to do that. Patterson in, nicely played cut shot here by Jennings, well fielded by Kohler Cadmore, good cricket. Dot ball to complete that 20th over of this Lancashire second innings. 131 without loss, the lead now 152. And everything looking red rosy at the moment.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? Absolutely breathless start to the Lancashire second innings, but I mean it's what they had to try and do. I mean, it's easy saying it and then going out and trying to execute it, but they've executed this brilliantly. They've got themselves into ahead of the game again. It's flicked away by Wells off his hip. Down towards fine leg for a single. 132 without loss. Yorkshire fielders buzzing all over the place. Trying to slow things down, but over 6.5 runs and over. Lancashire scoring at the minute. It's a wide ball. Jennings just eases safely away, backward of point for a single. Moves to 40, 133 without loss. Brings the man of the moment back on strike. Luke Wells, 91 from 61. Ian Austin's 61 ball century is safe. He got for Lancashire against Yorkshire in the early 90s in Scarborough. Slow ball on off stump, driven through the offside. Probably bringing 4 more. It does. Timing from Wells to perfection.
Don't know about Ian Austin. If he got a century in 61 balls at Scarborough, more like Steve Austin, surely.
95 to Luke Wells from 62 balls, 5 6s and 8 4s.
You're too young for that again, aren't you?
Not got a clue, mate. 137 without loss. Lead of 158 runs.
Howells is not happy that you don't know.
He's never happy with me. I'm a permanent disappointment to him.
He had a Steve Austin action man when he was younger.
Round the wicket, ball's a short ball to Wells. Ducks underneath that and through to the keeper, no run.
Or was it Steve Austin who had a Kevin Howells action man? Probably the latter. We have the technology to rebuild him. At least look interested.
I don't know what you're talking about. Thompson to Wells. It's pulled away down to fine leg for 4 more. Well, he's edging up to a breathless, brilliant century here, Luke Wells. It's an outstanding display of batting. He's taken the attack to Yorkshire emphatically. He moves to 99 not out from just 64 balls. It's a memorable innings.
That's a heck of a good pull shot as well. He's got it really fine. Patterson's that long leg, really a bit wider than what you call fine leg, and he's 15 in from the boundary, and he's kind of hooked it away, probably through what would have been about 1.5 leg slips to get it fairly fine for 4.
Wells waits, rocks back, pulls the ball out through the onside. It's brilliant from Wells. Oh, goodness me, take a bow. That's an outstanding innings. 65 ball century in a Roses match for Luke Wells. It is breathtaking from the Lancashire opening batter. 9 4s and 5 6s. An innings for the ages in this famous fixture, really. 65 ball century. It's 142 without loss. And it's just the most magnificent start with the bat to their second innings for Lancashire. And it's all set up by a brilliant innings from Luke Wells. 9 4s and 5 6s. He's 100 not out from 65 balls.
Yeah, outstanding stuff from him. Some superb shots down the ground in particular. He's pulled the ball well. We think of those couple of 6s at least that have gone way over deep backward square leg. And even the hook sort of pull shot that I was talking about, where he got right round on that Jordan Thompson delivery in the previous over as well. 142 without loss. And Matthew Waite being turned to now with the ball. Yorkshire looking at the moment devoid of ideas as to how to get either of these pair, in particular the man on strike, Wells, out. Punched up the ground this first delivery. Harry Dukes on there as 12th man, although despite chasing it like a little Jack Russell, it was George Hill who came in to do the fielding. They got a single. And speaking of George, Yorkshire have now used 5 bowlers in this Lancashire second innings. They've got a man who took 6 for 26 first time around. Not yet had an over of these 21 that have been bowled. 21.1. Luke Wells, 101. And Keaton Jennings back on strike. For some reason the scoreboard has Will Frayne up as bowling an over. Oh, sorry, bowling a delivery. Matthew Waite very definitely who is doing the bowling, and Matthew Fisher in to do the fielding. So Yorkshire have got 2 substitute fielders on at the moment. Jennings got through for a single though. Just checking around. I think Jordan Thompson is one of those who's left the field of play. I think Stephen Patterson is the other. Yep, looks like it. Here's Waite grabbing the air back with that left hand as he runs in. Wells punches away into the offside square. We'll pick up another single. 5 6s and 9 4s for him, as Scott called it. Keeping that run rate up well above 6, going on for 7. 145 without loss. Waite to Jennings, who pulls. Looked for a moment like it might go to hand to Finn Bean, who's just in front of square on the 1. But it bounces just short. Two to come in the over. In comes Waite again. Just walking into it. Jennings gets it away into the covers. But Harry Duke is parading around in there. And there's no run. I said to Dukey this morning, saw you going through your paces yesterday with Jack Shutt, where Harry got a 5, it was almost like a 5-metre handicap. Jack starting in front of him, sprinting across the side of the square down to our right. I don't know how many lengths, widths, whatever you want to call it, the pitch they did between them, but Harry kept winning the race. As Waite's latest delivery is cut backward of point, and Jennings gets another single. 42 to him, 146 without loss. And so it's a great way to celebrate your birthday, that. He said, wasn't just that, Doige. He had us in gym afterwards for about an hour as well. So I don't think Harry entirely enamoured with the Yorkshire S&C after all that on his birthday. Anyway, I'm going to have to disappear for a minute or two and just do an update for BBC Radio Leeds.
No worries. In fact, it's time for Luke Wells and Keaton Jennings to have a drink. Jack Morley running out with some refreshments for these two opening batters. So they put on 180 in the first innings together. They've now put on 146 so far in the second innings. They are enjoying a fabulous season. Closing in together on 2,000 first-class runs between them this year, these two, Jennings and Wells. You see George Hill. Now, he was a real star in the first innings for Yorkshire. Picked up 6 wickets. And you're going to come into the attack for the first time, second time round, with 2 batters smacking it all over the place. But I'm sure he'll be up for the challenge. 6 for 26 first innings for George Hill. From that Jimmy Anderson end. And just dropped away into the leg side by Keaton Jennings for no run. 146. Without loss. Lead of 167, but 26 overs still left in the day. Subject, and we've had plenty of people suggesting that there's rain. Well, there is plenty of rain in the northwest. But at the minute, not in Manchester. It's dragged away through mid-wicket by Keaton Jennings. Matt Fisher. It's nice to see Fisher out there fielding for Yorkshire's 12th man. I think Bumble was telling us the other day he's due to play a... He was chatting to him, wasn't he, David Lloyd, the other day, and he was saying he was due to play a second team match pretty soon as he continues his return from injury. Maybe a chance we'll see him play for Yorkshire in the final couple of games. 147 without loss. Full ball, just an off stump, which Wells defends, and there is no run. 102 from 68, so he just fell short of what we think was the fastest century in first-class cricket for Lancashire. He'll flick away towards the leg side for no run. And he got to 100 in 65 balls, Luke Wells. And Ken Graham downstairs in the media centre has been busy beavering away and reckons that the fastest century for Lancashire in first-class cricket was a 61-ball century by Ian Austin against Yorkshire at Scarborough. Oh, that loops away into the onside off a slight leading edge. It bounces in front of Dom Bess. And there's no run. But falling short of a record, but it's a memorable one nonetheless for Wells and for Lancashire supporters. 9 4s and 5 6s. Hill from around the wicket bowls. Wells drives through the offside, probably for a couple. Into the right of short extra cover. And Ben Code at deep point has to swing around the boundary to deep extra cover to field. Wells comes back for 2. So 104 not out. Bowlers used by Yorkshire. 4 overs for Ben Code for 19. 5 overs for Jordan Thompson for 40. 7 for Patterson. He went for 36. Best sending down 5 overs for 46. Hill with his first, which went for 3, and now Matthew Waite about to start his second over. Negative 170 for Lancashire. He's Waite bustling his way in and bowls. It's driven to the right of mid-on. There's cries of catch. It was in the air. Lyth was reaching for it. Stretching away to his right. Shake of the hand between the two batters, because that's the 150 partnership up. It's a lovely follow through, isn't it, by Keaton Jennings? Yeah, that's 150 on the board. Jennings moves to 47. A little reminder, if he gets to 54 in this innings, that'll be 1,000 in the championship this year for Jennings. It's a good start by Patterson inside the gully. And there is no run. Just trying to run it down to third man there, Keaton Jennings, going back and opening up the face of the bat. Good start by Patterson. 153 for naught. Waite bowls. That's gone high towards the leg side. Oh, it's cleared the fielders, it's cleared the boundary. And it's gone for 6. And that's a half century for Keaton Jennings. He's edging towards 1,000 championship runs for the season. I think that takes him to 999. It's another 50. He can't get another century, can he, against Yorkshire? He scored 4 consecutive centuries against Yorkshire in consecutive innings. I mean, no one's done that before. He's already got that record to his name. Been a couple, got 3 on the spin for Lancashire against Yorkshire. That's clubbed into the offside. He sends Wells back. Duke comes up to field. Bales are dislodged. I think Duke just threw the ball onto the stumps, but then Wells was back. 159 without loss. A lead of 180. 2 balls left. Only in the 24th over. It's like a T20 match, this. Driven by Jennings on the bounce, back down the pitch, stopped by Waite off his own bowling. And there is no run. We can just see some very light shadows being cast by the players. And that's due to the floodlights, I'm afraid, not the natural light. The floodlights are on, but it's only quite light. You might just be able to see as you watch Waite come in now. Just the odd shadow following him. Short ball, he tumbles and he's followed through. Matthew Waite down the leg side, taken by Johnny Tattersall. And there's no run. That's how he got to his 50. Swatted out through the leg side, it went high. And a little punch of the gloves between the two batters. They have enjoyed some fabulous partnerships this year. It's an outstanding run they've had together across all 3 formats for Lancashire. They've battered together in the Championship, in the Blast, and they open the batting in the Royal London One Day Cup as well. And they've had runs across all the 3 formats. It's the end of the over. 24 gone of the Lancashire second innings. 159 without loss.
And George Hill back into the attack from the James Anderson end. Goes short first up, pulled by Wells. Waite round to field. They have to settle for the 1. Just a really strange feel about this, the way the whole thing's changed. Yorkshire not being able to find a wicket. They can't say that it's not one of those matches, is it, where the batters have gone out and just been patient and left lots of deliveries and just tried to string the game out. They're taking it to Yorkshire, playing attacking shots. They still haven't managed to fashion that wicket-taking opportunity. The one shot that Matthew Waite got his hand to, which he couldn't cling on to, as Keaton Jennings pulls another 4 through mid-wicket. George Hill going short of length both the first 2 deliveries here.
That's 1,000 runs for him as well this season.
That's a brilliant effort by Keaton Jennings, who gets a hug from Luke Wells. These two clearly, the two giraffes, clearly enjoy this partnership that they've got. Proving immensely fruitful here for Lancashire. 164 without loss. Hill shorter of length again. Jennings tries to swat it across the line again. This time, well, he is human after all, because he missed it.
It's absolutely brutal batting, isn't it? It's extraordinary effort, this, from these two. I mean, it started the innings 21 runs behind, 24 overs ago. They're now 185 in front.
Hill in. Jennings scything this one backward of point, where Codwell feel they get one. They started it 21 in front, not 21 behind.
Yeah, yeah, and 185 in front. I mean, it's extraordinary batting to have moved the game so far in front so quickly.
Rubbish, this 4-day game, isn't it?
Well, this is
boring.
I mean, this is what England want, isn't it, from their players?
I won't bear to come and watch it. Hill in. Oh, good delivery. He's found the inside edge of Luke Wells' bat. But Wells, well, when it's your day, it is your day. And one of few, really, that's raced away to the boundary today. And he's got lucky on this occasion. Just looking at it once again. Yeah, it was probably around about 4th stump, actually. Didn't get up, did it? He was chopping down on it, but he kept a bit low. And he was a little bit fortunate that he got it away past his leg stump for 4 runs, but I don't think anybody would begrudge him that, given the way he's approached this innings. 109 to him, dropping one into the leg side. And Harry Duke fires it back into the gloves of Tattersall, and there is no run. Just checking in on Luke Wells. You've seen him obviously play far more times, far more often than I have. 31 years of age now, 166th first-class match. And if he's not careful, he's going to go from 9,124 runs to 10,000 in this knock before the end of this Wednesday afternoon. Highest score of 258, so really not in any danger of eclipsing that. At this moment, 21 centuries to his name. I think that'll be 22 now, won't it? Because it won't be updated just yet. And his debut way back in 2010 for Sussex at Worcestershire.
It's hit back towards Waite, and there's no run. Still 23.5 overs remaining. Waite balls again, low full toss. Get through for a quick single here. He wants one to Lythe, who's at mid-on. And does quickly get through for one. Jennings to 59. So 170 without loss. Lead of 191.
Going to be here till after 6, I think, Scott.
Yeah, we had 104 overs today. Making up for time lost yesterday. Yesterday we had a delay to the start of the day. Didn't get underway till 5 to 1. And we finished pretty early as well, about 5:15. Wells goes high, leg side. Has he got enough to clear the man, or is he going to be caught? It's 6. It's raining sixes with Wells out there. He gets his 6th 6 in this knock of 115.
Off bowler number 6, or player number 6 for Yorkshire. Yeah, he really did lever that one up in the air. One of those, the two fielders, Finn Bean and Don Bess, in that general vicinity, square on the leg side. Bess looked interested for quite a while, but it went high, and the trajectory just brought it down, probably about a couple of metres over the boundary rope, but enough to get it beyond the grasp of either fielder.
So 176 without loss. Wait to Wells. It's hit out through the offside. Again, Fisher coming up from the boundary to field. Wells to 116 not out. 177 for no wicket. Brings Jennings on strike. Display of brilliant batting from Lancashire. Two balls left. Jennings happy just to tap it into the offside where Caller Cadmore fields and there's no run.
Yeah, there's positive and there's positive, but I don't think anybody was really foreseeing this sort of an onslaught. When the Lankies walked out for the second time. Luke Wells averaging just over 40 in first-class cricket in the last decade.
Jennings will work the ball across his pads, and it's fielded by Will Frayne at mid-wicket. The end of Matthew Waite's third over, 3 overs for 22. And 26 overs into the Lancashire second innings, 177 without loss, a lead of 198 runs. 23 overs remaining in the day's play.
So George Hill going to continue. George, as we know, 6 for 26 in this first innings of this match. His highest, his best bowling figures, I should say, in first-class cricket. The first time he'd taken more than 2 wickets, in fact, in an innings. And he's bowling short of length here and pulled not entirely in the direction, I don't think, that Wells wanted it, through mid-wicket for 1. Decaf coffee, please, Scott. Thank you. Scott disappearing off to get the drinks. Good boy. Good man. As Wells pulls another 2. 118 of 77 for him. 179 without loss. George Hill, those who are not that familiar with him, perhaps. Product of Sedbergh School. Couple of very good hundreds with the bat this season already, in first-class cricket, that is. As Luke Wells gets another short ball from him, this time lofts it away for 4 runs over extra cover. There is a man in there intending to catch Don Bess. It's a long way over his head. And another tremendous blow from Wells. Couple of bounces out into the Seat Unique advertising boards. 183 without loss, 122 now to Wells. But George Hill, just clearly a talented sportsman. I think by all accounts, good hockey player. Could play tennis as well, to a good standard. Here he comes with that sort of shuffle-like run-up as he has towards the crease. Pushed out into the offside by Wells, who will pick up another single. Taking on the arm and succeeding. 123 to him, 184 without loss. Interesting, though, that you hear that George was a talented tennis player, but would rather play the likes of hockey and cricket because he preferred to play team sport. Team player. Some people prefer it. Some like the individual angle on things, don't they? Hill comes in, slower ball this time to Keaton Jennings, who pushes to mid-on. Bean fields, but can't prevent another single. Jennings onto 60. 185 without loss. Can't beat a bit of team sport, can you? Camaraderie. In it together. The crack, as they say. Two left in the over. Hill in to Wells, who turns that into the leg side, and Tom Kohler Cadmore is round and doing the fielding. Another picture in from Martin Rowe. This time, Brooke and Revis, with thanks to Revis Senior, holding trophies at Headingley a few years ago. Hill in again, and Wells flicking off his legs for one more square on the leg side, then 124 from 81 for him. 11 fours and 6 sixes. 186 without loss after just 27 overs. Lancashire second time around, and big lead, 207 here. Really cranking up the pressure on Yorkshire, and Don Bess coming on at the Brian Statham end has none for 46 to his name from 5 overs so far. David Coleman sends in a photograph of Lanky, the Lancashire giraffe, and said that even if one giraffe gets out in the middle, there's always Lanky to come in. At Jonathan Doidge, at Scott Reed 16, at BBC Lancs Sport if you want to tweet, get involved, or of course BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com. Bess in and pulled by Wells. Could be a catch here for Will Frayne, and that is finally the end of a brilliant knock by Luke Wells, who gets an immediate handshake from Dominic Bess and from Tom Kohler Cadmore, having batted on this pitch. They'll appreciate the brilliance of that knock, but Wells is first man out second time around for Lancashire, who are 186 for 1, and Don Bess has finally found a way to get him out, and it's not far off being a 7th Wells 6, but 124 for Luke Wells off 82 balls. 11 fours and 6 sixes. Well, I don't care what your colours are. Warm applause from everyone around here for a fantastic knock that has taken this game away from Yorkshire in very quick time. 27 overs and 1 ball. And given Lancashire, well, plenty of scope now, haven't it, to get in and among Yorkshire second time around. Josh Bohannon walking out to the middle, but Keaton Jennings caught Frayne on the cow corner boundary off the bowling of Don Bess for 124 off just 82 deliveries, and to repeat, 11 fours and 6 sixes. Lancashire 186 for 1 with that lead of 207. Scott back with the coffees, always good. David Coleman says, love the $6 million man reference. I don't know about Steve Austin, but do they have the technology to rebuild Steve Patterson back to his best? Where's Oscar Goldman when you need him? Yeah, Luke Wells gone. You've got Lancs a wicket. You've got Yorkshire a wicket, I should say, Scott.
That's no problem.
We talked about that role reversal of jobs, and
got you a coffee and got you a wicket. Not quite sure how Josh Bohannon follows that, really. Maybe he just does his own thing.
He's cricket, and he's probably going to get out first ball here.
Probably, yeah. A bit of a relief for Don Bess and for Yorkshire. Here he comes to Bohannon. just gets on the front foot and drops the ball out into the offside. And there is no run picked up by Finley Bean.
Yorkshire folk watching this or listening to it from behind the sofa at the moment.
Best to Bohannon. It's turned down into the leg side. And there is no run. Play back along the ground. Bohannon just getting his early little sighter or two here. Lancashire's lead of 207. Some dark clouds behind the media centre. Could be a little bit of rain on the way.
Oh no.
Bohannon looks to try and cut the ball, but a play and a miss.
That will be a shame.
You're not enjoying this, don't you?
No, I'm loving it. I always love working with you.
Getting onto that front foot, trying to get a single. It's dropped away towards Corler Cadmore. End of the over. 186 for 1. Lead of 207 runs.
I always enjoy my trips to Old Trafford. As I say, well looked after, great facilities, good company. But there's only one thing I love more, and that's when I drive back across the M62 and see the White Rose sign just there up at Rishworth. Take me home. Ben Code coming back into the attack. 4 overs for 19. That is unusual when the man has ball in hand. Keaton Jennings is just asking for something behind the bowler's arm. There is a sight screen, then a second one. But there is a gap between the pair where there's a bit of red brick showing through. I'm not sure if Ben Coe's coming from that general area. Either way, play is underway because Code delivered that and Jennings whipped it in front of square for a single. 61 to Keaton now from 82. 187 for 1. Josh Bohannon. Well, it would just be typical of cricket, wouldn't it, if it goes in now and doesn't get so many. It comes out with a single figure score and he's been seen it flayed to all parts. They were both lefties, of course, together. Josh Bohannon, a right-hander. Busy sort of player as he walks into this shot and underlines that really in the same breath. 25 years of age now. That was a dot ball, by the way, just up the road in Bolton. And, his place of birth. And going on for 3,000 first-class runs. With the highest of 231. Can you remember who he got that against? No, probably not. Sorry to ask you that. I'm sure you do, but it's just not coming from wherever in the depths at this moment in time. Ben Code in over the wicket to the right-hander. That's a little flick and misses it. And Bohannon with a very handy first-class average after 48 matches of over 45. 6 tons, 13 50s to his name. Made his debut at the Oval against Surrey back in 2018. He's facing Ben Code here. Good delivery by Code, just angled in and then holding its line. Bohannon interested in playing at that. Floodlights are on. It's nowhere near as gloomy as it was at the point it went off yesterday afternoon, but it's getting a little bit gloomier. Not deterred the attendees, who are still pretty much the same in number as they have been throughout the day. In comes Code again. Bohannon runs that down towards third man. There isn't one, so Matthew Waite has to give chase from point. And they get back for 2. So Bohannon off the mark.
I think it was Gloucestershire. That's that top score for Bohannon. That day-night, that debut we mentioned against Surrey, that was with a pink ball, the day-night championship games. Remember those?
Yeah. Code over the wicket. Bohannon walking into it again, pushes out into the offside. And there's no run. So, yeah, made his debut in all 3 formats back in 2018. And he's been pretty much a permanent fixture, hasn't he? Since then.
He has, yeah.
Dot ball to complete that 29th over then, with Lancs on 189 for 1. 186, that first wicket partnership between the dismissed batter Luke Wells, 124 of them made by him from 82 deliveries. So you can see the gloom if you're watching the stream. If you can't, then I can assure you that it is grey. And I've been referring to the wind a few times today, and those flags opposite us on flagpoles, the James Anderson end of the ground, blowing out almost horizontally, so things moving fairly quickly in the skies. Got the drill going off again away to our right. Of course, the ground adorned with that red trim around the hotel. Remind me what the building's called on the left-hand side.
It's best to Jennings. He wants perhaps 2, just takes the single through mid-wicket. Jennings moves to 62 not out. That's the point.
The point. It's quite sort of symmetrically pleasing, isn't it? You know, the red box around the edge of that, and there's kind of mirrored that across the way on the hotel as well. Like a bit of symmetry.
Bohannon on strike. Here's Bess in and balls down the pitch and just chips it on the bounce back to Bess, and there's no run. I don't think the new hotel that's being built to our right, I don't think that's going to be red. I don't think that's a red colour. Bohannon again dancing down, trying to force the ball away. Doesn't really time it. In the funny side though with Keaton Jennings. Slip in place. Nice shot, driven away through the covers, but for no run. Will Frayne there for Yorkshire. Bess in and balls. 190 for 1. Lancashire in their second innings. A blistering start with the bat second time round, led by Luke Wells. 124 runs off just 82 balls, with 6 sixes and 11 fours. Lancashire 190 for 1, lead by 211 runs. It's back this time. Cuts the ball away through the offside for a single, and he keeps the strike, Josh Bohannon, as well. That's the end of the over. Bohannon on to 3, 191 for 1.
Looking a bit dark now, I think, and with that threat of rain, I think they should be off the field at this point. I'd be abandoning for the day if I were them.
You did just say, and rightly so, that it's not quite as dark as it was yesterday.
Yeah. Yorkshire lad says, what's going on? Just been on a hike on the Isle of Man. Isle of Skye, even, not the Isle of Man. Isle of Man. Been out. Not a lot of different. Well, they're both on the sort of same side of.
Why can't you hike on the Isle of
mainland?
That's typical of that, isn't it?
Code in and bowling to Bohannon, who tries to swat it away through the leg side and misses. I've never been to the Isle of Skye, actually. I've been in the Isle of Man. Been out of radio contact just for a couple of hours. It's a completely different game, he says. And then with probably a bit of, I think the humour's rubbing off on some people. He's put up a picture of a stag and says staggering. Code to Bohannon, walking into it again and just cutting this away to Matthew Waite, backward of point. Mark Shanahan says, I'm guessing Yorkie's had the ball changed again. That's the one thing that's not happened in this innings. And they're not even look like they've been trying to get it changed, which is amazing. I mean, surely you would have thought that somebody would have kicked it into the wet on top of the
puddle,
covers.
yeah.
Oh, sorry, I was trying to stop that, honest. Code round the wicket to the left-handed Jennings, who just opens up his body and gets that away backward of point. George Hill fields and keeps them to 1. Bohannon back with it then. The lead 214. He has 4 from 17 and Code bowling to him. Punches it to mid-on. He's taking a very quick single here. Matthew Fisher coming in. Every time you see Matthew Fisher move on a cricket field, you always have your heart in your mouth. But he survives injury, but doesn't manage to prevent the single. .194 for the loss of 1 wicket. Code to Jennings, who pushes into the offside where Bess will field.
He's jogging back to his mark, Ben Code. You wouldn't think that Yorkshire have been too much of a hurry, but they're -2, aren't they, on the over rate? And there is a possibility of declarations and such like here, so he's jogging back to his mark to get through them quickly.
Code to Jennings, pushed into the onside. They're going to get 1. Yeah, 195 for 1 at the end of the over with Jennings on 64. They did lose some points earlier in the season for that, although there have been times, I've got to say, a couple of matches where there were +7 and +5 and things like that.
Can't you just carry them over?
Well, you don't get any more points for being +7
No,
here,
you
but you
don't,
get them
no.
deducted for being minus.
There was a game in Southampton earlier this season, Lancashire were playing Hampshire, and the game was always going to be a draw, really. And the Sunday, the last day, was washed out completely. It hammered it down all day. But we had to stay until about 10 to 5 because Hampshire were -2, and they were determined to try and just have, even if it was just 20 minutes, so they could get the spinners on and try and save a couple of points.
That'd be a laugh, wouldn't it, if you could just get points on over race? Can you imagine that? Throwing on your non-bowlers, just have 775 for none, but we got 10 points there. We were +10.
Here's Bess in and bowls. That's Jennings off the back foot. He's trying to work the ball away through the offside, but for no run. Bess around the wicket. Sweeps Keaton Jennings.
Swept it off middle stump, didn't he? You thought, miss this, you're a goner. Floodlights, not that. I reckon they'd probably change the bulbs overnight and put some energy-saving light bulbs in, given the crisis.
Bess to Jennings again. He looks to sweep. Can't get it past. I think that's Fisher, isn't it? Oh no, it's Code. Who does ever so well, actually. Fields the ball and picks up in one motion and throws down the stumps. And they have got through for a single. Jennings moves on to 65. That's 196 for 1. The lead is now 217 runs. 196 for 1. Bohannon on 5. There's Don Bess over the wicket and bowls. He comes down the pitch, big swing and a miss. He's been stumped. And it's nice work by Johnny Tattersall. And a wicket for Don Bess, another one for him. He came down towards the ball, a big swing, missed it, through to Tattersall. And he flicks off the bails, and that's the second wicket to fall. 196 for 2. See on the replay here. Good work, wasn't it, by the keeper?
It was, yeah. I mean, he gave him plenty of rope, didn't he, to work with. Josh Bohannon even turned and tried to tap his bat in, and that was short by some margin. So Don Bess will be feeling a little bit better about life with a couple of wickets under his belt. And Bohannon, well, we said, didn't we, probably written that he came out and got a single-figure score after all of that had gone on before.
Yeah.
That's what's happened. He's lasted just 4 overs and 2 balls. And been out there for about a quarter of an hour or so. Adding 10 there with Keaton Jennings for the 2nd wicket.
So Croft, the new batter, joining Keaton Jennings.
Haha, it is the return of Kevin Owls to the commentary box.
Don't know. Are you available for selection? 2 balls left of the over. Here's Bess to Croft, and that's played out into the offside where Will Frame fields, and there's no run.
Available for selection. There are 2 of us today. It's not even selection, is it? It's just
you're on.
Yeah, you walked in the room. That's it. You do not leave before you come sit with a microphone.
Croft goes back and across, and that's just nudged away into the onside for no run. End of the over. 32 gone of the Lancashire 2nd innings. 196 for 2. Jennings 65. Croft on 0. Look at the top of that card there. It's Luke Wells that's bossed the day. 124 from 82 balls. Caught frame, bowled by Don Bess. It's 196 for 2. It's a lead of 217. What have you spotted, Doji?
I've spotted Yorkshire captain Jonathan Tattersall having discarded helmet, gloves and pads.
Is sensational.
And coming on to bowl with Tom Kohler-Cadmore now taking over behind the stumps. Now, I'm just looking for Charlie Caroli, Basil Fawlty and Fred Carno in the crowd. The circus has come to town.
Happy days. You describe it.
Jonathan Tattersall is bowling to Keaton Jennings, who's pushed into the covers for a single. I think I know who my interviewee tonight is. I think it's going to be Luke Wells, to be honest with you. I'll just share that one with you. A 197 for 2. Is there a cartoonist on the ground? Here's Tattersall then, bowling right arm something, and that is turned down by Stephen Croft, who is Lancashire's latest batter. Not sure if we did give him a name check as he walked out, but he's got a single down, 2 runs in fact, down to 3rd man. Stephen Patterson chasing that down. So 2 to him. Jennings 66, 199 for 2, lead of 220. And Tattersall from the James Anderson end just drags this one down slightly outside leg stump. He's been milked for another single. Kevin Howells, well, he was approached apparently by Jonathan Tattersall to see if he fancied an over or 2 from the James Anderson end, but he's going to have an over or 2 commentary instead.
Well, I hope the Reedmeister's going to ask those boys over there. Don't they finish work at 4:30 in the afternoon? Dear. Anyway,
200
hello.
up.
Yeah, yep. Hello. Oh, this is you. This is your Dodgy. It's still your over.
It is. Well, it's been that sort of an over, hasn't it? Tattersall's been worked down to 3rd by Keaton Jennings for 2. Ben Code wringing his right hand there, trying to field that, and didn't manage to field it. In a bit of pain and strife. 202 for 4. 2 left. Tattersall, well, talk about an all-round performance. Captain, batter, keeper and wicket taker, because would you know it, Keaton Jennings has reverse swept. Keaton Jennings has reversed swept Jonathan Tattersall, who is taking a first-class wicket with that catch taken by Ben Code, and Lancashire are 202 for 3. Why is there surprise in my voice?
Because you saw a pair of pants, I think. A pair of blue pants. What is it with these trousers that keep falling down so easily when the fielders go down and take a catch. But also, I'm going to guess this is an injury he was carrying anyway. He looks as if he's got a bit of pain on a little finger there, Code, on taking the catch. But certainly his trousers came down, and he had to pull them back up quite pronto. But yeah, what a day of intriguing stories. Tattersall with a wicket there. We've had an amazing knock from Wells, and all the time this could still turn into an extraordinary Roses match. I think there's part of us all that is a little concerned that the weather might actually have the final say in it all. But I tell you, if you take away the concerns about the weather, this has got something pretty special about it in the makings.
Look
here, hasn't it? Bizarrely.
I've been saying it for 3 days nearly now, Kev. It's obvious, isn't it?
What's that?
He's got 650 plus runs in 5 knocks against Yorkshire. How did Yorkshire get Keaton Jennings out? Bring Johnny Tattersall on to get his first class wicket. It was obvious, staring us in the face.
Well, I don't know, but I mean, Keaton Jennings just, has just been formidable and had a cracking season and has done a really good job for his team here. But yeah, something that's a little bit different. It'd be interesting to hear what they've all got to say for themselves in the Yorkshire camp at the end of this, in whoever you might be speaking to.
Well, I'll tell you what, those who have naught against their name in the wickets column, going to be a bit of embarrassment, surely, as Dane Villas, Lancashire's new batsman, is off the mark with a single first ball, 203 for 3. Johnny Tattersall's record with the ball in his hand. He has previously been involved in cricket matches with the ball in his hand, but he's played 38 first-class matches prior to this. He's played 32 List A matches. He's played 42 T20 matches, and he hasn't bowled a ball before today.
And they're coming off. Whilst you're going through all those stats, and rightly so, I understand why you're doing that. Alex Wolf there on the radio, back to the scorers. And I think what he's doing, Alex, there, I might be wrong, Jonathan, but I think what he's doing is he's actually pointing away to our left-hand side. Well, we can't quite see around the corner there, but it could be. And I think you have been talking about a big black cloud rolling in, and there was talk, wasn't there, earlier, about an app showing that there was some that's not thunder, by the way, that's the hover cover down below being fired up, but the rain coming in from there. And for those following, looking as well as listening to us, you can see that doesn't look particularly clever over there as it's making its way here. So what the umpires have done is, I think they've called the players off initially for bad light, but I think it's with that impending big dangerous looking rain cloud on its way that they're thinking, let's get the players off, let's get the covers on so that there's no major damage. Because if the rain is anything like that fell yesterday, it was really heavy for a short period of time, wasn't it? Really threw it down. So that's, I think, that's my reading into the situation, what the umpires, Alex Wolf and Russell Warren, are doing out there at the moment. But at the end of what has been an amazing day's cricket in a strange old way, hasn't it? And you know, a fair play to Lancashire. They kept at it. I mean, I love that battle involving Colin Cadmore this morning with Hartley, and then Parkinson coming in, and eventually the two spinners between them, one bowling and the other taking the catch, getting rid of Colin Cadmore. We had that really interesting last wicket partnership as well from Yorkshire. Then Luke Wells comes out and does Luke Wells things there, as we know, and I don't know if Scott made a big thing of this, but he didn't so much predict, but he did suggest that it could be something that Luke Wells might entertain, a thought of producing an innings like that. And not only did he think about it, but he actually executed it as well, brilliantly. So, you know, just in the back of our minds, it's this weather which prevents us from getting perhaps a little bit more excited than otherwise we would be about the possibilities of a really good finish. But you know, right now it looks like a bit of rain on the way here today, but we'll wait and see what tomorrow brings.
Yeah, it's a game-changing knock, isn't it? That it's a game-changing knock. You want players in your side who are capable of doing that. 124 in 82 balls, 21-run lead. Yeah, okay, you'll take any lead, won't you? You might nip a couple out, but 21 runs. It felt fairly even. Yorkshire scrapped away this morning. The tail wagged to some extent, and they worked hard. But then suddenly, all of that and more whipped away from them by Luke Wells unceremoniously at times, but also with, you know, with any amount of class at times as well, with some of those strokes he played down the ground. Yeah, fantastic stuff. It's changed the game, and obviously well supported by Keaton Jennings. Josh Bohannon being the one man to miss out for Lancashire so far. So even if we don't see any more play today, we're going to have the full Monty tomorrow, hopefully, in terms of playing hours, and they've already got 224 runs on. If they had to pull up stumps and have a go at Yorkshire, then you know, they've got a reasonably good lead on the board, given the way this game has gone so far.
Yeah, I mean,
it's going to be hard work for Yorkshire.
Yeah, tomorrow, as is the forecast for the next hour or two here today, is for, you know, the mixture of thunder and lightning, and that does add another dimension to the safety concerns for the officials. They've got to make sure they make the right calls out there. It's not just about running off and on with the rain, and they've got to be a little bit careful on that front as well. So tomorrow, look, let tomorrow worry about itself. The radar does suggest also that, as I say, there's a bit of thunder and lightning around. I haven't actually seen anything as yet here, but as I say, that might be part of their thinking. Bring the players off now. But this game, you think it's just going along in a certain fashion, and there have been little twists and turns, and I suppose, you know, you had that Keaton Jennings terrific knock in the first innings, and full credit to him for that. Then you get that George Hill spell of bowling, which seemingly came from nowhere, and you thought, wow, what's that done to it? All settles down again a little bit. And then we see Bailey taking some wickets this morning, after we saw a lovely bit of patience work from some of the young batters for Yorkshire yesterday. And then we see that Luke Wells innings this afternoon. Then we see that the captain taking off his gloves and getting a wicket. You know, it's been an entertaining game. Really quite enjoyed it. And wouldn't it be wonderful tomorrow if that forecast maybe isn't too accurate tomorrow, and something comes of this as a real contest between these two teams.
Yep, just want to see some more good cricket.
I think, although I haven't received official word from the boss, that we can probably do what we did yesterday, which is say our cheerios for now, with the promise, and it is a promise, that should there be any further action today, and how many overs we got left?
16 or 17.
Yeah,
16,
so I mean that's an hour's worth of cricket, but what, 23 minutes past 5. If there is any more cricket, we promise bring it to you, but I have to say it looks a little bit bleak out there to our left-hand side at the moment, and certainly the ground staff being given that extra little bit of time there by the umpires and making good use of that time to get as much covering out there as possible for the rain, which I don't think has arrived yet, but if it doesn't, I'll be greatly surprised.
Yeah, looking pretty gloomy.
Yeah. So, the boss is in now. Boss, are we okay to say our goodbyes? Yes, goodbye for now, and we'll see you all again. Maybe not today, but don't wave like that. It's not sooty and sweep, this, you know. But anyway, actually, it might be, yes. Bye-bye.
So, close of play on the third day here at Emirates Old Trafford. You can just about see top left of your screen a little flash or two of lightning. So the floodlights are off. The ground staff have got all their sheets out to protect the outfield. We went off originally for bad light, but because thunderstorms are in and around the area, the umpires have made that decision to call play off for the day. What a breathtaking couple of hours of cricket. I hope you've enjoyed our coverage of this Lancashire second innings. 203 for 3 at the close of play. A lead of 224 runs. Luke Wells 124 from 82 deliveries. He got to his century. Second fastest time for Lancashire against Yorkshire. Just a couple of balls slower than Ian Austin in the early 1990s in a game at Scarborough. But Wells, the highlight of the day. Brilliant to watch. 124. 11 fours and 6 sixes, and then Keaton Jennings making 68. A couple of wickets have fallen towards the back end of the day, but blimey, Lancashire starting 21 in front in their first innings, and now 224 runs in front, and we've only had 33 overs of that second innings. But as you can see, the flashes of lightning in the distance, looks like a big heavy storm is on its way. And that is the close of play on day 3. 203 for 3 Lancashire, lead of 224. We'll catch you again tomorrow morning. Play due to start at 10:30.